And how did they shift by region within a country, including geography and ecology? I'm attentive to whether coastal sound worlds and inland sound worlds, for example, pattern differently, whether mobility, density, and livelihood, so port life, fishing economy, market life, pastoral and agricultural societies, shape which stance markers surface most often, in what sequences, and with what social force. In this photo, my god cousin Khadija is paying a merchant for eggplant. In the moment of agreement, she uses a forward approving click paired with a small head motion to signal, yes, good price, we're aligned, let's exchange. Payment, agreement, closure, compressed into sound. Excellent. So I'm building a research program that treats social media as infrastructure, platforms, workflows, and social systems that can be studied and translated into partnerships, pilots, and job pathways for economic development across Senegal. This year in Davos, the conversation kept returning to the same point. A new web is forming, Web 4, the open agentic web, where instead of opening your laptop and going to Google, you go to ChatGPT or you go to Gemini, and an agent owns the experience of browsing the web for you. The agent acts on your behalf. These agents interpret language, move across platforms, read websites, query online storefronts, route tasks, and carry intention through interfaces, finding information, translating terms, confirming prices, routing payment, and sending the receipt back to you in the language of the user. So large language models, LLMs, power how agents understand, decide, and respond on behalf of the users. In the field, multilingualism functions as infrastructure. Wolof and Pular carry systems of knowledge, concepts of time, value, obligation, and social coordination that shape how people participate offline and online, and how decisions move through family and community. Wolof and Pular LLM development, including work advanced by Orange and OpenAI, is a foundational layer of my research as it shapes legibility, usability, and economic participation in the next web. My research tracks the labor that emerges where social media, LLMs, and intermittent connectivity meet. Because while it's clear that the new web is emerging and that jobs will come from this emergence, world leaders also agree that they don't know what these jobs will look like or what the work will be called. Two clusters of new jobs are coming into my view: production and interpretation work, smartphone documentarians producing high integrity cultural storytelling that can travel through media ecosystems and AI training markets. Language and metadata workers who structure, translate, annotate, and verify meaning across Wolof, Pular, French, and English. And assurance and governance work. AI efficacy and safety reviewers who test how systems interpret local concepts, directives, and social context. And community rights and governance roles, designing kinship-aligned data collectives and consent protocols fit for village and island extended family decision-making and household economies. A core lens is intermittent connectivity. Scarce time online creates high intent publishing, high intent search, high intent exchange. User preferences are sharper, so formats get clearer, and pathways into paid digital work become easier to see and design when time online is privileged rather than treated as endless browsing. African users are a critical cohort in the next web, not as a footnote of inclusion, but because the continent's iconicity is also an unresolved data economy. Unstructured African data, the moving images of daily life, landscape, and culture in motion, carries market value that still resists a single metric and still sits outside global systems. My work on social media seeks to build the infrastructure that can make that value legible. Measurable where measurement is possible, protected through rights and consent, and compensated at the level of the communities generating it. So with that frame, I'll move into a household case study that makes the infrastructure more visible. A father and daughter share a phone screen in an intermittently connected home on the island of Goree that buys data by the gigabyte. Scarce data turns attention into a high intent choice. Short sessions, strong preferences, and content that has to deliver fast. Which formats and platform experiences win intergenerational engagement? Which apps earn a place in the family's data budget? And what does that reveal about affordability, reliability, and what connectivity is worth in daily life? The case asks, what content and platforms win under scarcity? How many gigabytes a meaningful moment costs? And what that reveals about the value of intermittently connected users for platform design, connectivity products, and pathways into digital work. So here, Fama is showing her father an animated video on YouTube Kids. I cannot express the importance of mbike, or animation, and I look forward to exploring its particular value in the cadre of my research. So here we have lorem ipsum, Latin placeholder text that sits quietly inside design files and web templates across the World Wide Web. It's one of the internet's defaults. You can scan the QR code to learn more about the origin and the meaning of the text. My question is simple. As the open agentic web takes shape, what does it look like to build novel defaults, African language defaults, inside user interfaces, software and hardware design, and the consent and data rights protocols that will govern how language gets used? For this work, I'm focusing on Pular, working with an English Pular translator at the university to produce Pular lorem ipsum alternatives, placeholder text that treats themes like planets, galaxies, water, and trees as the neutral content of Web4 design. So here, finally, again, my god cousin Fama in the middle, and her friends Nena and Omusalimata are looking at the Netflix video game that's called This Is a True Story, which follows an African girl who goes on a heroic daily quest to collect water for her family. The moment is pure social media, a shared screen, a shared story, a shared set of comments and reactions that travel through friendship, family, and neighborhood. Omusalimata and Nena crossed the island on foot to look at this game multiple days in a row. I hold this image as a bridge between the three questions on the screen. When we talk about embedding African language text into the emerging open agentic web, I'm thinking about what it would mean for Wolof and Pular to function as infrastructure for everyday media choices. So Senegalese and West African users can search, command, negotiate, learn inside the languages that already organize daily life without leaving the logic of home behind. So Jërëjëf, Jarama, thank you. And I welcome any questions, curiosities, thoughts, or ideas.
Thank you very much, Zan, for this thought-provoking presentation. I believe that we've all learned a thing or two that we'll take away today. I would like to find out if we have any questions for Zan. You can drop your questions in the chat section and I would read that out and have her address them accordingly. We have some few minutes open for questions, so you can kindly send in your questions and would have Zan address all these questions. Or if you have something you would like to add, like a contribution as well, would appreciate that. Thank you.
I know it's the morning for everyone.
You can also just raise your hand and then ask questions if you have any.
Well, if no one has questions, I will ask one question, which is how many of you are familiar with the concept of Web 4 or the Open Agentic Web? Have you heard the term before? Okay.
Okay, so Chinny says no. Okay, there's a question from Beth. Isn't it the case that all data generated this way in some way owned by and stored in the US? Doesn't this also place a great demand on scarce environmental, into brackets, energy resources?
Yes, and yes, definitely. I think the issue about how all of the compute power is centralized in the US is a real problem and sort of not something that's being discussed, I think, at the sort of the tentpole economic forums, for example. And as for energy, I think about energy more on a community level, like how could a family use solar power to increase their connectivity? But I think that I guess in terms of policy and regulation, that it is important and sort of, but also beyond my scope. But I appreciate and share the concern.
Kenya also says it's the first time hearing the term Web 4 in the context of agentic AI. If you could kindly give us some highlights on that.
Excuse me. So I think that the term, I've only been aware of it for the past year, and I was really focused on Web3 and the emergence of the sort of blockchain-enabled web, which is sort of emerging, I guess, somewhat separately when I think about the key players who are involved. But Web4 as a term, I think, is important because it's clear that the user experience is changing, will change, I think, for everyone at some point. And the global leaders, you know, in the AI labs and telecom, and in the sort of major consumer internet tech companies are grasping at what it will actually look like, and they're sort of imagining the interfaces. And so the moment for design justice and for African users and African voices to come to the fore is now.
Thank you very much. We have some few more minutes. If we have any questions or if we have any contributions, we welcome them. Also, Zan, I would ask if you could leave any details in our chat box so that in the course of the time, if people have questions and they would want to reach out to you, which means by which they can get to you, it could.
Sure, I'll drop my email in the chat. It's jacksongarrettzahn@gmail.com, and I would love to hear from any of you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This brings our session to an end. I would like to thank you, Zan, for coming, gracing our stage today and then taking us through this session. I'd also like to send a big thanks to our technical team and our audience, of course, most importantly. I would like to say that we still have more thought-provoking sessions lined up for today. The next session, which is happening, the next session, which is happening at 10 a.m., is going to be on bridging linguistic gaps in African languages for neurodevelopment care by Priska Iching. And I believe this is going to be one enlightening session as well. So I would urge all of us to join in and share our thoughts. Thank you very much. And then we'll see you in the next session.
Welcome. Can you guys hear me? I mean, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Priska. Good morning.
Good. It's afternoon on my side. That's great. I'm so happy that you guys can hear me. I was so nervous and worried about this.
Yeah, no problem. I'll bring you up when it's time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening. Depending on your time zone. We will be beginning shortly. In the next 4 to 5 minutes, we are going to start.
Frustrating.
Morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome. Please give me thumbs up if you can hear me audibly. Iska, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. I'm still figuring out how to.
Okay. Mm. Okay, we are about to kick off. Welcome, everyone. Ejaleni, Ele. Okay, we are about to start the third session for the day. Sorry, I have some technical issues. We are about to start the third session of the day, and our speaker is already here with us. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to introduce myself, introduce today's session, and bring our speaker on board. My name is Omar Soye, and I'm a Languages and Cultural Heritage Project Manager. I'll be the moderator for this session. Please note that we have interpretation available, as this session will be in Kiswahili, if I'm not mistaken, completely. And please use the interpretation icon to select your preferred language. And once again, you're welcome to day 3, and this is our third session for today. Before we begin, would like to give an overview for those who are joining us for the first time. Welcome to African Languages Conference 2026. Over 1 billion Africans speak indigenous languages every day, yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference, AFLC 2026, brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. AFLC began in 2022, which was the founding year to celebrate African Languages Week, and it was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances language and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. This year, our theme is language justice. AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and neurodevelopment. This is our second on-site edition. We had an on-site conference in Accra, Ghana earlier this week. And now we continue with 3 days of online programming from February 26th to February 28th via Zoom, as you're all here. All the sessions are live streamed on our YouTube and Facebook platforms. If you miss any session, you can always catch up on our YouTube channel for anyone you missed, with interpretation in English and French provided throughout the sessions. And we'd like to thank our partners and sponsors for this year's edition. We'd like to thank the University of Education, Winneba, and Stanford University, and also African Language Consultants. And also this program is part of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And would also like to thank African Translation. These are previous sessions, and now we will be having a session by Priska Acheng. Forgive me if I don't get this correctly. Kuvuka Vikwazo Bialuga Katika Elumu Malum, Bridging Linguistic Gaps in African Languages for Neural Development Care. I'm going to introduce Priska, and then she would come on stage and speak to us. So this session, I'm going to give an overview, and then I'm going to hand over the mic to Priska. In many African contexts, the lack of standardized, culturally relevant terminology for neurodevelopmental disorders in African mother tongue creates significant barriers for caregivers, teachers, and community health workers. This session presents research creating a culturally appropriate functional terminology guide for neurodevelopmental and communication disorders in African languages. It documents natural caregiver vocabulary, analyzes how health workers and speech therapists translate clinical terminology, and outlines a prototype framework, aligning community usage with clinical accuracy. Our speaker for this session is Priska Acheng, who is a special needs educator and speech therapy practitioner, specializing in African multilingualism and early neurodevelopmental assessment. Her work focuses on developing culturally appropriate language tools for neurodevelopmental care across African communities. Please, let's give a round of applause for Priska as she comes on stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon from my side. My name is Dr. Priska Acheng, and as she has beautifully introduced me there, I'm so glad to be here. And I want to introduce myself. I mean, I don't want to waste a lot of time in introduction. She has already done that. But allow me to speak briefly in English about whatever we're going to discuss right now, about the neurological disorders and terminologies that are used with the caregivers and people who work in neurodevelopment care. So today we're going to analyze that and how that has been a barrier to the linguistic justice and language differences at the same time. Welcome all, karibuni sana, and asanteni. I hope my volume is improving. Someone is complaining. I'm just going to share my screen now. So, yeah, there we are. That is kuvuka vikwazo vya lugha katika elimu maalum. I'm trying to analyze how those linguistic barriers in the lugha katika elimu, that is language and education. Just a moment. Nzuri sana Mohammed, how are you? Now let's begin. I think we are about to begin. So, sorry. Just a moment. So from this. Just a moment, sorry about that. What did I do? Sometimes too.
Okay, we are waiting for Priska to provide the slide. Please, while the session is going on, if you have questions, please put them in the chat and we are going to take them at the end of the session. Also note that we have interpretation available. Click on the interpretation icon and you should be able to select your preferred language. Hello Priska, you're muted and your video is paused.
Sorry about that. I was trying to get them, but I think I had a different one. So here you are. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. So tunaenda kuzungumzia lugha katika mandhari ya elimu, that is neurological disorders, and tunapata a lot of people, for watu wengi wenye wanafanya na watu wa ulemavu hawana lugha nje ya mawasiliano, na katika hilo tuko na a lot of pengo na mawasiliano za lugha za mama, that is from my indigenous language and to the other connotation of the second language influence. So I'm going to discuss that with you here. Tutaangalia hapo utangulizi, lugha na ulemavu wa mawasiliano, pengo la istilahi katika lugha za mama. Those are just the agendas of the meeting. And then uhusiano katika lugha na uelewano kwa wazazi. That is when there is a pattern between the motherese language and the child's first language acquisition program. So let's start our slide. I'm not seeing the interpretation bar, but I hope you'll let me know where I can find it. Are we together, Wamasai?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so nitazungumzia lugha kama msingi wa mawasiliano na elimu. Kupitia lugha, wazazi na jamii huelewa mahitaji ya watoto. Hapa Kenya tuko na a lot of languages, tuko na lugha mingi sana zenye ziko kwenye sekta yetu ya elimu. So with the linguistic differences in line, we look at language in a different perspective. That is, how are we able to translate that language of instruction, especially in speech and language therapy or even in the classroom setup. So we find the deficit there. And by deficit, I mean where I'm saying, let me just highlight that. Ulemavu wa mawasiliano na hali ya ukuaji wa neva. Ukosefu huu wa lugha huathiri uelewa na tena hupandisha unyanyapaa wa kuchelewesha msaada mapema wa watoto, basically. So the first introduction, I'm just going to speak on how the children have the disadvantages, especially on the early identification, what misses during early identification, and from the ages of 0 to 10 years, that is when there is a neurological disorder, that is where we find language barriers and language acquisition barriers. So what happens between those ages? That is what we're going to analyze, and what are the strategies that we can use to bridge that. Okay. So I've put a small interpretation down there, just analyzing on how language is interpreted and how it is fundamental into the acquisition of, of the foundations of learning stages. Slide ya 3, hapo tuko na lugha na ulemavu wa mawasiliano, and tunapata kwamba ulemavu wa mawasiliano huathiri usemi, that is the spoken language. So if there's a deficit between the spoken language and the acquired language in the brain, tunapata kwamba lugha na mwingiliano wa kijamii, watoto wenye hali hizi hupambana na ugumu wa kueleza mahitaji yao. Hiyo inamaanisha hana ile ability ya kueleza mimi nataka hii, because akona hiyo barrier because of maybe tuko na acquisition kama 3 za lugha at the same time. So unapata mtoto anapozaliwa akikua kutoka umri wa mwaka 0 mpaka umri wa miaka 5, hapo unapata kwamba mtoto hawezi kujielewa, na kwa kutojielewa yeye mwenyewe, it reduces the self concept and self image and the perception of language in the society. So I'm going to expound that in English. So that is where we have the common barriers like delayed expressive language, we have poor receptive language skills, we have articulation disorder, and multilingual confusion. For multilingual confusion, what do I mean by multilingual confusion? That is where when we have acquisition of more than one language on the first stages of language development and learning, that a child might get confused. That is where we handle cases like selective mutism in my clinical practice. Selective mutism is where a child decides not to speak because the child doesn't know when to speak. In Kenyan context, we have 42 tribes. I think it's 43 now. So with the 42 tribes, my tribe personally, and I have Swahili as the national language and then English as the official language. So if I'm not guided on which one to acquire first, I might miss on the acquisition patterns, and I might jumble up. So that is what causes selective mutism in kids at times. I'm not saying that is the primary goal of it. So kwa vingine lugha inakuwa na hitilafu, maanake unapata lugha iko na kimombo that is the English part of it. So the kids struggle so much to acquire the basics. The first stages of language achievements and development is the turn-taking patterns, the request pattern. Give me, I want, take, hizo. So if the language is jumbled up, ukosefu wa mawasiliano, it brings the disability in language. That is what I mean by that. It acquires, it brings out the disability in language. So you can't fluently speak, you can't fluently even communicate. Now I'm going to get to where we are now analyzing how caregivers do that. Tukiendelea. Kwa ingine tuko na pengo la istilahi. That is, I want to focus on how language in the clinical practice, that is from the age of 8 to 9, demonstrates the receptive skills and the receptors in the neurological development. So lugha nyingi za mama hazina istilahi sanifu. So now this is the stem of my presentation. Lugha mingi za mama hazina istilahi sanifu za kueleza ulemavu wa autism, wa mawasiliano, and hali kama autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, hizo zote ziko katika mahali pamoja yenye unapata hatuna ile lugha sanifu ama sahihi ile tunaweka katika kutumika. Hatuna lugha ile tunaweza weka into practice. We don't have the terminologies for that. So when you go to do your assessments and maybe you do screening, you don't have, if you go to the indigenous sector or the other side of the country, you find that you don't have the actual terminologies to tell them, because if you say autism, no one understands that. But you see, you are there to diagnose. So if you say I'm here to check if your child might, we use might, and the person is going to ask you, autism, what is autism? The person is going to ask you, cerebral palsy, Down syndrome. So they don't understand because we don't have the right terms that have been coined conventionally to put that into practice. So I'm going to cut across words like autism spectrum disorder, attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, developmental language disorder, that is the DLD, intellectual disability, we have specific learning disorder, we have the global developmental delay, cerebral palsy, apraxia in speech, and many others. So all this in multilingual African context, these neurological differences are often misunderstood due to limited cultural relevance, diagnostic terminology in indigenous languages. So we don't have a lot of diagnostic terminologies. If a child is getting diagnosed in a clinical setup, they are only going to tell them you have autism. But we want to know, we want to make them understand, it's the same way of saying you have malaria. If malaria can be translated into the vernacular, now they can understand it better, and it makes the intervention process and so in that context, I'm going I'm still going to analyze that the correlation on my next slide. Sorry, I'm not done with this one. So tunasema ukosefu wa istilahi sahihi hupunguza uelewa wa wazazi kuhusu mahitaji ya watoto. When you tell a parent your child has autism, they don't know how to start from there. They don't have the prerequisite linguistic approaches to start from there. So they'll ask you, what is autism? Ni nini kwa lugha ya mama? Sorry, I'll be code switching a bit. So they'll ask you, what is autism? Now, ukosefu wa istilahi sahihi inapunguza even the understanding. It reduces the understanding of the disorder itself. It reduces the limitation. It actually limits you to the intervention strategies. That is how the parent is going to carry out from there the family routines, the home therapy models that they're supposed to do at their place of work. So I'm going to say language is a fundamental tool to how individuals and communities understand the world. It interprets experiences and takes action. So language makes you understand the world in a different version. So when you're able to understand clearly the way you approach life and everything, because the subconscious have already registered the understanding. So that is where we are, and I'm trying to analyze on how professional can conventionally come together so that we have a good terminology process, and how we are going to clinically approach this, especially in the places where they are very disadvantaged. They don't have therapy centers in their areas. They don't have a lot of schools there, and they are not even able to access good education and quality education. Okay. I'm still there. In Africanacity, I'm going to say that multilingualism is very common for children with special needs, and structured and consistency is exposure, and it's actually key. The goal is not to eliminate languages, no, but to support comprehension and functional use. We are not going to eliminate, like, no, we are not using English, apana, no. We want to focus on how we can comprehend and support the functional use of language, because as a speech and language pathologist, I understand that the crucial stages of language acquisition starts from the ages of 0 to around 5 years. That is for a regular learner or a regular child. But now when you surpass on a child with special needs, or maybe a child with a neurological disorder, that is where you find out that now the delays have surpassed a bit. So we give them up to 9-10 years because of the delay. Now, when we do that, according to our slide 6, it's saying ukosefu wa istilahi sahihi katika lugha za mama una uhusiano wa karibu na uelewa mdogo wa wazazi kuhusu hali ya watoto wao. Pale wazazi wanapokosa lugha ya kueleza changamoto za mawasiliano, hujitokeza hofu. If you cannot explain why and you won't be able to find the intervention processes and even how to handle your child, because there's no understanding. So we are basically trying to bridge the justice between understanding of the language and actually putting it into functionality. So I'm going to continue with the slide. That is tafsiri potofu, that is the wrong interpretation, na kuchelewesha utafutaji wa msaada. Because if you don't understand, let's say today I have a child who is cerebral palsy. I wouldn't, if I don't understand what cerebral palsy actually means, and maybe relate it to something I know in my vernacular or the language I am comfortable to use, it might be really inappropriate for me, or maybe I won't even be able to seek the therapy on time. That is where you find there's a delay with early intervention because the parent didn't understand you. There's a delay with early intervention processes. There's a delay with even taking the child to school early. You find children go to school in the late years. The delay starts there, and it's from the language. So the language is the foundation of all the things that we are going to talk about. Lugha iliyo wazi na inayoeleweka kuongeza ushirika wa wazazi katika elimu. Let's talk about the system of education and the curriculum. It's the same thing we are talking about. If a curriculum is not understood and everything that is written in the curriculum, that is the language used there, is not understood properly, even the parent, him or herself, will have problems to even interpret how the performance have been and how the child is progressing in school and the learning environment at large. Okay, network not friendly. So, athari kwa elimu maalum. This is where I'm going to analyze the communication disabilities in African context. And this slide, basically, let me do Swahili and then I'll interpret in English. Athari kwa elimu maalum na uingiliaji wa mapema, that is the early intervention and the communication disabilities. Ukosefu wa lugha sahihi huchelewesha utambuzi wa changamoto na mawasiliano kwa watoto. It's the same thing I explained in slide 5, that is early intervention procedure. So I'm going to talk about communication disabilities in African context, and I'm going to measure more so in Kenya because that is where I've done a lot of research here. So communication disabilities encompasses challenges related to speech production, language comprehension, expressive language, and social communication. I'm going to say, like, children with such disabilities may struggle to express their needs. So what do we do as professionals in special needs education? What do we do as professionals in education? I mean, in education at large, not just special needs education. Because children with such disability, they may struggle to express their needs because most of them have delayed language acquisition. And most of them also have something called selective mutism. That is where a child just chooses not to speak, but the child has the linguistic understanding and the speech intelligibility. So what do we do as professionals to make sure that these children or these learners cope so well in the classroom setup and in the environment? So I'm going to analyze that. I'm going to analyze Africanacity and then I bring it back to Kenya. In many African contexts, definitely, communication disabilities are interpreted as cultural, moral, and behavioral problems. So in Africa, we have myths and misconceptions. So when a child is not able to speak due to a disability, most of the cases they get sidelined. But do we map these kids? Do we map them to understand that they are children struggling, or maybe children living with disability, and without accessible terminologies, even the caregivers may struggle to articulate concerns or to recognize the needs to support these children. This challenge is only compounded in rural or low settings. Especially here in Kenya, you find that in rural areas, most of them are not compatible. I mean, they're not so conversant with a lot of the neurological disorders and disabilities that are now emerging. So when you go there and you see the symptoms and you analyze them, they'll ask you, what is that? And now as a professional, that is where you get a tongue tie. You don't know how to explain. You get a tongue tie out of it. So when they ask you, what is autism? What is cerebral palsy? What is Down syndrome? And what does it do to the brain? So you don't have the right terms because of the barrier that have been created to even explain that. So let's analyze that a bit. I hope you're together. Seeing comments here. Tunasema elimu maalum huhitaji lugha wazi na inayoeleweka kwa wazazi na walimu. That is where the curriculum I was talking about comes in. If we have a right curriculum that the professionals come together and have a conventionality on the terminologies that a country is going to use to term these disabilities and language differences, it is very easy. And in multilingual African context, the neurological differences are often misunderstood, and it's only due to the limited cultural relevant diagnostic procedures. So if we bring them to the indigenous languages, that is Luo, Luya, for the sake of, in the Kenyan context, we have Luo, Luya, Kamba, Kisi, and the other languages. So when I go to my grandmother and then I tell my grandmother something in Luo, she will understand faster than when I tell her in Swahili or in English. So there's a difference. That is what we're analyzing on how can we get to the marginalized community, the minority, the people who don't understand. Because definitely as a professional, I do understand, I know what it is. And at the other side, we have a very different, a very big gap, that is. So this is where the digital inclusion comes in. Okay, that is our slide number 8. I hope we are together. I can't see myself, but it's okay. Okay. Now, digital inclusion refers to ensuring that individuals are included, children with neurological conditions are included, and they have equitable access to technology, that is the digital tools, the online learning environment, the programs, and blah, blah, blah. So by digital inclusion, I'm going to analyze on how the assistive devices can be incorporated into the language effect that can help our children with neurological disorders or any other children, any other learner in a special need setup. So let's look at slide number 8. Okay. Lugha ujumuishi wa kidijitali, na haki ya lugha, that is the language justice. Lugha is language. I'm going to teach you Swahili today. So lugha is language. So we're going to see how education and health has to do with the digital inclusion. Huduma nyingi za elimu na afya zinapopatikana kidijitali hutumia lugha za kigeni. That is, we are basically saying that most services, most educational services are always done in English. And I think in a broader case study that I did, I found out that in a lot of African countries, most of them, we incorporate a lot of English language without thinking of the consequences of how it will be interpreted into the spoken language. So unapata lugha za kigeni, that is the foreign languages, hasa Kiingereza. Hali hii huwanyima wazazi wanaotumia lugha za mama taarifa muhimu. We have parents and learners who speak their vernacular, which is okay. And when we incorporate foreign languages into the context of their dialect, we limit them to understanding and we give them a language disability. And language disability is the worst that you can have. When you have a language disability, you cannot function normally like any other person because you don't know what they're saying. It's like when I go to Germany today, I won't understand what they're saying. So that is what it's like, a disability, because you cannot express yourself to the maximum participation that is required to you. So we are saying including children with neurological developmental condition have equitable access to technology. That is, we include them to the technology that we practice in class, the technology that you see out there, and then we give them the acquisition that is needed. We also incorporate digital tools and online learning. Especially in special needs education, digital inclusion is not optional. I don't think it's something optional on my end, because it is essential for communication and assessment. I'm going to expound that in that when you're doing your first assessment, digital inclusion, things like AAC, that is augmentative communication, the devices, the AAC, the digital tablets, the screen where the talkers, where a child can insert a card and then it speaks back to them. Those ones are inevitable in our practice because a child needs wholesome learning environment, and by being digitally included, that means we are maximizing the participation of the learner. So I'm going to interpret that in Swahili. Ukosefu wa istilahi katika lugha za Kiafrika huongeza pengo la ujumuishaji kidijitali. So by kidijitali, that is the digital, we are just trying to incorporate them into participation and maximize their potential. That is the 10th or 9th, okay? Tunaongelelea mapendekezo ya istilahi ya lugha za Kiafrika, that is African languages, and I believe anyone who is fluent in their African first language can actually acquire the second language promptly without problems. So mother tongue is essential in acquisition. So tunasema mapendekezo istilahi za lugha za Kiafrika kuunda istilahi sanifu za lugha za mama kuhusu ulemavu wa mawasiliano kwa kushirikisha jamii, wazazi na wataalamu wa lugha. That is just the conventionality I was talking about, coming together as professionals and then having a multidisciplinary approach on how we are going to handle these language differences and language justice, and also the language barriers that are accrued in the system of special needs education. So tunasema kuwezesha walimu, wataalamu na wazazi. So basically it's between teachers and the professionals to come together by incorporating parents. That is like a multidisciplinary approach. We incorporate parents into the coining of the terms so that they can also be included into the curriculum and the process. In special needs education, there's something called the IEP, that is the Individualized Education Program, where you incorporate a parent. I think that is where the inclusion comes in and the digitalization comes in. When a parent can be included and understand the process of the IEP, even explanation of the terminology that you've stated there as a teacher or as a professional will be explained promptly. So the interpretation can be done in the brain of the parent, and the acquisition of knowledge and understanding of the IEP file and everything that happens in the life of their children is mastered. Okay. I can still expound. So I'm going to expand on a key challenge in African language context. It's the lack of standardized terminology for communication. Sorry, so we don't have a standardized. By standardization, it's just the way. If you look at the way English was coined and the way English terminologies were coined and the process of English language development, it's the same. The professional came together, coined words, and agreed through conventionality that this is what we are going to use. So if we have that in an African context in every country context, sorry, we are going to standardize the language and the terminologies together. So if you say Down syndrome tunaita hivi, cerebral palsy tutasema hivi, autism tutasema hivi. So it makes work easier even with the intervention process, the assessment procedure, and the developmental milestones of the child. So the informal linguistic strategies, while adaptive, they often lack clinical clarity. On my side, as someone who practices in the clinical setup, sometimes when you write those reports, it's very not fair to them because you're just going to write it in the clinical manner. But now, what about when the parent goes home with the child after diagnosis and then they can't understand the report? They don't know where to start from. So that is where I'm coming from, and I'm going to say the absence of conventionalized terminology also affected educators and even practitioners like me. So if we don't have anything standardized, I'll find if a therapist come before me and then coins a term, and then I come with a different terminology after, maybe as an occupational therapist or maybe as a speech therapist, the parent will be like, the first one told me this, but now you are telling me the other one. So it brings a lot of confusion and nothing is standardized there. So I'm going to give you the correlation between language and caregiver understanding. And I'm going to say, when caregivers lack terms to describe their child's condition, they may experience confusion, fear, or denial. And that is where denial stage starts from, when you don't understand anything. And I think you guys will agree, quite a number of you will agree that if you have a term today like ringing, WRIGGLING, that is simply the act of squeezing. I can't see myself on the screen, I don't know why. The act of squeezing. So when you've washed a cloth and then you want to squeeze it out, so the act of squeezing, that's called ringing. But for someone who didn't know that it's called that way, won't have the knowledge that that's actually the meaning. But you see, I know the act of ringing. I know how to do it, but I didn't have the right term to say it's called ringing the clothes. So yeah. I'm going to now the 10th slide. Lugha inapokosekana, uelewa hupotea. Uelewa unapokosekana, haki na ujumuishaji huathirika. That basically means when we don't have the right language, the understanding gets off. And when the understanding is not there, it means the inclusion has been tampered with. So we don't have the inclusion properly. It's the same when you go to a place where people speak a different language, like I'm not sure about the languages in Ghana, but I'll try the Nigeria, the Igbo, and the other one. So if I go to Igbo community, I won't understand what they're saying, whether they're gossiping or maybe being positive about me, I won't understand. So yeah, thank you. I'm going to open the forum for any questions.
Thank you very much, Priska. This was really insightful. I have also learned a lot from the session. I have a question.
I don't know why I can't see myself. I don't know, but it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think your video is turned off. You can turn it on. Your video is off.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Sorry, how do I do that now? I'm not a Gen Z.
Maybe you can stop sharing your screen. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay, it's time for Q&A. Please put your questions in the Q&A and we will pick them. Or if you'd like to speak, 30 seconds or 1 minute, we can give the floor to you. Yeah, I see a comment by Beth Van.
I actually found it.
Yes.
Actually.
So I'm just going to run through it and then you can take the question at the last part. He's asking for your perspective.
Oh yeah, I think I actually found it when I muted, when I stopped sharing, so I can mute my.
Okay. Okay, great. So you can address that. You're muted, Priska.
I was muting so that I get the questions.
Okay. Oh, I can read it. I can read it for you.
Okay.
Okay, so he left a comment and then asked for your perspective. So I think there is an important lesson here. If we want to think about language policy and if we want to be inclusive, then perhaps we have to start with the least advantaged learners, such as those with disorders. This would be a radical departure from the colonial model, which puts those most talented in language at the center. What is your perspective on this?
You want about language policy and if you want to be inclusive. I mean, okay, I think I am just seeing that from Bart.
Yes, from Bart.
He's asking about the language policy and inclusion. If you want to be inclusive, then yes, I've gotten that. Thank you for the question, Bart. I think language policy basically it's the official guidelines and the decisions that determine which language is being used in education and maybe the sectors of that govern language. So it is ideal for us to start with the ones that are disadvantaged, because that is where we start the strategical development and planning of language acquisition. So from the colonial setup, I agree with the president of Burkina Faso. Elimination of any foreign language. We start with our own. By putting language policy into practice, we are going to cater for the individualized needs, and also we are going to cater for the marginalized community and the minority. So from there, it's like we are bridging capitalism in a way. So we are going to bridge capitalism through language and communication.
Okay, thank you, Priska. We have another question from Martha. In coming up with new terminologies for neurological conditions, do you consider pre-colonial practices in dealing with neurological conditions? I believe this can give us some context to defining these conditions instead of labeling it solely based on what we see from Western medical practices.
She's saying incoming.
Did you get the question?
Yes. Oh, I've gotten that. So sorry, I'm lagging behind. I've gotten that. Let me just read that again. Yeah, she's asking about the terminology for African neurological condition. I'm saying yes, I believe it's a critical to consider. It's actually critical to consider that. Do you consider practices? Okay, colonial practices. I think the goal is not to import the Western labels uncritically. I'd say, as an African who really believes in my roots, the context of that is, I think the goal is not to import the colonialist structure and contextualize and translate them into resonant cultural practice. Instead, we can come up with a process that integrates them into our language. I mean, we don't import and paste. We integrate. So by integration, we can combine the indigenous knowledge, the way she said there, in the neurological condition. We can converge and merge them into the contemporary practices in our African context. So I believe that I believe in this can give us context in defining this. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Priska.
But also we must also ensure in that context, we must also ensure that we have the originality and the clinical perspective of it is not, the meaning is not fully lost, if I'd say. Like a
Okay,
lot of
thank you very
neurological
much.
conditions are evidence-based.
Okay, I hope that's Martha, you got clarification from that. Okay,
Sorry
I see a
about that.
comment. No worries. I see a comment from Alpheus. In South Africa, some of the term can only be understood as a sentence. Okay, this is a comment. I'm also going to ask a
Welcome,
question
Martha.
in line with this. So you talked about bringing professionals together from, like for each country, for example, for professionals in different language groups to come together and give terminologies for these special needs. So do you think for countries with large language groups, like for Nigeria, for example, where we have over 500 languages, what are the possibilities of this? Do you think they have to handpick a few of the languages, or we can include all the languages at once in coming up with such terminologies?
Thank you. Thank you. For context like Nigeria, and I believe Kenya too has a lot of languages. We are at 45 now. That is tribes. We speak 45 tribes now, plus English and Swahili. For such countries, I believe we have, because every country has a national language. So for such country, I believe we can come up with a language that is common, that is spoken. And initially, when we had the Swahili, there was a Swahili conference from South Africa. Initially, we were advocating that Swahili is spoken in like a lot of regions in Africa. We can come up as an African society or African context. We can come up and coin those terms among ourselves, and maybe say we are now using Swahili in these terminologies, or maybe in the educational sector. So like a country like Nigeria, I don't know which one is the national language, but I believe because the languages are not very far away, just like Bantu, the Kushites, like that. So I believe they have a correlation between them. So we can come up and agree. If it's autism, we are picking autism from Igbo. Okay, we are using Igbo terminology now. If we are saying it's Down syndrome, now we are going to take Down syndrome from, the other one is, I know Igbo only. the other tribes in Nigeria. So I'm sure you are trying to get what I'm trying to explain. So I mean, if we have, let's say, let me use.
Sorry, our time is almost up. Sorry, I have to.
Okay.
We just have 2 minutes to close up the session. Yeah, for Nigeria, we don't have a national and indigenous national language. What we have is English. So I think that would not work.
But is right.
Marginalizing other groups. But I agree with the idea of picking from each group so that all languages are represented. I think I would agree with that. Please,
it's still workable.
Okay, please, if you have further questions, you can put in the chat and we'll try to get them across to Priska. Well, unfortunately, we have to wrap up this.
Okay, I'll.
Yeah, you can put your email or something or your contact in the chat. Thank you so much, Priska. This was really insightful.
That's okay.
Yeah, and thank you to
thank you
and the technical team for this session. I'm going to hand over in the next few minutes to the moderator of the next session. Up next, we have, please don't go nowhere. We have the next session.
I'm just here.
Okay. Up next, we have Building Global Citizens Through African and Foreign Languages. This session will be in English and it's by Moses Akachukwu. It's starting right away, so please stay seated.
Hello, everyone. Akwaba, and good morning to you all. Welcome to day 3 of AFLC 2026. My name is Fatima Adams, and I will be your moderator for this session. Before we dive into it, I would just like to give a brief introduction to what AFLC is about. Over 1 billion Africans speak indigenous languages every day, yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference, AFLC 2026, brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. Our journey so far, AFLC was founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week. AFLC was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advanced languages and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. This year, AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition hosted in Accra, Ghana, earlier this week on February 23rd to 24th, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to 28th via Zoom. All sessions are live streamed on the AFLC YouTube and Facebook platforms with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. We would like to acknowledge our partners, Silicon at Stanford University, African Language Consultants, African Translation, University of Winneba, and International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So we've had these sessions this morning, and we'll be moving on to the next session, which is Building Global Citizens through African and Foreign Languages. With that said, I would like to introduce our speaker, who goes by the name Moses Ikwachuku. I hope I got that right. So Moses is a multilingual educator, interpreter, and founder of Languages for Growth and Impact LGI Foundation, an organization combining languages and the SDGs to build global citizens. A current Erasmus Mundus scholar, he holds a first-class BA in French and German from the University of Ibadan and speaks 8 languages. This session demonstrates how integrating multilingual learning unlocks literacy, intercultural understanding, and economic empowerment across communities. Drawing from LGI's work, including using familiar indigenous structure to teach foreign languages in rural areas, it shows how multilingual education accelerates acquisition and enables learners to participate confidently in global conversations while preserving their linguistic heritage. This session also reveals how LGI's programs, that is the TALP, LAWAD, and LGI Talks and multilingual digital tools equip teachers and learners to thrive in diverse classrooms. I would like to add that we have interpretation ongoing. Kindly look out for the globe-like button or icon at the bottom of your screen and tap it to have access to the various interpretations that we have going and choose the language that best suits you. With that said, I would hand over the microphone to our speaker, Moses, to take us through the session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Hello, if you can hear me, could you please just like give me a thumbs up? All right, so thank you so much. I'm going to be sharing my screen but firstly, I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers of this program. It's been a wonderful moment. I was online and I joined the sessions, both the physical sessions and yes, the online sessions. It's been like so amazing moment. And I want to say thank you for organizing this. And thank you for having me on board. I really want to thank the presenter, the person who just like presented. That was a wonderful presentation from her. And it's so amazing. All right. So as I'm sharing my screen, I would want to talk a bit about myself because what I'm going to be talking about, it really had something to do about me. Yeah. So, all right. If you can see my screen, could you please just like give me a thumbs up too, so I know you can see my screen and that you're here with me. Amazing. Amazing. Great. I can see a lot of thumbs up. Thank you guys for the encouragement. It's so nice. All right. So again, my name is Moses Akachukwu. I am the founder of Languages for Growth and Impact Foundation, which is LGI. And so before I go into my presentation and talking about what we do at LGI and how we've discovered and created the structure which we use, which is that we teach languages, of course, foreign languages, from the indigenous ones, right? And how can you be multilingual and why should everyone be global citizens? How do we embed culture into our learning process? And how can we build a multilingual classroom? All right. So a short story about me. I was born in Togo. Yeah. So I grew up in Togo, had my secondary school education in Ghana, then came back to Nigeria. And so I would want to greet my Togolese and Ghanaian people. I want to say, mi fonura, me dogbena milo, amesa me fon, e Georgina mbe me la fisia. All right. Then I go over to Igbo. I'm actually Igbo yet. So I'm more Igbo. I'm a Igbo from my one for Cambo. Cheche Igbo kwenu. Cheche Igbo kwenu. So, all right. So I'd just like to do a bit of this, and talking about myself is to introduce you into our topic. How has languages helped me? Being able to speak Igbo, Ewe, Yoruba, and of course, foreign languages like English, of course, German, French, Chinese, these languages have put me in the center of opportunities. Yeah, so I've been able to serve as a tour guide. I've worked at the German embassy in Nigeria, Abuja. I've done interpretations and translations of a lot of things. Yeah. So I've transcribed, I've been like in so many fields, been like very versatile. Because I'm saying this because in the last section, previous sessions, I had people talking about like the physical sessions. I had people talking about, oh, why should one learn a language and what are they going to do with it? The essence is that language puts you in the middle of every field. So this is what we're going to be talking about. We're talking about our stories and who we are, like what we do. Then we'll talk about the impact we've made in LGI by building global citizens. Then we'll give you a sort of a rundown, practical session of the techniques that we use for education and why it's important and why multilingualism is important in transforming Africa. Of course, note, we are not saying we scrap out the Nigerian or the African languages, our indigenous languages. We hold that. We built the whole structure of the foreign languages into our structure, just like how the previous speaker just said. So we talk about the benefits, then we come to a conclusion, and then I get your contributions and your questions. All right, so who are we at LGI? So in LGI, we believe that as Languages for Growth and Impact Foundation, we believe that we want, or we can set languages in the middle of every sector. Yeah. And that is it. If you don't understand me and I don't understand you, we definitely are not going to be on this session. If we don't have interpretations, it's going to be difficult. So how do we set languages in the middle of every sector so that everyone benefits locally and internationally? This is actually very, very important. Yeah. So what did we do? We tried to incorporate the SDGs in our curriculum, in the way we teach people. And then we actually connected to skill development, people in tech, people in other skills, story writers, movie writers, people in different fields, people in sciences, different fields. We are connecting with them. And we're looking at how do we set language at the middle of at the center of your field. So you can be able to not just play locally in your country, but go across the whole of Africa and of course, internationally. So to that end, we are looking forward to creating African professionals who would stand in the gap and actually bridge the language gap between the foreigners and their home countries. All right, so our first case study. So this is Adewumi. So this is Adewumi. And Adewumi, we met Adewumi during one of our LGI outreaches, which is the Teach a Language program. So Adewumi is 12 years old, and Adewumi is in primary 6. So Adewumi actually came from a place called Ibadan, from one of the rural areas, and came down. And then we met Adewumi. But then Adewumi was actually disadvantaged because Adewumi had low test scores and then lacked confidence when speaking English. But then what did we find out? We found out that Adewumi has very good storytelling skills, good mental math skills, and Adewumi speaks Yoruba very good. The Nigerian Pidgin language, very top. But then Adewumi does not understand English so well. So, but then this made us to actually develop more on our TAP project. Of course, our TAP project was based on bringing German and French languages to primary schools and secondary schools. Actually, I studied French and German in the university as my bachelor's. So we said, okay, we could create something because people who were trying to learn the foreign languages in the universities were seen as not being able to actually learn that. They were looked at, well, what are you going to be doing with these languages? And we said, okay, how do we make these languages important for these people? How do we make them to like it? So we created a format where we teach the languages through the local structures. And I'll be showing you that. Of course, we could teach English using our local languages, using the local structures. Then the case 2. Here we have this profile, aged women and men in the African rural markets. All of us here, we are actually very familiar with this scenario, with this picture that I've shown us. These women, talented. My mom could do mental math while I was helping her in the shops and all that. And I saw that, like, before I could already calculate what the person has bought to know how much I'm to give the person, my mom has already said that. But then what happened? These women, what are the skills that they have? They have very good bargaining skills, business management skills, strategic planning. But then they have the African languages. They could speak the local languages. They could speak the pidgin, but their English perhaps not so good. And then the people who happen to speak English look at them and be like, okay, you're not able to speak the foreign languages, so we are better than you. Another disadvantage is that these women and these men in the local markets, in most cases, are just able to play at the local level and not at the international markets. And for that reason, they have low income rate. So what are we trying to do in LGI? So our mindset is, okay, we looked at this after visiting certain schools in certain rural areas and carrying out our TAP projects. We decided, oh, we could build a multilingual digital tool or perhaps platforms or multilingual learning centers. So we decided we're going to be carrying out the LGI street libraries, where in the street libraries in the rural areas, we have books which have the local languages. A lot of people are not able to read the local dialects. A lot of people are not able to actually speak it. And what is that causing? Our languages are going into extinct. Year in, year out, we have fewer people speaking our dialects, our local languages. So by the time we start writing stories, by the time we start creating them, by the time we start putting them at the places that people can see and people can read them, people have the mindset of looking at the languages, our indigenous languages, as being structured, not only structured, but as being standardized, as being just as equal as what the foreign languages are like. Now, when we look around, if you look at this map, you would ask yourself, the languages of business in Africa. When you look at that, you're going to be you're saying English, French, Arabic, Portuguese, Spanish. Then we have Swahili, Arabic, and so on. So just about like 2 African languages, which are the language of business in Africa. Some of the sessions which I actually attended and which was pioneered by certain professors, they said, why can't we have a regional language which is spoken across perhaps the Cameroon, perhaps down to La Côte d'Ivoire? And if we have these languages, is it not going to be so important and so good that people could trade across the borders using the same language? But then there is this argument that, okay, if we choose a language, what happens to the other languages? And rhetorically, I want to ask on this platform, as we have chosen English, or as we have chosen French, or perhaps Portuguese, or any other language as our official languages and languages of business in Africa, what happens to our other languages? So we need to make a decision, and a firm decision, deciding that we are going to choose one language. And perhaps one or two, standardize them as everyone has said, put them into writing. Let's write stories, Anansi stories, the tortoise stories. Let's write them in our local languages. Let's produce those movies in our local languages, because our stories matter a lot. It gives the person, the Nigerian, the South African, the Kenyan, the Ghanaian, who is outside, abroad, it gives them that sense of a belonging. So a question is, are Africans multilinguals? A lot of people keep asking this. A lot of people keep asking me this. And my question is, when you look at this picture, what can you say? Yes. If we take a poll now, and of course, I would want, if you can type in the chat box, I would want to say it. I want to see how many people here just speak one language. In most cases, it's going to be very impossible, because the average African speaks about at least 2 or 3 languages, 4 or 5 languages. And if we Africans are multilinguals, how do we use this multilingualism to make Africa rich? So what are the advantages of multilingualism? Of course, it gives us the help of linguistic and cultural width. 1/3 of the world's languages, of course, that is our population. Foreign languages as official languages. So we need to we have foreign languages, but then our indigenous languages are not official languages, just as I've said. So what are the disadvantages of this? By making foreign languages or official languages, of course, we have like less than 20% of people in Francophone Africa being taught in their mother tongue. This is a UNESCO 2025 survey. So as I mentioned earlier, we are having fewer speakers, and our languages are not used in most official settings. Lately, there has been this discussion of having our speakers at the parliament, our representatives, use the local dialects or the local languages to actually discuss, debate. But everyone keeps asking, which of the languages should we pick? Just as Kiswahili, we should make a decisive decision across the whole of Africa and choose a language. In Nigeria, we should choose a language. If we don't want, in Ghana, we should choose a language. In Benin Republic, we should choose a language. If we don't want to choose a language, then the government should support and sponsor linguists to create a common language involving different languages. And at this point in time, I will want to talk about Luxembourg. Luxembourg is a country situated in Europe, but shares borders with France, Germany. When Luxembourg saw that their native language, which is Luxembourgish, was dying out, because they had this, I wouldn't call it colonialism, but this French invasion and this German invasion and so on. So in Luxembourg, if you get to Luxembourg today, you can speak French, German, English, and Luxembourgish, which is their native language, and everybody, indigenous language, and everybody understands you. Yeah. So what did they do? They decided, okay, we're going to make sure that we standardize the Luxembourgish language. So what did they do? They actually went around, checked out the languages, the words which are mostly used perhaps in German, mostly used in French and all that, because everybody is already speaking that. They try to turn this into their Luxembourgish accent, the whole sound, the whole linguistic sounds and symbols and all that. And in school, as a child, in the elementary school, you get to be taught Luxembourgish. The curriculum, whatever you're learning is in Luxembourgish. Of course, the French becomes an oral learning. The French becomes like a secondary language. And while you continue, you get to add German to it. And what are they creating? They are creating multilinguals who are ripe and set for the global stage, who can make impact in their countries locally, and it will make impact outside your countries. So let's look at what the core values of multilingualism, or LGI, what we do. Firstly, we've talked about multilingual learning, advocacy for mother tongue-based language, multilingual education, advocacy for policies promoting African languages, and preservations and sustainability of African languages. And you can already see in my whole speech what we do. So what is LGI? And building global citizens. So how do we build global citizens? Of course, through language teaching and acquisition, which I've talked about, through school outreaches. And that is through one of the programs which we call like TALP, yeah, which means teacher language program. Then we have this LAWAD, where we have a challenge that people learn a word a day in their languages. Of course, this challenge is coming up in the next month. It's going to be like a 15 days. You could, any language you want to learn, if you want to learn Igbo, Yoruba, Twi, Ewe, Kiswahili or something, you join us on the whole challenge. We make it wide so you can follow our social media platforms to actually get more on that. And everybody speaks about it. And from there, you connect with other people who speak the languages. And we encourage people learn local dialects, learn local languages, connect with people. Yeah. So then we have this LGI talks, then our LGI newsletters, and of course the upcoming events is the LGI Street Library, which I talked about. So this is it. This is our TAP 1.0, yeah, which we have like our yearly language acquisition outreach to primary and secondary schools. Of course, for now, this outreach is just in German and French, because of course the idea is that we want these children, the students who have not yet gone to the universities, to have a mindset, to have a view of the global stage. It's very important. And then we teach these languages using the local language structure, and I'll be showing us that very soon. And this tab started since 2021, and it was the idea of myself and some colleagues. We decided, what do we do? How do we make sure that people who are learning foreign languages could impact their societies, their communities, using the local structures, and still give the attendees or the beneficiaries of this program a view of the global stage. So we've had the TAP 1.0, the TAP 3.0, and the last year we just had the TAP 5.0. So how does it happen? University students volunteer and they are trained to carry out this project in primary and secondary schools. So this year we are opening it up for different languages, Yoruba, Igbo, and all that. And of course, we'll be very glad to connect with different languages outside Nigeria. Then what has the result been like? Both teachers and students get to build their multilingual skills. We get to train teachers to tell them, this is how you could do this. This is how you could build a multilingual classroom. Of course, I'm just focusing the multilingual classroom based on languages, but of course we carry it out on other aspects too. But yeah, I would just stop based on languages here. Okay. So the global citizenship, which I've talked about, if we are able to give people both indigenous and foreign languages, what happens? They become like a bridge between these countries, between these continents. Mind you, if I had not been able to master the Ewe language, the Igbo language, and of course, a basic intermediate level of knowledge of the Yoruba language, I probably wouldn't have worked in the different places that I've worked in. At the German embassy, I served as the German Federal Criminal Police Office, and we were in charge of not just Nigeria, but Benin Republic, and of course, Ghana. So if I didn't have this language skills and I couldn't understand the locals, I wouldn't have been able to mediate between Benin Republic, Ghana, and of course, Nigeria. Yeah, and so the development of knowledge, skill sets, general accepted values and attitudes that enable the learners to contribute to a more inclusive, just, and peaceful world, locally rooted and globally connected. So that is what we actually think about. And how do we incorporate the cultural aspect? For example, when we look at this linguistic interdependence hypothesis, which is a way of teaching a language. And what does it say? It says you teach from the language that the learner understands. Firstly, you identify the learner's mother tongue, you find the similarities in it, and you link the new knowledge to the concepts in learner's mother tongue. And what is the outcome? A bridge is built and a new knowledge looks familiar. So firstly, I want to use the Yoruba language to give us a knowledge of perhaps the French and the German. Maybe let me just take the German. So in the Yoruba language, there is the formal way of addressing someone, and there is the informal way of addressing someone. So we have the E and the O. So I can say e caro. That's like good morning. But if I'm talking to someone who is like my colleague, my friend, I can say caro without putting the E. In German, we have this, where we use the du form to address our friends. In French too, we have that, where we use the tu to address our friends. Yeah. And then we have the Z form, which is the formal form of addressing someone. And also in French, we have the vous form. These are structures in these different languages. We show respect. And when we are teaching someone who understands Yoruba already, we want to incorporate this culture in it. We tell them this, we show it to them, and then the language becomes familiar to them. There are different other structures. And I'll be going to the Ewe structure. If you are from the Ewe region in Ghana, or perhaps in Togo, or perhaps in Benin Republic, you will understand this. Now, as I schooled in Ghana, I was taught Ewe language at the GSS level. Back then, I somehow didn't really understand the whole concept. So it's actually the truth. But then, as I wanted to learn other languages, it became clear to me that the Ewe language, the parts of speech explained this terminologies better than the English does, or than the French does, or than the German does, which I have learned along. So starting from this structure, I'm able to connect to the foreign languages, just as the previous speaker said before me. So, and I'm going to explain this to you. So verb in Ewe is dowonya. Sometimes they say unkonya dowonya. Yeah, so unkonya means a noun. It can equally mean a word. So dowonya means a word that does an action. Yeah, so the panel speakers like 2 days ago already mentioned that our African languages are descriptive. And because they are descriptive, the child or the learner gets to understand these languages better. And when they do, they can learn multiple languages, and it's actually very easy. I would really say that has helped me, and that has helped those who come to Languages for Growth and Impact Foundation and those who work with us. So the noun is nkonya. It is a word which has a name. And of course, in English, you say a noun is the name of a person, animal, place, or a thing, or an idea. Then a preposition is nkonya tepe fianya. That is a word that shows a location. And absolutely, that describes a preposition. So we get to teach people languages in a multilingual setting, and some of them cannot identify what a preposition is in a sentence, and now we see is in a sentence. A verb is in a sentence. But these people can speak French, German, English, Chinese perfectly. But already, if you have learned Ewe, or perhaps any other African language which is descriptive, you will be able to identify this. So we show people these structures in their mother tongue, and through that, they are able to find out what other sections are. So I'll just go rapidly and, of course, talk about other methods like the mother tongue-based multilingual education. And what is that? You have the mother tongue, then you develop it from the mother tongue to a regional language, then from a regional language to an international language. That is perhaps what would work for us in Africa, because we have different mother tongues. And of course, we can, from the mother tongues, develop the language to a regional level, and from the regional level to the international language. Of course, the foundational learning is done in, of course, the L1, because this ensures deep comprehension before global participation. So the person already understands the concept before going to the global stage. And the aim is to use the language that learners are most comfortable in and can find around them. So the United Nations, the UNESCO says, if you don't understand it, how can you learn it? If everything I have said here, if you don't understand it, if you don't understand me, perhaps, of course, you can't. If you don't understand what I'm saying, if perhaps you just speak only French and I've been speaking English and there's no translation. If you understand Kiswahili, if you understand Igbo and I've been speaking English, if you understand any other African language and I've been speaking English all this while, you wouldn't have. And that is the essence of this session. How do you use the local language, the structures, and building the global languages to make impact on the global stage? So I bring another linguistic sound. In most cases, when we are teaching students who are from the Igbo region, it's actually very easy, because in French, it is difficult sometimes to differentiate between the oral nasal sound and the oral sound, like the letter N, the oral sound, and the nasal one. very difficult sometimes. So you have students interchanging them. And what do we do? This is an example. If you understand Igbo already, the first one says Ngozi, Ngozi. So it is the sound. When the student is able to do that in their mother tongue, they are able to feel where their tongue lies. And then they can replicate that in the foreign language. So when I say it's easy for you to say mon, ton. So you see that your tongue does not clip up. It just lies and you are able to say ton, mon, That nasal sound is pronounced. And then when we talk about the oral sound, we sometimes use like names, words that they're familiar with. Example, chine. You can see the oral sound, ne. Then the nye is the nasal. A word like mi, nyon, mi, nyon. Because of the double N and the E, you can see that the last N is not a nasal sound, but then it is an oral sound. So putting this comparison and learning the foreign language through the indigenous structures, it becomes easy. The student sees the language as, okay, I can leverage on this linguistic diversity to actually learn the new language. Then we have the contextualization of the languages. Put the languages in context where the student can understand, where the learner can understand. Then this builds inclusivity. It builds empowerment. By creating context, bringing the Anansi stories, the tortoise stories, the indigenous stories we have in our local languages, of course, translating them in English and other languages, the student can read the story in the local language and equally find it in the foreign language and be able to understand.
Hello, Moses.
Hi.
Hi. Please, I'll just like to interject to say that we have very limited time. Our time is almost up and we need some few minutes for question and answer. So if we could.
Yeah, so I'm actually rounding up.
You.
I actually had this for like a sort of a 15, 13 minutes for like questions and answers. I've had that, so I'm rounding up. So then we have like telling of stories, which I talked about, the contextualization and all that, vocabulary transfer, development of intercultural competencies and building literacy. Of course, the social media is not like left out. The AI, the tech aspects are not like left out. Let's create stories on all these platforms. And of course, we can already see platforms like Nkene AI, DG. Some other platforms were mentioned in this in the course of this program already, of this conference, and they are amazing tools. I would say we should check them out. We should make contributions to it. Our tech savvy people should actually just like jump on it, create games for Africans in African languages. All right. So in doing this, the transformation is going to start from we, the individuals, go through our households, through the schools. The policymakers are involved. The creatives are involved. The technologists, the tech service, the language activists, we are all involved if we want to make Africa great and actually build an African country which is connected to the world at large and which promotes our languages. So what do we have? We have economic development. And in conclusion, we're saying multilingual education is not an option in Africa. It is a development strategy. Just as we engage other foreign languages out there, we as Africans need to write books, educate and teach our African languages, create digital tools and policies that enable the use of these languages. Only by doing this can we make the African languages valuable and sustainable. Africa will change the world by bringing its languages to it, not by abandoning its languages, but in so doing, a fair combination of both indigenous African languages and foreign languages is needed to build global citizens who understand both local and global values and ethics. Thank you so much for the time. And yeah, I'm available if you have questions and contributions also. And yeah, I'll check the chat box. So thank you for my time.
Thank you so much, Moses. Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. We have some few minutes left. Would like to take questions. I have this question from Mohamed Alassan, and he says that his question is that people tend to learn European languages because they promise job opportunities in the past, but now, even with English diploma in some countries, getting a job is difficult. Then, is language only enough for development and job acquisition in Africa, or it should be aligned with other fields?
All right. So I take that question, yeah?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. Okay. So if I really understand so well, people tend to learn foreign languages, and then the jobs are no more there. Yeah. Now, I've just told you how I made myself, I classified myself in a way that I could be able to work and get jobs. And of course, everybody in our organization knows this and they do this. Once you have a good knowledge of your local language, it's very much important to be able to work in the international stages. Like, so a lot of people are doing researches. Like recently we had to send some of our interpreters to very local communities to help some German researchers in collecting of data, in translating them, and so on. Now, there are people who are schooling abroad, and if they have to do their researches, Africans, they have to come back, translate in the local languages to carry out this thing. Africa has a lot of potentials to sell out our languages. It's there. When we talk of Europe, the America and other continents, they've done a lot of research. Back home, we are still just starting. Why don't we build on the local languages, do these researches, create jobs? If we have AI tools which are used in African language, then you as someone who studied English would be the intermediary between this translating these AI tools or the navigation between it and the foreigner over there. And we can do this, if I answered your question correctly. So there are jobs, really.
Thank you very much, Moses. Thank you. I hope your question was answered, Alassane. If we have other questions or we want more enlightenment, we can reach out to Moses via his various social medias that's showing on our screen. I would like to bring the session to an end. And I'd like to thank Moses for gracing our stage once again. A big thank you to our technical team and also to our audience. I would also like to remind us that the day isn't over yet. We still have more sessions. We still have more sessions ongoing. We have a next session at 12. Kindly hold on for me. Okay. Okay. So we have our next session at 12, and this session is going to be presented in Wolof, and we will have interpretation available. The topic is going to be From Classroom to Community, the Power of Learning Wolof. And this is going to be presented by Sidi Mbaye. I hope we will stick and stay and then learn from this insightful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a wonderful time, and yeah, bye for now. I'll stay on the call in case anything.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining day 3 of the African Languages Conference. Today is the 3rd day, and this is going to be the 5th session of the day. So I hope everybody is excited. I think we're going to dive right in. and we'll have everybody join in as time goes on. So, welcome to the African Languages Conference 2026. Over 1 billion Africans speak indigenous languages every day, yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference 2026 brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, and community leaders to forge pathways forward. AFLC's journey 2022 to now. Founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week, AFLC was built on a clear mission: to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances language and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative into a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers, and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition hosted in Accra, Ghana. Earlier this week, on February 23rd to 24th, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to 28th via Zoom. All sessions are live streamed on the AFLC YouTube and Facebook platforms, with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. Now, to speak on some of our partners, without which the conference wouldn't be as big as it is today, we have Silicon. We have, okay, sorry about that. So our sponsors are Silicon at Stanford University, African Language Consultants, and African Translation. As mentioned before by my colleague Fatima, this session is going to be held by Sidi Mbaye, I hope I didn't butcher the name, a Wolof language teacher, and he's going to be presenting on From Classroom to Community, the Power of Learning Wolof. Just give me a moment. So, this session seeks to explore how learning Wolof can bridge classrooms and communities, strengthening multilingual education and cultural pride. Drawing from his experience as a Wolof teacher at Micro or Lango Africa, the presenter shares practical strategies for teaching African languages in modern contexts, combining traditional methods with digital tools. Participants will discover how Wolof learning enhances communication, fosters inclusion, and creates new educational and economic opportunities. Now, our speaker, Sidi Mbaye, is a Wolof teacher dedicated to promoting African languages as tools for education, technology, and entrepreneurship. He develops digital content and resources that make African languages more accessible while empowering communities to create opportunities through language. So without further ado, I think I'd like to give the floor to Sidi Mbaye to speak about the title that we have for today. And I hope that we are all going to stay engaged. Please be reminded that we have interpretation available. You should see a globe icon at the bottom of your screen, which you can click on to either choose which language you best prefer. And please don't forget to use the Q&A function. If it's not available to you, please do not hesitate to leave your questions, comments, suggestions in the chat box. So welcome, Sidi Mbaye. I will hand over the mic to you now.
Hello, everyone. Okay, should I introduce myself in Wolof or in English or in French?
So
so-
there's interpretation from Wolof into English and French, so you can speak in Wolof and you'll be good.
Okay, great. Sidi laa tudd Sidi laa tudd man maay jàngale Wolof ci Lingua Africa tey présentation bi titre bi mooy jàng ak dëkkaale maanaam ci classe ba ci askan bi dooley jàng Wolof moo ma tudd waaw ci présentation bi dinañ wax njëriñu Wolof ak Wolof yan buntu la mën a ubbi ci ki ko di làkk ki ko mën a làkk ak Wolof tamit ban njariñ la am ci askan bi waaw ku bëgg a ñëw Sénégal lan moo tax ñu am solo ci yow nga war a dégg Wolof ndax mën a intégrer communauté bi Sénégalais yi boo fi bëggee liggéey boo fi bëggee investir sa xaalis dugal sa xaalis Sénégal kon présentation bi léeg-léeg la ci Lingua Africa man maay jàngal Wolof man maay jàngale Wolof ay nationalité yu bari am na ay Canadien am na ay Africa ñu nekk ci diaspora bi am ñu nekk France ak xeet yu bari ñu jàngale Wolof pour wane njariñu Wolof naka la amee solo rek ci Sénégal waaye ci diaspora bi fépp ci àdduna ndax Sénégal dafa nekk réew boo xam ne réewu teraanga la réew kon Wolof njëriñam moom mooy naka lay dimbale képp ñëw Sénégal nga mën a bokk si ñun nga bañ a am benn problème intégration ndaxte làkk comme ni nga waxee làkk suñu làkk yi buntu la voilà yaakaar naa ne présentation bi dina am njëriñ su fekkee ne présentation léegi mën naa partager sama PowerPoint ak yéen ñu commencé baax na wala je peux aller pour la présentation. Okay. maa ngi ubbi PowerPoint bi ñu ngi commencé présentation bi la voilà ñu ngi def kon sama présentation tey mi ngi am mi ngi tudd jàng ak dëkkaale
Sorry
dooley
to, hello, I hope you can hear me. Sorry to interrupt, but could you please speak louder for
okay
interpretation? Yes,
sorry
thank you.
maa ngi tudd ok kon tey sama présentation bi mi ngi tudd jàng ak dëkkaale jàng ak dëkkaale dooley jàng Wolof kon ci partie bu njëkk bi am na introduction deuxième partie bi ndaje bi ci lan la jëm ndaje bi ci lan la jëm Wolof mooy Lingua Africa lu ci topp mooy lu tax Wolof am solo dinaa wax ci sama expérience ci Lingua Africa bi soqeeko ci micro gannaaw classe bi après dinañ jàng tuuti Wolof léegi ma daal di tëj conclure ak jërëjëf après suñ loolu jàllee ñu dem ci laaj yi ak ci contribution yi déedéet. Donc comme ni ma ko waxee woon sànq ndaje bi ci lan la jëm ndaje bi ci lan la jëm xam lan la wolof di wax mooy xam ne wolof du rekk làkk bu ñuy wax waaye mooy benn yoon bu ñuy jëfandikoo ngir jokkoo ak askan wi ak seen aada xam ni wolof di lëkkaale classe ak askan daf di wane ni làkk bi mën na bokk ci njàng mi ak dund bu nekk bis di tax jàngkat yi gën a xam cosaan ak mbir yi ñuy dund jàng ay baat yu am solo daf di jàppale nit ñi gën a waxtaan gën a déglu te gën a jokkoo ak ñeneen ñi seen dund xam ne làkk yi mën na ubbi ay buntu liggéey daf di wane ne jàng wolof ak yeneen làkk yi mën na jur ay liggéey yu bees ci njàngat tourisme média technologie ak AI te yokk doole économie ak boppam wolof mooy lingua Africa lu tax ñu ne wolof mooy lingua Africa wolof lan mooy wolof wolof lan la wolof mooy làkk bi askan wi gën a wax ci Sénégal ñu koy wax ci dëkk taax yi ak ci kaw gi mooy làkk bis bu nekk wolof mooy lingua Africa ñëpp dégg nañu wolof Sénégal ñëpp dégg nañu wolof ñu koy jëfandikoo ci marché transport rajo ak télé wolof mooy làkku jokkoo léegi ñu jàll ci lu tax wolof am solo wolof am na solo ndax mooy benn làkk bu yàgg bu am cosaan ak aada yu am doole tey ñu koy jëfandikoo bis bu nekk ci dundu ñu bari ci Sénégal ak Afrique sowu jant daf di tax nit ñi mën a jokkoo bu baax di yokk jàmm ak teranga te di jàppale njàngat ak dundu bu nekk jàng ak jëfandikoo wolof itam mën na ubbi ay bunt xam-xam ak liggéey te wane ne làkk yi am nañu doole ci dundu cosaan ak économie sama expérience man Sidi Mbaye ci lingua Africa sama expérience lingua Africa moo ñuy jàngal làkk Afrique yi lingua Africa moo ñuy jàngal làkk yu Afrique te mooy tamit école de langue bu micro ci biir lingua Africa sos nañu ay cours en ligne gratuit ngir dimbali nit ñi jàng wolof waaye itam ñu joxe cours en ligne payant ngir ñi bëgg njàng bu gën a xóot li ma gën a neex ci expérience bi mooy ne am naa sañ-sañu daje ak sama jàngkat yi waxtaan ak ñoom won leen sama cosaan ak sama làkk loolu daf ma may mbégte ak yitte ndax jàng olof doon na benn yoon bu ñuy jokkoo di bokk di xam ak di dëkkaale waaw ci nataal bi ngeen gis ñi ñi doon jàng wolof lañ ñu ngi jóge woon ba Canada ñu woon Sénégal visiter Sénégal xool cosaan ak aada Sénégal fii Saint-Louis la Ndar ñu dajee ci benn restaurant waxtaan ma làkk leen tuuti wolof ñu lekkan añandoo toog waxtaan ñu jël ay photo dem visiter marché dem pont ba visiter lu bari xam lu bari ci Sénégal ñi may jàngal wolof fan lañu jóge ñoo ci ëpp ñi may jàngal wolof ñi ci ëpp France lañu jóge 45% yi France lañu jóge maanaam bu dee Canada moo ci topp Canada boo jëlee téeméer bu nekk fukk ak juróomi Canada lañ jóge bu dee États-Unis la téeméer bu nekk fukki États-Unis lañ jóge bu dee yeneen réewu Europe yi la téeméer bu nekk juróom-ñaar nit fa lañ jóge bu dee pays asiatique yi comme Chine wala Japon téeméer bu nekk tamit fukki fa lañ jóge bu dee Mexique téeméer nit yu nekk di jàng fukki Mexique lañ jóge li ci des mooy 2% yi ñoom ñu ngi jóge ci yeneen réew maanaam ñi lay jàngal wolof pour won leen ne wolof nekk na làkk bu am solo ci àdduna ji ñu nekk gannaaw bu ñu weesoo njàngale bi ak làkk bi gannaaw classe bi lan la dégg wolof di jariñ xam ngeen bu baax ni at mi muy 2026 atu ñaari junni ak ñaar fukk ak juróom benn Sénégal day dalal Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse maanaam ndaw yi nekk ci àdduna bi yépp ci continent yépp dañuy daje Sénégal kon loolu tax na wolof am solo te buñ ne Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse soxla nañ ay volontaire te volontaires yi buñ ñëwee Dakar waaye am nañu dégg français am nañu ko déggul am nañu déggul anglais kon dégg wolof day daal di nekk lu am solo lu mën a xettali ci lu bari mën naa dimbali ba boo ñëwee nekk war a liggéey ci Jeux olympiques de la jeunesse yi nga mën a wax sa soxla lu mu tuuti ci wolof léegi nañ jàng wolof tuuti ñu jàng wolof léegi ndax làkk bi mooy benn doole bu am solo ci cosaan jàngat ak jokkoo jàng wolof tey daf ñuy may xam askan ak aada di gën a jokkoo ak ñeneen ñi te di ubbi ay buntu xam-xam ak liggéey ci àdduna bu bees léegi la du gannaaw suba gannaawaat suba du suba léegi jàng wolof war na ni ñu jàng ko tey ngir ëllëg dina baax léegi ñoo leen jàng xool nu ñuy nuyoo ci wolof naka la ñuy nuyoo ci wolof sénégalais dafa xam teraanga sénégalais dafa mën a nuyoo dafa xam jokkalante ak dugalante loolu moo tax nuyoo am solo léegi boo ñëwee Sénégal soo gisee nit ki bëgg koo nuyu ni nga koy nuyoo mooy nga koy wax naka nga def naka nga def léegi moom mu lay tontu maa ngi fi jàmm rek jërëjëf après yooyu nga ne ko jërëjëf kon nii ñeent baat di ñu bind fii boo bëggee ñëwee Sénégal bëgg nuyu nit mën nga ko jëfandikoo pour nuyu ki nga bëgg nuyu léegi mën naa la laaj tuuti waaw sama tur lan mooy sama tur boo bëggee wax sa tur mën nga wax sama tur mooy wala nga joxe sa tur nga ne laa tudd maa ngi jóge maa ngi jóge maa ngi liggéey léegi ay waxin yu bees bés bu nekk waxin yu bees bu njëkk bi mooy waaw waaw beneen bi mooy déedéet bi ci topp mooy ba beneen yoon beneen bi mooy ba suba ba suba léegi fii dañuy pratique tuuti quiz bi donc dañuy pratique tuuti donc mën ngeen bës ci quiz bi pour ñu pratiquer tuuti wolof ñu xool ba xam seen dégg wolof yéen fu mu toll léegi damay ubbi quiz bi bu ko defee ñaari koy xool wala ma ubbi quiz bi tuuti
Hello, Sidi. Is it possible for you to
Yeah.
share the link
yeah I'm
so that our
sharing
participants? Okay.
okay the links okay so I can say the link via the chat
Yeah.
okay okay so léegi maa ngi leen di yónnee link bi maa ngi partager link bi ak yéen su ko defee ñu mën a dugg ci quiz bi léegi nii ok link baa ngi nii kon donc link bi mi ngeen cee dugg ñu def quiz tuuti ñu xool voilà baax nañu continuer léegi mu retourné ci kon quiz baa ngi nii mën nañ cee dugg ñu xool tuuti quiz ci wolof ok pour mën a pratiquer tuuti wolof léegi lii benn waxin la ci wolof waxin bu am solo waxin bi mooy ku muñ muuñ ma waxaat ko ku muñ muuñ ku muñ muuñ lan lay tekki maanaam ak lu mbir jafe-jafe àdduna lu mbir jafe-jafe soo muñee rek après li ci topp lépp day neex loolu mooy ku muñ muuñ pour jeexal sama présentation bi wane ni ne wolof du rekk làkk bu cosaan waaye mooy benn doole bu am solo ci njàngat dundu ak liggéey jàng ak jëfandikoo wolof daf di jàppale ci jokkoo ak askan di aar cosaan te di ubbi ay buntu yu bees ci économie ak technologie bi waxtaan ñu def tey daf ñu xamal ne làkk Afrique yi am nañu doole ak avenir bu leer ma jeexalaat ci li ma waxoon sànq mooy ku muñ jërëjëf ci li ngeen mo seetaan jërë ngeen jëf yéen ñëpp ci déglu bi léegi ku bëgg a am suñuy contact lien yi ñu ngi nii adresse email bi mooy @linguaafricainstitute@gmail.com wala nga dem Facebook nga bind Lingua Africa wala nga dem LinkedIn nga bind Lingua Africa Institute wala même boo demee Instagram nga fa am Lingua Africa kon loolu moo doon présentation bi di leen wax jërë ngeen jëf yéen ñëpp ci seetaan bi képp am laaj booy laaj maa ngi lay déglu dinaa si tontu bu leer ci wolof jërë ngeen jëf. Okay. kon loolu moo doon
All right.
présentation bi.
Thank you very, very much, CD, for the presentation. I think it's quite interesting to see what the situation is like when it comes to people being interested in learning the language and the many ways that they can use it outside of the classroom. I think before we begin, I think I clicked on the link you shared for the quiz. I'm not sure if others were able to access it. However, on my end, I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to go. But I'm pretty sure it's a very interesting activity that we could participate in. So please, once again, if you have any questions, the chat box is open. You can either use the Q&A icon or you can leave your questions in the chat box and CD will respond to them as and when they come in.
Okay.
Okay, so it seems we have one question. We have two, actually. So someone is Moses Akachukwu is asking if you could walk us through the platform because it seems we are all a bit lost. So if you could show us, yes, our way around the platform.
The quiz for the quiz or the.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so let me see. After that, I will. Okay. Okay, so I can answer in English. Can I answer
sure.
in English?
Any language is fine. Either English or Wolof is fine.
Okay, so this is just a link to invite you to join a class on Quizlet. So you gotta like subscribe to access contents for free, to activities and more. So you have to log in and to enroll for free. Yes, so you gotta use your mail. Like when you enter your mail, so you will see, like if I say type here to connect, you see, I see, so connect with Google, connect with Facebook, with Apple, and then I put my address, my email, and create my password, and I will see the contents like the quiz, and you will see different like subjects, biology, and you will see Wolof, and you click on Wolof. Yeah.
All right.
Was that? And for the second question.
Yes, so the second question was Wolof Wolof used to describe jollof rice as a popular African meal. Somebody is interested in
Was
knowing it
was what
was
was Wolof language used to describe the? Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you say, I can answer in English or in Wolof.
whichever you're more comfortable
Okay.
with.
Okay. So whenever you say Jollof, Jollof refers to Senegal. Okay, Jollof refers to Senegal because Jollof was a very famous kingdom here in Senegal. So it was I can say not the biggest kingdom in Senegal. So whenever you say Jollof rice, you are talking about our favorite dish, which is we can call it chebujan, okay? Chebujan, because cheb means rice and jan means fish. So chebujan, and what Nigerian people say jollof rice, but jollof is Senegal.
Okay. Thank you
Yeah.
very much for that. So I think this question was from Kwekukon. I hope that Siri has answered your question. And next time when you are telling people about one thing you learned, you tell them that you learned the Wolof name for Jollof. And I'm not sure if I can mention it, but yeah. Another question is asking, does Wolof have a close, is Wolof close to Fulfulde? I'm not sure if the person is referring to meaning or pronunciation, but yeah.
Say, Wolof is close to Fulani. Even
Mhm.
like, Wolof is a very open language. Wolof uses other language words, not because the word doesn't exist in Wolof, but Wolof is just like to make integration between ethnic group easier. Like in Senegal, we don't have the problems like this one is a Wolof, this one is a Fulani or Jola, so we won't have no relations. No, no. So Wolof uses other languages words just to make integration easier for in our integration for just peace. Like for example, um, the Fulani and the Serer, they are, they used to quiz the Serer, tease the Fulani, or the Fulani tease the Serer, the Wolof also. So this is just like to make integration easier. That's why Wolof uses other languages words just for integration. That's why. So you can see some Fulani words while speaking Wolof. But the word exists in Wolof, but Wolof is used to doing that, to use other languages word just for integration.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Yes, Mariam was the one who's answering that question, and she says thank you. I think you've clarified that very well for us. So I think that brings us to the end of the session. We are very glad to have you here. Your session was very insightful, very how do I put it, very interesting to see that some of these languages are up and coming and people are more open to adopting them and using them outside of the countries in which we believe they are supposed to be boxed into. Because a lot of people haven't heard of Wolof as much as you would think. But I think that it's gaining recognition, and that is something that we can all strive for with our mother tongues. So thank you very much once again for the presentation.
Thank you all. And Jeringen Jeff, means thank you all, like for attending this presentation. Thank you. I really appreciate. Contact now.
Thank you very much. All right. So as this presentation has drawn to a close, I'd like to thank the speaker, the technical team, and the audience as well, without which I'm not sure this session would have gone as well as it has. Coming up, we have another speaker coming your way. The next session, which is going to be in a few minutes, is going to be presented by Mr. Ta. If I mention the first name, I might deviate a bit, so I'm going to leave that for him to come and share himself. But Mr. Ta is going to be holding the next session. He's a linguist and researcher, and he's going to be presenting on revitalizing TIV heritage through a community-based museum. Thank you very much, and please stay behind, wait for the next session, or you can just go grab a cup of tea and then come back, and then we can continue with the sessions for the day. Thank you very much once again. See you soon.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great, great, great. So you're welcome to day 3 of the African Languages Conference 2026. As we settle in, I'm sorry that I'm a little jumbled up because it's trying to fix my computer, and then all these things that are man-made can be crazy. So, just a moment, I'll just share this in a few seconds. Please hold on just a little bit. We are sorting out a few technical issues, and then we get back to you in just a few minutes. And thank you so much for your patience, and so sorry about this.
Hello? Hello, please, if we are still around, can I please get a thumbs up? Hello?
Oh, yes. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Would like to apologize for
Yes. Hello.
the intermission. We had a bit of a technical issue which have been resolved now. So I would like to give the microphone to Ta to take over and then take us through the session. I think we are well behind time, but please, if you can hear me and if you are here, please, you can begin with the session. Thank you. Before I do that, I would also like to add that we have interpretation ongoing, like we mentioned earlier. So kindly look for the globe icon button and then click on that to give you the various interpretation available, and then you choose the language of your choice. Thank you. So I'll hand over to our speaker to proceed now.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank everyone who you guys are hearing me. Okay, good. So I am by name Joshua Tsah. I'm a linguist and a researcher. I've been working on Nigerian languages for some time, and Tiv language happens to be my mother tongue, which is the presentation is definitely going to focus on Tiv language. We are going to be talking about revitalizing Tiv heritage through community-based museum. That's going to be our topic of discussion in this presentation. About language documentation. We talk about literacy for indigenous languages, and most of the times we ignore the aspect of a museum which is going to help the community. So right now, let me try to start. All right, good. I guess, is that correct? All right, so in language documentation, we are not just focusing on documenting language and building literacy materials for languages, for indigenous languages alone, but we have an aspect which we are looking into, which we want to have a heritage that our languages, our communities, and our culture is going to be preserved. I will say this because language and culture good. There is no culture, there is no language. So we are preserving our languages, we are also preserving our culture. So this is just a kind of a center of our art heritage, which is going for our heritage. So let's start introduction of our people, which is a Tiv people. Tiv people is a language spoken in middle belt of Nigeria, where we have about 6 to 7 million speakers in middle belt Nigeria. And the languages across to the Cameroon, some speakers are found in Cameroon, and in Nigeria, the majority of, but you are going to have them in Plateau State, you are going to have them in Nasarawa State, you are going to see some of them in Niger State in Nigeria, but population over 6 to 7 million, and it's a Benue Congo language, yes. So the problem of what we are looking at is we are looking at the decline of integration, transmission of language, the use of oral history, the proverbs, the rituals, and the last and most dangerous one is the tourism, ongoing fast developing of building of whole communities, burning of whole communities to ashes, limited institutional spaces for TIF cultural preservation, impact of modernization and urban migration. I think in all essence, the major problem in TIF as a community we are facing right now, as a culture and a language we are facing right now, is we are facing a lot of attacks, terrorism attacks of our communities, and as a run, our burning down things that we keep dear to them are no more, because immediately when we have some attacks in the local villages, these are the places that our historical things, items are, the gods and everything, you'll find them in our local villages. But basically, most of these villages are under attacks in every angle of our, a TIF community. So this has caused to keep all the secrets, keep all our history, keep all our indigenous languages, keep all our rituals together. Because unlike before, where those things they were in the villages, being the local places, it's not like that again, because of TIF has been on attack for we have been running from this, a very tough and a difficult, being a challenge to us. So this has caused what we have our language as a team to save our reach. Score of, I think, from 2000 down here, most of these things, the typical villages are under attack, having around our neighborhoods. So this is so that we can all right, so sorry. I think there was okay. So sorry for that interruption, please. This is the challenge. Traditional items. So this, most of them from 2005 generation Unfortunately, not because the items are dying and they use some of these items, we hold dear to them. Since they are, not more. All right, so most of these items items you can see from this very image is what we call Mbuvungu, and most people doesn't know these things. They are sacred things are Muslim. Most of these things for us to save these items, which we definitely need of our heritage, preserve our items, preserve the oral history, Pacific. Yeah, so we want to equip endangered cultural items, oral history, literature, to organize educational programs, exhibitions, and cultural festival. And to the whole aim of this is to also see how we have language how we can okay, good. So the culture goes with the language. So basically, most of these items, if we do not preserve them, the items are going to disappear, which even the names of those items will also be disappear. So of recent development that happened recently, as a linguist and also a researcher, I was able to compare a comprehensive thief dictionary, which comprises of over 4,000 word lists, analyze, gloss, and also transcribe. This is a thief and English dictionary, which is going to help in language documentation and preservation. And some of these special items that should be able to be transcribed and saved in the museum.
Recording in progress.
So, importantly, well, this network is something else. All right. I can boldly say if we can keep history, if we can't keep history, history will disappear. In ancient time, history passes through generations to generation, but nowadays the case is different. History must be documented to avoid its lost. If we have a museum, old proverbs will be collected, recorded, and saved. So as many other things, this will serve as a venue for education, research center, tourism, and many more. So our aim is to see how we are going to be able to preserve these items, just as we preserve our language. We are going to have a museum where those items, the songs, our folk tales, the songs, everything will be recorded and will be saved. And all the other items, such like the names of our girls, on Babujua, on Yoko. So all of these things, we are going to collect these items, save them in one place, build it as a home, a heritage home, a museum where these things are going to be kept and they are going to be saved. Unlike as language is being documented, we also preserve our culture. So when language is documented, but no museum where physical items can be kept for safety, then there is a heavy chance for loss. Every language has a culture, and a culture is part of the language. And when culture loses, the language is also lost. So this is just the belief that we have, because culture has established already. Culture and language go hand in hand. So if there is no culture, then there is no language. And if there is no language, there is no culture. So basically these things, we need to keep them safe. We need to document them. We need to have them physically to see them. We need to store them online, also for the future use, for the safety. Because we are living in a time where we don't know, we don't even understand what is going to happen the next day. As you all know, that most of the typical villages, they live in a thatched house. They are not even living in cement houses. So basically, they are living in thatched houses, and we are having crisis every day, burning of houses for over 2 decades now. This issue has been going on and on, which results in the burning of most of our heritage, burning of most of the cultural items that, if care is not taken, you might not see them in the next few years, 2 years to come. You won't get them, because children from 2000 down to 2005 to now, they can't ever hold hands for this kind of items unless young people like us who are into research, who are doing research and who are doing documentation, where we have to travel to very far villages, go and meet the elderly people who are still alive to get some of these items, to document them, to have them saved. So here is to say preserve, document, and keep. We preserve language, we document the language, and we keep the language. And one of the aspects of keeping our language is also to have built a museum where our cultural items, especially, they are going to be saved. Our folk tales, the riddles, and everything is going to be saved and be preserved. Let's keep our hope to build a home for all. A museum is very important to keep the survival of language and culture intact. So this is just what we are aiming at. This is the call for saying that we are going to have a museum. We are going to preserve our culture. We are going to preserve our history. We are going to preserve things that we value so there in our very culture, just as we are preserving language, just as we are documenting this language. And this has opened a call for all languages. Recently, I was talking to some linguists and researchers in Nigeria who they are working on other languages. By God's grace, I've been working on other languages in Nigeria too, apart from my language, which is Steve. I've been working on Itilo, I've been working on Gengle, I've been working on Mambila and other languages here in Nigeria. So when I was talking to them, I say it's very important that you have a culture. Basically, we have so many cultures in Nigeria. Every language has a culture. I won't talk about other countries, but this one in Nigeria, I'm aware of it, that basically most or every language have their own unique culture.
Hello,
So
sorry to interrupt. Hello, Chad. Could you please switch your presentation to presentation mode?
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, hello, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I meant your presentation. If you could switch it to presentation mode, your slides.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure that's works now, is it?
Okay, you please continue. You can continue for us.
All right. Yes, I'm trying to get that, but okay. All right, good. Okay. Just let me just continue. Then
Yes, please. Please continue with the presentation.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay. So just as I was saying, good. Okay. Just as I was saying, we need to have a museum where these things are going to be kept. They are going to be safe, you know, and we have languages, communities, precisely here in Nigeria, which I'm so much aware of them, that have different cultures. Every language have her own unique culture, you know. So every language, like say every community, every language which have their own unique culture needs to preserve that, needs to document those things, needs to have a place where these things will be kept safe. They are going to be safe for future generation, and they are going to serve as in for educational purpose, where people can come and get the information they need, you know, from that very place. Okay, so we says that building a museum for a language community will serve greatly in language sustainability, cultural sustainability, as well as educational aspect, which I've already made so much emphasis on that. So we believe that when a museum is being built, we are keeping our community and our local knowledge of items, our local items saved, where people can come where we can have a next generations to come and make use of it. Especially our community is becoming so dynamic. We have no sure of what is going to happen next. So we need to have a safety, a place where our items are going to be kept, our cultural history, our things we cherish so much are going to be, to be safe for us. So, in conclusion, a museum home is more than a building. It's a vision for cultural survival and language continuity. In a world where indigenous identities are rapidly disappearing, languages dying, this paper stands as a beacon of hope for the Tiv people and languages, as well as to all who are still waiting to have a museum to help preserve their language. I invite the government, cultural institutes, and philanthropy organizations, and many individuals to partner with us in bringing this vision to life. We believe that we need this. We need a museum that is going to help our language, is going to serve as a continuity for generations to come. People will definitely make use of it. People will come from even far and near places to just come to have a look at what the culture, how the cultural Tiv people looks like, because we have a bigger dream. I have a bigger dream to see that everything, every cultural item is going to be documented, is going to be named just as it is in our culture, is going to be preserved physically and on internet and everywhere for generations to come. And I must say this again and again, because we are really at stake, especially the Tiv people here in Middle Belt of Nigeria. We are so at stake because most of our cultural items, most of them are being burning away, are being misplaced. People doesn't know them any longer. People, only the elderly ones, some of them knows the name of those things, but they cannot even lay their hands to say that, okay, this is the item. This is what we call this. This is this, So sometimes in the local villages, there are some like last 2 years that you can travel to get some of the pictures of these items. Those villages are being burning. There are no more people living in those places. So the culture, the items are really at stake. So it will take a rapid or a very urgency, of documenting those things and keeping safe for the next generation to come, even for research purpose and all these things. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you all. Happy speaking with you all today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sha, for this presentation. It was very insightful. I think we all get to learn that it's necessary for us to have a space where we can have documentation of our languages, especially the languages that are slowly fading out, because it goes a long way to influence generations yet unborn. With that said, I would like to find out from us if we have any questions for Tara, if have any additions, if we have any clarifications, would want to share with each other. The floor is open. We have some few minutes left. For that. So I would be on the lookout for your questions. You can drop your questions in the chat box. You can also leave your questions in the Q&A section, or you can just raise your hand and then we would give you the opportunity to ask your question. Any questions? Okay. So with that, I think that Blandy says great work. So I would assume that we all enjoyed this presentation, And I would like to use this opportunity to thank you, Cha, for gracing our conference and then giving us this insightful presentation. I would also like to thank the technical team and the audience. We are getting to the latter part of the day, and I hope we will all stick and stay because we have a few more interesting sessions that I believe we would all learn from. So I would urge all of us to finish hard because we have a few more sessions to close the day. With that said, I will- it's going to be a panel discussion. Yes, it's going to be a panel discussion on African languages in higher education. It's going to be in English. African languages in higher education, desirable, practical, and inevitable. It's going to be the discussion is going to be in English. However, we are going to have interpretation available. So I would urge all of us to stick and stay because we have more of interesting and more insightful and sessions that we could all learn and benefit from. Thank you very much.
But are you guys ready?
Yeah.
I hope the whole team is here. So I'm just gonna make some introductions whilst wait a little bit. Nice to see the
Yeah,
whole team here. Yeah.
yeah, there's one person still needs to come in, but yeah,
Okay.
why not?
Okay. So while we do that, I'll just gonna welcome everybody to day 3 of the African Languages Conference 2026. Feel free to introduce yourself in the chat and tell us where you're joining us from. You can connect with us online, learn more, and use the hashtags hashtag AFL 2026 and AFL ONF if you're posting about the conference. You can join some of our online communities on LinkedIn, African Languages Conference, on Facebook, African Languages Conference, on Instagram, the same, YouTube, and also on the website, africanlanguagesconference.org. Yeah, and as we keep waiting for, but says one more person, and then we are ready to go. So as we keep waiting for that one more person, so feel free to just introduce yourself, tell us where you're coming from, and I hope you have a good session. I'm going to be a moderator, Musula Muholo, not to be confused for being a Nigerian, very authentically Kenyan. And welcome to the African Languages Conference.
Oh, Musulu.
I know, right?
You're
I wanted
in
to
this.
surprise you
You're in
here.
it.
I know, I
Yeah.
wanted to surprise you here. I didn't want to tell you.
Yeah, oh, nice. Oh, nice.
Congratulations to us.
Yeah. Well, we are all here now, so
Amazing.
it's still a few minutes before the scheduled start of the
Okay,
thing. Let me see if I can share my screen.
very good. That would be good. That would be good.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. But you're going to stop
Great.
for me your screen for a bit so that I can
Yes, of course.
introduce you guys officially, and then you can switch to your screen. Is that cool?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. For about 4 minutes before we start.
Mhm.
So I'm going to have that right there. So wait a bit.
Yeah.
Please feel free to tell us where you're tuning in from. You can do it in your language, whichever language you're comfortable with. And if you would appreciate if you also translate some of it, if possible.
I'm joining from my hometown in Hilversum in the Netherlands. Goedemiddag,
Amazing.
as we say in our language.
Oh, nice.
Musulu, are you not in Oregon?
Yeah, I'm in Oregon. Yeah.
You're in Oregon now. Oh, wow. So we're really on at least 3 continents.
I know, which makes this beautiful, which makes this worth it.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, if pre-corona, it wouldn't have been possible.
I think Corona taught us one huge lesson that we could do these things from all over the world on the internet.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I can't see myself.
How is that possible that you can't see yourself?
Can you see me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can see you.
The top side of you.
Aha, so I can see sufficiently I can't see myself, so I can't even adjust my monitor. I don't know why. Maybe I'm using an ancient technology.
On the top right-hand side, there should be a button that says what you can show. and then there's an option to either hide showing yourself or to show yourself.
But we
Sorry?
can see you. We can see you. How is
We
it
can see
possible
you.
you cannot see yourself?
I can see myself.
Actually, technically, you can't
Now
see
you're
yourself.
better. Now you're better.
It's better now.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
see,
So I'm going to have to rely on your eyes, to
absolutely. But you know, technically, you cannot see yourself.
Oh,
Ideally, you
really?
cannot see yourself. No, can you see yourself? No.
No, I can't.
yeah.
You can only see a reflection of yourself, right?
Okay. Oh, a reflection. Oh, I see the joke now.
Okay, so I think in this 1 minute, I'm going to use it to introduce the team. Everyone is here apart from, I don't see Dr. Adisalem. Is she here?
Yeah. She says she is.
Yeah,
But she doesn't. She is here as a participant and not as a panelist. So we have to fix it so that she will be able to speak.
Okay, absolutely. So once again, we say welcome to the African Languages Conference 2026. And wherever you are joining us from, please let us know on the chat section. You could interpret that for us if you're using your indigenous language. In this particular session, we will be having Bert, we'll be having Bert, Dr. Taiwo, Dr. Adisalem, who is still deciding whether she wants to be on the panel or on the other side. And then we'll also have Dr. Juru Koro. I've actually spent the past few minutes trying to make sure that I don't say Juru Koro.
No, you are pronouncing it perfectly.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
thank you.
Juruko, because it's written in French, it makes it somehow longer.
Okay.
Diallo, yeah.
Diallo. Okay, so does Juru Koro have a meaning?
It means old rope in Bambara, or something that you owe to someone, a credit, or something like this.
That's interesting.
Okay, that's interesting. So,
I wish I was that one person you were owing.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm gonna have because everybody is on the screen, so I'm gonna have Bert to switch to your screen, and then you just take the floor and go ahead and entertain us, make us learn. This is your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so we have, in fact, a lot to share and not a lot of time in which to share it. But before I start, let me just call your attention to this book that is just out, called Local Languages, Global Futures, Language Learning and Sustainability in Africa. It contains an introduction in which we try to explain what the relationship is between sustainability and sustainable development and African languages. It has a theoretical chapter, and then it has a number of chapters on specific issues that have to do with indigenous African languages. One of them written by our moderator. And the book is free for downloading. So if you Google it, you will find it, hopefully, and you'll be able to read it. Okay, we have 4 speakers. Each one of us will try to speak within 15 minutes so that there is a little bit of time left at the end for question and answers. After myself, we will have Dr. Juru Koro Jallow of the University of Bern, Professor Taiwo Olorontoba Ojo of the University of Ilorin in Nigeria, and Ades Jallow, who is currently at the University of Stellenbosch in South Africa. So it's quite a diverse team that's going to look at different angles that have to do with African languages. Let me start sharing my screen. Will it do that? Let's see. There. Okay. I hope you can see it. Then I'll dive straight into it, into my presentation, and put my watch near to me so that I can know when to stop myself. I'll give you a short introduction, and then I will try in short words to say something about why the increased use of African languages in higher education is not only desirable, but also a practical possibility, and even why it's going to be in future inevitable. And I'll come to some conclusions. First, a word about myself. I have a history more or less in activism. My first job was in the anti-apartheid movement, and I worked for several NGOs. Then I returned to university, leading to a PhD and my book, Language and Education in Africa, which is available online in open access. And what I hope to bring to the debate is a combination of an outsider view with work in a spirit of solidarity with like-minded African academics. That work is done in part in our Circle on the Promotion of African Languages. It's an informal group which has no fees, no funds, but which is characterized by a common belief by Circle members that more use of African languages is unavoidable, and that linguists and other social scientists have an important role to play in helping to shape practical and rational African language-based policies.
But
More
can
information is at our website.
I
Yeah.
interject a bit? But can you
Yes.
please make your put it in presentation mode?
It's not yet in presentation mode? Okay.
No,
I
it's
thought
not.
it was.
Okay.
Now with slideshow, right?
Is it
Yeah.
now?
Not yet.
You want slideshow.
Yeah, like in a slideshow. Absolutely. Thank you. That's good.
Is this right?
Yes,
Because I can't
this
see
is
it
right.
myself. Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thanks. One of the activities of our circle is in collaboration with the University of Bern and its Initiative Afrique, is the journal Language Policy in Africa, which we started last year. 2 issues were published. It's an open access journal, and there are no article processing charges. And in fact, all of us who are speaking today are editors of the journal, which also has an editorial board. Please check it out. Okay. First thing I wanted to briefly touch upon is why the use of African languages is desirable according to the literature. I'm not going to spend much time on that because we've heard a lot about it these days, and a lot has been written about it. Maybe it's good to point out that the last item here on this slide, people like Pra a long time ago have already pointed out that language and indigenous languages can be seen as a precondition for culturally appropriate development. And I think to a certain extent that sums it up. There is one aspect that I do want to talk a little bit more about, and that is the area of technical and vocational education and training, which is becoming more and more important. It's typically aimed at children who have more practical rather than more academic talents. And requiring these children to first learn the former colonial language before they can get their technical and vocational education and training creates an additional barrier to their learning, which is entirely unproductive. And this is important because there needs to be a link between the educated elite and a broader basis in society for society to become innovative. It's not enough to say that Africa has great intellectuals. Africa also needs great and productive artisans and others who contribute, who form the basis for developing an innovative and culturally appropriate society. Let's take a look at educational pyramids in this regard. Here you see the educational pyramid of Botswana, primary, secondary, participation in primary, secondary, and tertiary education. And Botswana is a country that is ahead of most other countries in sub-Saharan Africa on this. But what you see in Botswana is that there is still a big gap between those who can participate in secondary education and those who can go into tertiary education, even though in Botswana in the past years, tertiary education has expanded tremendously. Let's take, by comparison, a country in the global north, Romania. What you see in Romania is that tertiary education, some form of tertiary education, is now available for around 50% of the population, which is in fact relatively low for the global north. All children in Romania enter secondary education, and there's a much smaller gap between those who enter secondary and those who enter tertiary education. Now, the medium of instruction in Botswana, of course, is English. In Romania, it's Romanian. I'll come back to that. Because what you often hear is that actually it would be almost impossible to do these kinds of things in Africa because it has so many languages. But multilingual countries are not only in Africa. We have to look at the expertise of the people who determine what is a language and what is not. And if you take their word for it, then in a country like Germany, the official language is Standard German, Hochdeutsch. And that is the medium of instruction throughout the country. But in fact, there are around 15 German-like languages spoken in the country. Various languages that are not extinct or that are still being used, but they are very much alike. The same is the case in Italy, in the Netherlands, and also in a country like China. So what we see is that across the world, the problem of too many languages or many languages has been solved by rational language choices for formal purposes, for formal education purposes. What Africa could do and what other countries has done is to develop a limited number of standardized or intellectualized or designed languages for education and other formal purposes. They should be chosen in such a way that they're easy to learn for as many speakers of related languages as possible. And we should make use of existing bilingualism and lingua francas as a resource. Now, Why is this so important? Is because it makes a difference. You see on the graph on the right, which is developed on the basis of US data, there are no African data on this kind of thing, that it makes a big difference whether you're learning or teaching a language that is close to what you already know or one that is further away. Teaching a more difficult language can take 4 or 5 times as much resources as learning a language that is close to what you already know. And I think it's a fiction to think that African education systems can expand indefinitely using very different foreign languages as medium of instruction. Let's zoom in on what this means again for a country like Botswana. I've tried to approximate ease of language learning for speakers of different languages using the database of the Automated Similarity Judgment Program. And what you see is that for speakers of a Bantu language in Botswana, English is a difficult or very difficult language to learn. These languages are very different, and it takes a lot of resources to learn good English. On the other hand, any Bantu language would be a lot easier for any other speaker of another Bantu language in Botswana. The same is not true for the speakers of Khoisan languages in Botswana. For them, again, both Tswana and English are difficult or very difficult. Saying to a Khoisan speaker, go to Tswana, doesn't make the job any easier compared to saying go to English. And even the Khoisan languages are internally quite diverse. So for Botswana, one Khoisan language might not solve the problem. For a country like Botswana, a monolingual solution, for example, saying we had English as an official language, we'll go to Tswana, would not be just for the speakers of the minority Khoisan languages. They need separate attention. Every African country, in my research has shown, every African country is different in this respect. And we need solutions that do justice to the language ecologies of individual countries. In many countries, for many cases, that will mean using several languages. That making these choices and thinking about that is not going to be easy, but it is practically possible to use African languages in higher education and in other formal domains in Africa in a just way, right? But it's also going to be inevitable. And for that, I want to share with you this graph, which shows the evolution of enrollment in tertiary education, so higher education, over the past half century for 3 countries, Denmark, South Korea, and Botswana. As you can see, in all 3 countries, enrollment has grown tremendously. But in the countries of the global north, it has more or less reached a maximum. More or less 4 out of 5 of every child in the north now gets some form of tertiary education. That is very different in sub-Saharan Africa. I think what that means is that in the north, providing tertiary education for all students in a foreign language is practically impossible, because not even these rich, well-resourced educational systems of the north can provide enough students with the required language skills. In Africa, at the moment, it's still possible, simply because participation in higher education is so much lower. But this is likely to change. Again, it's a fiction to think that African education systems will be able to expand indefinitely using foreign languages as medium of instruction. So, efficient tertiary education systems need efficient primary and secondary education. Perhaps in theory, it would be true to say that with unlimited resources, any child can achieve the required proficiency in any other languages. But in practice, resources are never unlimited. State funding is restricted. Children have different talents, different motivation, and not all children have parents that are rich enough to buy extra tuition for their children. Not even the best education systems in the world can give sufficient numbers of students sufficient language skills in a very different foreign language. Therefore, in the coming decade or 2 decades in Africa, change is going to be inevitable. In conclusion, African language use in higher education is desirable for cultural reasons, also for efficiency reasons. It's practically possible by making clever choices for which languages to choose. And it's going to be inevitable as higher education expands. So, if you like those ideas, join our circle, submit your work to our journal. Thank you. Let me stop sharing my screen. And now I would like to, what we had in mind was to first do the presentations and then have time for questions and answers. So I'd like Juru to take the floor now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Bert. Thank you, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Just make it into a presentation form.
Yes.
And you're welcome, Dr. Adisalam. Finally, you're able to get into the panel. Okay. Dr. Diallo, I think we can see you as opposed to seeing the slideshow.
Yes.
So thank you. I'm happy to be here, I was saying.
Oh,
Let
glad
me
to have you here.
check again. I hope it's good now.
Yes, it's good. Just make it into the presentation format, like a slide, the presentation.
I just don't see the option now because I'm sharing
Okay.
it.
It's okay.
And
You could just possibly go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion, the panel discussion today, and thank you for being here with all of us. So I am Juro Korojalo from the University of Bern, also from the University Yambo Wolegem of Bamako in Mali. I'm just going to share some of my ideas about language policy and planning in post-colonial Africa, where it should lead us or what it could lead us. But I would focus more on the situation of the French-speaking regions, mainly in Mali, because we don't have enough time. I'll just give some examples. So I will link my talk to some aspect that Bert mentioned before, but it will also have some aspect linked to theory and some concept of language policy and planning in general, but to make the link also with the African context and make comparison with the European situations. So, and the outline is that I'll introduce first, and then I'll come back to the language policy in Africa with a short overview, and I'll give an example on Mali, and maybe we can discuss also some perspective for the future, mainly the idea of extensive trilingualism advocated by Kfele and Tadaji, and also to discuss later other point during the discussion. So, and Bert already mentioned the journal Language Policy in Africa, join us. And I just wanted to first to say before on my discussion today is based on my research that I published in the context of this book that I edited with Thomas Bayat from the University of Zurich on African multilingualism and the Agenda 2030. And also based on our work doing in the context of the journal Language Policy in Africa. So the generally, I hope it's not any new information for everyone here. The main characteristic of language policy in Africa and post-colonial Africa has been so far a kind of replication of the European monistic ideology, saying like the European countries did it in the 18th, 19th century when they wanted to build new nations, saying that they want to build one nation with the one language and one culture. And in this process, language has become a central feature for the creation of a new national identity all over Europe, and the colonization of Africa also happened in the same context. And these languages have been imposed as I would say, main instrument of education, also in science, in media, in culture, in many different social, political, and cultural contexts. So like if you look at the map of Europe, you will see that even the countries are called according to linguistic affiliations, even if these countries, when you look at the reality, the linguistic landscape of the country, these countries are multilingual. Bert already mentioned it, like in the case of Germany. You can say sometimes these languages in German might be some kind of dialect or regional varieties of German, but they are not only this way. And the language that has been imposed as High German is actually a variety from a specific region from Germany. And France is also such an example. I will come back to this point. So, but if you look at Africa, you will see that there are many languages, and no country claims like affiliation based on language. But how does it come that African post-colonial government states want to apply language policies according to a European situation that is similar to the European situation? This is one of the big questions that I'm asking myself. And also, when you look at the whole African continent, you also see that the major countries, they have official languages in European languages, and they are not African languages. There's few exceptions now. We will talk about the situation in Mali, but also in Burkina Faso. These are exceptions, and there are also that also Bert mentioned before. But this is a very big question that we should ask ourselves. How comes that Africa has more than 2,000 languages, but the countries have European languages as main mediums of instruction? And and because we also know that language is considered as a clue to societal change and development, and language is also an area of object of societal change and development per se, as Fishman recalled us in his work. And in the same context, you will see that we have in Africa also the issue of language education in language. And this is like the work of Abdullah Ashraf Hamad, who discussed in his work that the countries worldwide where people are trained in as medical doctors, many countries are teaching people in the first language of the student, of the future, I would say, medical doctors. But you will see that this is not the case in Africa. So the question is, so why are medical doctors in Africa trained in languages in which they are not going to serve the local population who they are meant to serve when they finish their school? So, and in this context, I already discussed the concept of inclusive communication based on health context, where you can discuss how the interplay between the communication between the medical doctors and the patients in rural areas in Africa, mainly in Mali, can work. I already made some publication on it, but I also rely on the work of Thomas Bayard to discuss these aspects. So please ask questions later for the discussion. So, and there are different levels of language policy that I'm not going to mention here because we don't have time. But the question remains still, what are the implications of the language policies that the African government and states are just deciding for the continent? At the level of governance, at the level of politics, of economics, education, healthcare, justice, agriculture, etc. So, and I would also like to remind you one of the main concepts that I use in my research, which is the discours politico-linguistique correct of Jean-Louis Calvet, where Calvet reminds us that all languages are equal, that all languages can express the same way all human knowledge, that minority languages have the right to be officially recognized, that the speakers have the right to be taught in their first languages. So, but what does it mean actually in the African context? And what are the limits of such concept like the DPLC? And how should we lead even research in Africa according to such concepts? So, but in this context, you will see that language policy is actually a very broad concept and is comprehensive. It can also refer to any decision made by a social actor to guide the use of one or more competing languages in a given situation, as Rousseau reminds us. In this context, you will see that there are different types of different categories of language policy. Some are incentive-based language policies, others are restrictive language policies, like the case of France. As I said before, since 1939, Louis XIV decided that his language, which is actually today considered as French, would be the language of the nation. From that day, French has evolved and to become the language of France itself as a country and a nation. And that also expanded this language to other territories outside Europe, to Africa and other regions of the world. And the same language has become now the official language of many African countries. So you look at France itself, France is actually a multilingual country. It's a multilingual country, but the government, the successive government in France decided to exclude all other languages and to impose a language decided by the king, Louis XIV. So it's a question, so why should African languages, countries take such an example to deal these issues in their own country and to also communicate with their populations? So I will come now to the overview on language policy in Africa. So I would just like to remind here how the issue of official language is really understood in the Western context. As Bourdieu says, c'est dans le processus de constitution de l'État que se créent les conditions de la constitution des marchés linguistiques unifiés et dominés par la langue officielle, obligatoire dans les occasions officielles et dans les espaces officiels, école, administration publique, institutions politiques, etc. Cette langue d'État devient la norme théorique à laquelle toutes les pratiques linguistiques sont objectivement mesurées. This is really a definition that is clearly linked to the monistic ideology of national language, one nation, one language, one culture. So what is the situation in Africa? For these reasons, some scholars claim that the multilingual situation in Africa is a drawback to its economic development, and also it would not help the continent for coherent development, like a nation building process. And but I would like also to remind what Mazraoui says about this topic, because they say that originally the failure of African societies to be expansionist enough in territorial terms, and also it is a failure of African people to be nationalist enough in linguistic terms. So I would like to stress these two different factors: expansionist enough in territorial terms and nationalist enough in linguistic terms. So how can a country expand its territory? And how can a nation be a nationalist in linguistic terms? It means that both factors are intimately linked if you want to lead a certain kind of language policy. But once again, these are all ideas that are linked to the way that the European language policy has been conceived and imposed on Africa since the colonial time. So I would drop all of this aspect. I will come directly to the situation in Mali. I would just remind, like the 5 paradigms that we discuss in the context of language policy in Africa, because we were discussing about the different types of scholarship on language policy in Africa. In this context, we developed, Bert is here, all the co-authors are here, Bert, Professor Taiwo, Adi Salem, Biliam is not here, I don't know if she's online. We discovered the 5 types in the scholarship on language policy in Africa. The first type suggesting ways in which we can make it easier for children to learn the former colonial language that is being used as medium of instruction. But trans languages is also part of this type. The second type is a minor image of the first one. And the third type give responses to turn to the pidgins and creoles that have evolved in various parts of Africa, such as West African Pidgin English, into a common designed language to be used as medium of instruction. And the fourth paradigm challenges the very premise of teaching languages as discrete, bounded in titles. Proponents of this perspective emphasize the fluidity of linguistic exchange and encourage people to draw on all available linguistic resources rather than conform to rigid categories. And the last paradigm, and Beth will agree with me, this also what the journalist is also trying to represent, is just to work toward the gradually replacement of formal colonial languages as medium of instruction by African languages and to teach other languages as subjects in most cases. So, and when we stay in the context of multilingual in education, I would also like to remind what Hugh said about the different phases of multilingual education in Africa, because he mentioned that the first 3 phases predate European colonization, mainly the hieroglyph period, the liturgical use of the gears in East Africa, but also the spread of Islam and Ajami script across North and West Africa. I guess that these are notions that are common to everyone here, otherwise please ask. And she said that the second 3 phases are bound to colonial period, post-colonial and decolonial period. And she stressed the fact that these phases are compressed in 140 years of overt attempt to erase epistemologies and multilingualism of African communities and scholars. So the situation in Mali has evolved since 2023 because the power now in Bamako decided, or they made how do you call it in English? They made a vote in the country to introduce a new constitution in which French is no longer the official language of the country, but the language of administration, which is a very interesting concept. But in this situation, there are many questions because they chose 13 languages considered as official languages, but also as national languages. But if you look at the country itself, depending on how you call a language, you can have 80 to 58, 13 or 11 languages. So how do they choose only 13 out of 80 or out of 58 as national and official languages? These are all questions that are also remaining just posed to the political situation, but also to the scholars in Mali, because Bambara is also one of the most important languages, but you can also have Fulani and many other languages that are spoken all over the country. And another issue in this situation remains the fact how they define the notion of multilingualism. They say that multilingualism is the situation for an individual or a community to speak in more than one language or two languages, sorry, that have the same legitimacy. I'm asking myself, what does it mean, legitimacy, for like in linguistic terms? So meaning if the language is not official, you can speak it, maybe you're not multilingual. I don't know what it means. So these are all questions that we can discuss later. But you will also see that the country has a traditional multilingualism like many African countries. And also that the languages in the country, the main languages are also cross borders. They are spoken in the neighboring countries and even in other regions of the continent. I just give you here the example of the Songhai language. You will see that Songhai is spoken not only in Mali, but also in somewhere in Algeria, in Niger, in Benin, in many neighboring countries also. So how comes that a government can decide that this
Juro,
language, yes,
you are nearing the end of your time.
near
the end of your time, yes.
Okay, so and I would suggest that for the future we should discuss more about the concept of trilingualism, trilingualism extensive, as discussed by Fele and Tajaji. So for the discussion, I'm really available. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juro. There's a lot to share, and in fact, we would need a separate conference perhaps to go through all of these things.
Yeah.
But we don't have that right now, and in order to save time, I turn over immediately to Professor Taiwo Olorontobo-Ojo for your presentation. And let's see if
Thank you very
how
much.
screen sharing will work for you.
Well, I hope it does. Can you see it? Can you see my screen already?
Yes.
You can see it? Okay, fine.
Yes. But not in presentation mode.
Not in presentation mode yet. I think I'll just find that now. Just a moment. Oh, somebody warned me that this may be difficult. Oh, is my screen still there?
Yeah, if it's not possible, you can just continue using it as it is.
Yeah, I simply can't see it myself anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, but you can see it, right?
Yeah, we can see the screen. We can see the presentation.
Okay, good. All right, so I'll just begin straight away. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. The presentations that have come before have said a number of things that by way of introduction, I just want to say that I'm Taiwo Olorontobo-Ojo from the University of Ilorin. You can see on the screen my involvement in indigenous language advocacy, beginning with the Edinburgh Circle for the Promotion of African Languages. A lot has been said about that. And then, of course, some of these publications that I have either by myself or along with some of my co-presenters here. So I want to rapidly run through this content. Yep. So by way of introduction, I'm just saying that mother tongue education has long been established as what is desired. But there are arguments between that desired situation and the implementation. Many of the arguments bear imprints of theory, some imprints of practice, and some simply imprints of emotions and attitudes. So I want to try and quickly distill through the trajectory and see what that gives us in the process. Yes, what's the problem? Actually, for those who were at Edinburgh in 2019, when we had a panel on these issues, a challenge came. And the challenge was this. What exactly is the problem? Why can we not just continue as we are, or as we have been, continue to use this quote unquote God-given colonial languages? Everybody is happy, apparently. So why should we stress ourselves about it? And in any event, what is the proof that there's something wrong with it? Everybody in Nigeria, for example, everybody speaks English and they speak their indigenous languages. So what's the problem? The problem, of course, is that when people say that they are bilingual, they say that because they really do not know what it means to be bilingual. And I'm going to touch a little bit on that. But these are the problems: communicative incompetence, including bilingual incompetence, loss of cognitive coordination. And I'm talking about Africans in general, not just the situation in Nigeria. Does this list appear familiar to people? Semi-competence, dissociated or loss of identity, inferiority complex, and so on and so forth? Yes, but how do we explain this? How do we demonstrate that this indeed is the case? And that's one thing that I've come to do this afternoon. I want to show a couple of videos about under a minute each, and I hope it's going to play. I want to show a child and an adult. Both of them are Nigerians. And I want us to link both videos, even though they were recorded in different circumstances. I hope it's playing. Is the video playing? Is the video playing?
Yeah, the video is playing, but we cannot really get the audio.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's actually it's playing but sketchily, so it's not like a continuous video, like it has like sketchy cuts. Is there somewhere that you can directly open it from?
Okay, I'm not able. So what's happening here is that this child is trying to say something, to narrate a story, but is conflicted between his mother tongue and English. He's been urged to speak English. He cannot really do it, and he's not getting the. Okay, right. So that's the situation there. Let me go to the next one. Now, this is that same child, as in a manner of speaking, now an adult. Okay.
You might just have to explain to us what's going on.
Okay, right. So this you can see that point at which this person throws away or pushes aside the microphones. What he's saying at that point is that, oh, I cannot speak English. I want to speak my language. He then goes on to try that, and he could not either. So that's the sort of situation that we have on our hands. And the point that we are trying to make is that the non-use of our indigenous languages has consequences. And these consequences are enormous, not only for personal growth and development, not only for cognitive development, but also for the growth of society, of the nation, for our development in science and technology, and so on and so forth. Simply because, as many people have said, language is the basic stepping stone to cognitive and social development. So I've tried to trace the trajectory of language acquisition, and you can see that on your screen. It's from behaviorism in 1957 to usage-based theory. These are theories of language acquisition. But what seems critical here is the critical period hypothesis. The critical period hypothesis, as proposed by Lenneberg in 1967, is simply that there is an optimal window for language acquisition. And this window is biologically determined between birth and puberty, peaking at 9 years of age. And that's when you get easy and fluent acquisition. But because of reduced brain plasticity afterwards, you have to struggle with language acquisition. What does this have to do with the mother tongue? It's very easy. This is the same period that the mother tongue is supposed to help the child to build, to lay a strong cognitive foundation and lead to the acquisition of other languages. And that is why, as many of us here are aware, UNESCO since 1953 has advocated that even if you are going to have other languages, lay that foundation first. Lay that foundation first so that other languages can come. I mean, lay the foundation with the mother tongue so that other languages can come and be built on this foundation. So the critical period hypothesis has a natural link with the mother tongue education. The theory is that, one, it's a natural period for acquisition. It's the one that eases your path through life in terms of communication and development. It leads to linguistic competence, because once you have competence in that, you can also be competent in another. My own example, and the example of quite a number of people in the older generation, is instructive. I, for example, did not, I hardly learned a word of English until I was about 6 or 7 years old. So it was my native language all the way. So there was that strong foundation. Mo lè sọ Yorùbá bí ẹni abínibí Yorùbá, ẹni tán bí ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, tó dẹ̀ kọ́ ẹ̀kọ́, tó gba ẹ̀kọ́ ní Yorùbá. Mo lè sọ Yorùbá láìsí àmúlùmálà. Mo lè sọ Yorùbá láti ṣàlàyé ohunkóhun tí n bá fẹ́ ṣàlàyé. I'm just saying in my language that I can speak it well. I can speak it without code mixing. I can speak it to relate or describe any situation that I want to. I can use it for educational purposes and so on. So the various experiments that have been performed on the on mother tongue or acquisition in childhood shows definitively that you just have to lay that foundation before other languages come to disrupt the pattern of language acquisition. Of course, the entire thing, the entire objective is to ensure not just cognitive development, but competence in the languages that you have. There are various theories of competence, and demonstrated here as some kind of climb from linguistic competence to what I thought we might call transcompetence. From Chomsky linguistic competence, unconscious, subconscious, idealized knowledge of your mother tongue. So Hymes, Del Hymes, well, knowing how to use the language, and so on. But somewhere down the line, we began to have other views of competence, multi-competence, translingual competence, and so on and so forth. And of course, there's the issue of bilingual and multilingual competence. What many people call bilingual competence is mere shallow acquaintance with some of these languages. So, for example, if I wanted to go by that sort of criterion, I would say that, oh, I'm a polyglot. I can speak German, I can speak English, I can speak Yoruba, I can speak Swedish, and so on and so forth, simply because I have some acquaintance with these languages. But as theorists have explained, bilingualism is not just this sort of shallow acquaintance, but native-like control, which is a very high bar, or at least a situation where you can spontaneously make complete and meaningful sentences in the other language. Spontaneity is a Chomskyan definition of competence. You can use the language spontaneously in a native-speaking environment, for example. So when people realize that that bilingualism has theoretically a really high bar, then they will be less enthusiastic about saying, oh, but I can speak my language, I can speak my indigenous language, I can speak English or French, and so on and so forth. And then we will be on the way to confronting the problem. But I have divided this trajectory between linguistic and affective issues because the question is not just linguistic competence, but also the fact that there are affective issues affecting, as it were, this the trajectory. I have shown here what some scholars have said about the affective filter that intervenes in the linguistic and communication process, and language ego. And language ego simply means that in acquiring other languages, you then acquire a different kind of identity or a separate kind of identity, which impinges on your primary identity. Which may, of course, lead to dissociated identity and sometimes self-loathing. I've come across so many people, so many in my career who, when you ask them whether they could speak their indigenous languages, turn up their noses and say, what? No, I don't, this, and try to explain, as if it's something to be proud of. But the problem, of course, is that the grasp that many of them have of the colonial languages is not adequate either, which is what explains the failure rate in school, national schools examinations, and the inability to get onto careers that really require you to use language efficiently and effectively. So there's also alienation and familiarization. I don't know what experiences other people on the panel and our listeners have as Africans. And I do know that there are quite a number of Africans to whom their indigenous languages actually sound strange, i.e., when their languages are being spoken, they find it strange. But of course, they are at home with the colonial languages. So this, the familiarity and alienation and defamiliarization are aspects of or causes of negative attitudes towards the indigenous languages. So I then look at the African social-linguistic trajectory. How can we characterize it?
You are nearing the end of your time, Taiwo.
Okay, thank you very much. So I say Africans had always been semi-lingual, and but contemporary intervention of colonial language then disrupts this. Africans had always been multilingual, I beg your pardon. Contemporary diglossia disrupts the pattern of acquisition, leading to inadequate levels of bilingualism, including semi-lingualism, that is half linguistic knowledge of the languages in your repertoire. And I say that most educated Africans are actually not real bilinguals, but subtractive bilinguals who have knowledge of colonial languages at the expense of their indigenous languages. And some of the manifestations I have on the board I'll share later. Lack of numeracy, many people cannot count in their indigenous languages, indigenous lexis, lack of spontaneity, fluency, passive competence. Some may understand but cannot speak. And then perhaps the most important manifestation is this compulsive, involuntary, excessive code mixing, because they simply cannot use the indigenous languages effectively. Let me conclude that there is no, or there seems to be no, I'm just trying to be modest by saying seems, there is no superior theory to date to mother tongue education for personal, cognitive, social, and national development. The alternative, which we have seen and which I've tried to demonstrate, is a mishmash of incompetence, semi-competence, and in extreme cases, semi-lingualism. This is not to say that we don't have a handful of people who are balanced bilingual, who are made, but those are people who have had that kind of background that I talked about. I also say that policy is all. Some people have argued about this. How do you make policies? But policy must intervene decisively to rescue indigenous languages as a way of promoting genuine development in Africa in education, science, and technology. Thank you very much. I await your intervention and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Taiwo. That was interesting. And in a sense, it complements my presentation because I talked about why in future African languages will be necessary. And you talked about the bad side of the current situation of people not fully mastering their languages. Let's turn to another aspect that will be presented by Adish Jallow. Adish, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. My name is Adish Jallow. I am a researcher in sociolinguistics and higher education studies. I'm going to make a presentation that somehow complements what was just presented, and that is also slightly different. I'm going to talk, in addition to teaching and learning aspect that was discussed, and the policy aspect and mother tongue education in African languages, one area where the topic of African languages features in is research and knowledge production. And this particular presentation is based on an empirical research that is conducted in universities in Ethiopia and Mozambique. So I'm going to say, this is the outline of my presentation. I'm going to say something about what the problem of English in research and publishing, and particularly in multilingual African contexts, and then I'm going to say something about the study, the context and the design of the study informing this presentation. I'm going to say a little bit about the key findings, and in the spirit of the panel and the conference, I'm going to talk about a little bit about the need to, in air quotes, intellectualizing African languages for research publishing, and what would it take to build multilingual research ecosystems. And now, since it's everybody's talking about AI, and it has become prominent, and it has become useful in terms of knowledge production and dissemination, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence and African language scholarships, and I will finish with a few takeaways. So a little bit of context, why the language in research publishing question? So simply speaking, English is the overwhelmingly dominant language for research publishing. A 2025 paper indicates that 96% of research published in Web of Science is archived in English. And the more inclusive database, that is OpenAlex, it estimates that it is estimated that 75% of the papers published in OpenAlex are in English. But then the question remains, a lot of research is usually conducted in this area, conducted in Europe, in Australia, in North America, and mostly in bilingual contexts. But then, we're all doing and publishing research in Africa, and for us, it's not a first language. And then what does it mean? How does it impact our work? What implications does it have in African societies and universities? Remains unanswered in many contexts. So the study that informed this analysis focused on addressing this research question. But an interesting picture emerged. Some say, the native speaker advantage when it comes to publishing English is a myth. Others document huge disadvantages for publishing in English for non-native speakers. One of the interesting works that is done is in Australia by Amano and et al. And just quantitatively, it says that even though it's not in Africa, I thought it's interesting. It says that 50% of non-native, the paper reveals that 50% of non-native English speakers often decide not to give oral presentations. 30% of non-native English speakers often decide not to attend conferences. They need 94% more time to prepare and practice. Reading needs 91% more time. And 51, like more than 50% to write a paper. So this particular research documents, and other research as well, document a noted disadvantage for non-native English language speakers. And this study considers these perspectives as well as other perspectives that consider this issue as not relevant. So I focus this study on this major question, that is, what are the implications of the increased use of English for research and publishing, especially in African flagship universities. Nowadays, there is a drive for them to become more research-oriented. And we live in an economy where knowledge is a significant input to economies. And I set out to study perceptions regarding the use of English, implications in terms of quality and quantity of research, implications for funding and collaborations, and in terms of research, recent discourses in internationalization and decolonization of research and higher education. So the case study universities are located in Ethiopia and in Mozambique, and these contexts are selected because English is considered as an additional or a foreign language to many of the researchers in these contexts. But then, like many similar contexts, for example, in the Ethiopian context, in the international databases, 99% of the research is published and archived in English, even though the language does not have any significance in day-to-day communication. In the Mozambican context, 96% of the research is published and disseminated in English, even though Portuguese is an official language, and there are multiple Mozambican universities, Mozambicans who use local languages. So the fact that these flagship universities have a research focus, and the fact that publishing in English, the expectations to publish and publishing in English have become ubiquitous, drive this research. I adopted a multiple case study approach. I interviewed 40 participants across disciplines and career stages, and I use Bourdieusian perspectives and decolonial perspectives to inform the analysis. And I used interviews, bibliometric analysis, analysis of policy documents, and cross-case analysis to come up with the data for the study. So what makes it a little bit different from the perspectives presented before is that the finding seems to suggest it's not really an either or. It's like more of a both end, that English is significant in terms of disseminating one's research and accessing global knowledge. But at the same time, we need to make room for African languages and research publishing landscape. Of course, these perceptions vary by discipline, career stage, and perceived mastery of one's perceived level of one's competence. Competence be it in English or local languages. So, and then, many of you are familiar with this. What drives this pressure to publish in English? Institutions prioritize English language journals and high impact journal publishing. National and institutional policies are often silent on language for research, and that usually the policy for teaching and learning becomes the policy for research as well. The ethos of publish or perish is usually reinforced because what valued is global metrics. So we end up having researchers in a very resource-constrained environment who have little say in how the rules of engagement are made, and publishing and they have to publish in a language that is often considered additional or foreign to them. There are implications for quality, quantity, and the access to capital. English competence affects one's clarity. One's power to articulate their thoughts. Especially, this was a finding at the Ethiopian University. It takes a lot of time to produce manuscripts in English, and English can also affect access to capital, like access to collaborations and networks and funding. This was more of the case for the Mozambican University, and like it is in life, usually if you have one form of capital, you attract another form of capital. So the more you have collaboration and funding, it means that it can mitigate some of the negative impacts of not having higher English language capital and vice versa. Another one is research publishing. Another finding was that participants also kind of critique the whole idea of we take it for granted that research knowledge production and publishing should be treated separately. We publish in English, but the actual process of knowledge production is usually multilingual. And this needs to be investigated, and usually this is missing in current scholarship. So to come to the aspect of intellectualizing African languages for research, by intellectualizing, I mean elevating African languages for academic work. In addition to translation, it was highlighted that it's important to create a sort of ecosystem a sort of infrastructure for the inclusion of African languages. So that means standardizing wherever there is useful. For example, even in Ethiopia, where Amharic is a relatively powerful language to be used for research and knowledge production, even less. Common agreements like what is an abstract in English? It's not really a settled debate. So standardizing when necessary is important. Terminology development is important. Genre building is very important. And critiquing current systems that give legitimacy to one language over the others is quite very important.
Can you please check on your audio?
Sorry? You can't hear me?
I think we can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
But I think you are nearing the end of your time.
Yes, I'm nearing the end of my presentation. Wait a minute, just give me a moment. Let me go to... Yes, so yeah, so I think, it's like, in that quote, in the field of dreams, if we build the infrastructure, I'm sure more and more people would publish in local languages. So I take an infrastructural architectural point of view to the whole issue. And that was what was revealed in the study. So there has to be investment in language infrastructure, such as terminology, style guides, and all sorts of things in terms of orthography. Publishing infrastructures are also important. We need to have dedicated journals, translating and editing services. We need to have repositories for multilingual outputs. Data infrastructure is very important. Incentives and capacity development has to be there. We have to reward local language impact in promotion and grant evaluation, for instance. We have to allow emerging researchers to publish in languages other than English. Why not? We have to train scholars in writing and reviewing in African languages, for instance. One of the issues we have in our journal is that we often debate about including African languages, but the reviewing process can be quite difficult. So these kinds of capacity developments should be there. So since I talked about the macro, meso, and micro interventions in the abstract, so it's about macro, it's at the national or systemic level, policies, reforms of research assessment, database building out has to be there. At the meso level, translation, at the institutional level, translation services have to be there. Open access, commitment to open access, training researchers in terms of science communication is important. Researchers usually need to be aware of available services, technological developments in this area, and then critical debates in this area as well. And often collaborating helps as well. And technology and AI, well, it has disadvantages, and a lot can be, I feel both apprehensive and optimistic when it comes to AI. So it can accelerate uptake in African languages and research publishing, but it has to be paired with data evaluation and human intervention. And the infrastructure perspective has to be kept in mind. Large language models, I'm sure many people have used them. They can help with language learning, evidence synthesis, editing, etc. But for many African languages, the training data is not there. Many African languages are low resource languages. So I think it's improving, but there needs to be a lot of training these machines in African languages if they're to be any useful. At the moment, they can even draft translation. They can suggest terminologies. They can do even bilingual editing. And if someone's doing field work, they can do even speech to text translation. but still the high quality data is missing in African languages. So rather than a problem, I would like to frame it as an opportunity to invest in this area, where we develop terminologies, we build communities so that we can take an agentive response to developments in AI and promote African languages. So there are risks, and the risks like automation bias, reproducing existing inequalities, are there. We need to have community control. Systems have to be open source, and there has to be proper compensation, for example, for work done in terms of developing these languages. So takeaways from my study. I'm almost done. English participation and inclusion of indigenous African languages are not really mutually exclusive from what I found out. They are both needed. And we have to aim for multilingual publishing ecosystems that are equitable, that have some relevance and for knowledge production. And I emphasize this, the English for research publishing is more of an infrastructure problem. So with the dedicated resources and critical reflection, especially, for example, using strategies like Bert explained, or taking a critical perspective, like, for example, what's a language? Even the African nation state and how it's formulated can be quite significant, as Juro also discussed here. And universities and scholars can lead here as well. We have to take African agency quite seriously as well in this regard. Journals and funders can also shift systems by valuing multilingual input. Why not? Yeah, technology can help, but sustained investment and with standards, with community building is quite essential. Thank you so much. If you wish to know more about my research, you can contact me.
Wow, thank you, Alice. Yeah, we wanted to share more than we had time for, actually. So, but there is time for compliments and questions and answers until the moderators kick us out, because I think the next presentation needs to start in 10 minutes.
Yeah, so thank you so much. This was very informative. I intentionally decided to moderate this this session because it's in one way or the other connected to also what I'm also doing, researching, but in identity and cultural representation, particularly in indigenous language films in Africa. So all of these aspects of language are very very important and informative for my own work as well. So are we having any question? I'll take like one or two, like very short questions, so that we close up and move on to the next session. You can if you don't have any questions, we could actually I can see that they have been posting their slides on the chat session. That's also an option. You could like get access to more of what has been spoken about. You could take one or two questions. Okay. But based on the engagement on the chat, it appears that this was quite an informative session for most people who are doing work on language. So I want to say thank you to Bart and team. Unless you want to have like a closing remark, because you have about 8 minutes and then we step out of the scene.
Well, I just want to congratulate the conference organizers on doing this. Really nice. I've also been in some other sessions, and this is about the first time that I've been in a conference with Africans and where there were actually presentations in African languages with interpretation. And I think it's the way to go. Yes, sure.
Sorry to interrupt you, but there are some ideas and questions in the FNA, and also some comments related to your presentation in the chat. Because there's someone saying that actually the fact that Germany has a unified language has been something positive for the German country. I don't know, for Germany as a country, I don't know. She's claiming to be a student of German, studying German. So I don't know if you want to comment on this. There are other comments, even some about my presentation.
Yeah, actually, I think the comment on German is on point. In a way, developing an intellectualized language has its disadvantages, but it also has great advantages, and it can be seen as a technology. Let's say you could say language is also a technology that has been invented and used and is now part of what is available to mankind to do to improve communication. And so developing standardized German, yes, and using that in a way is similar to what has happened in Tanzania in Africa, where Swahili is being used as the standard language, even though people in Tanzania speak many more languages, but they are in some way related to Swahili.
It seems to me too that many people see hurdles, but the major hurdle is policy. Look at Trump's America, just a year, everything has changed, turned upside down. So policy can really have a major impact on the linguistic situation. The Russians and the Ukrainians, the part of the problem is language, fighting over their language and stuff. So, and because Ukraine came up with a policy that was detrimental to the Russian language, and so on and so forth. So I think we should also always emphasize the fact that policy has to come in as a key component of making Africa great.
If I may add something to this, thank you, Prof. Actually, this also what I mentioned in my communication, my presentation about the situation in France. It was a decision of the king that everybody should speak his language, and he imposed it on everybody. Everybody who wants to talk to him should speak in his language. That was Louis the 14th who decided this. And his language was French, what is called today is French. So, and to make the link with questions in the comment, someone is also saying that, but in fact, the local languages are coming back. People are using their languages as factors of identity, which is true. They are coming back step by step because the French government really used to exclude all other languages. But this is only in France itself, in the metropole, you would say in Europe. But in the regions out of Europe, these are very highly multilingual regions. Means that France in itself cannot be a monolingual like a country. It's not possible. But they have been imposing it on the people. But now the drawback is also coming because people are using their languages for identity reasons, which is also coming. And one should also keep in mind the whole situation in Africa, not that we do the same like the European countries have been doing. Actually, my whole point is about this. We should be aware of the fact that when we take decisions at the political level to foster African languages, we should not also tend to discriminate other African languages. that could be considered as minority languages.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut you short a little bit and then jump in and excuse myself to respond to something that Blandine asked something about original publications in African languages, and I want to actually confirm that this is actually something that is already going on. Particularly for myself, because I'm doing my research in South Africa and looking at the use of isiZulu language in indigenous film, some of the papers that I'm actually making reference to are actually papers that have already been written in isiZulu. So I have to find somebody to make translations for it. And for me, that is like progress. It means that we are headed somewhere. And coming also from the media side of language usage, you can see that a lot of social media, there's a lot of people now actually coming out to use their own languages to create content and all of that. And for me, there's a little steps in addressing the whole situation of using indigenous languages in whichever aspects. And then one more last thing that I noted whilst Dr. Taiwo was talking about the use of mother tongue, and I was thinking about something that in media we call the political economy of indigenous language use, where it's really about language as currency. So that's what makes the whole idea of languages. Okay, which one are we using where and what to make creation of policies become the debate that we are having right now on the screen. Yeah.
Please, to just inform you, we managed to publish our first paper in an African language, only in Bambara. We did it, that in the last issue. It was a special issue that we published of the journal. So if you are competent in Bambara, please read the paper. It's only in Bambara.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning into this session. Thank you so much to the people who have held us up to this session. And we're going to be moving to the next session, which is the next session, which will be Turn Words into Wealth, to be done in English by Hadija Ndoye, Head of Learning and Lango Africa. And I hope that you stick around and get to also indulge her and see what contribution she makes into the conversation. Thank you so much. And we're going to probably take like a 2 minutes break and then we get back whilst everything is being set in order. Asanteni sana, medase papa. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. So next up, Basil.
Who knows? It's a lottery. Yeah.
Yeah. Bess, I didn't quite catch what you said when you said this was the first African panel, something like that.
At this conference, I attended yesterday and earlier as well, and we saw some presentations in African languages with interpretation to English and French.
Okay.
With people actually speaking Swahili or other languages and getting it interpreted.
Mm.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, I guess we're going to be seeing more of that.
Well, I think these people
if we
are
keep up the campaign.
Yeah, these people are pioneers. Anyway, let's.
Who knows? You might have to learn an African language yourself.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. we are getting to the tail end of today's session. So I'll just urge all of us to hang in there as we finish up with all these inspiring sessions that we have lined up for you. Once again, my name is Fatima Adams, and then you are welcome to the third day of the AFLC. Welcome to African Language Conference 2026. Over 1 billion African speakers. Africans speak indigenous languages every day. Yet these languages remain largely excluded from classrooms, courtrooms, technology, and economic opportunity. That is why African Languages Conference 2026 brings together language activists, scholars, technologists, policymakers, educators, community leaders to forge pathways forward. AFLC's journey from 2022 to now, it was founded in 2022 to celebrate African Languages Week. AFLC was built on a clear mission to build a collaborative platform that promotes African languages and advances languages and digital rights through advocacy, education, and action. In 4 years, we've grown from a community initiative to a global platform, convening over 2,000 participants, 130 plus speakers and sessions in more than 24 African languages. In 2024, we formalized as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, deepening our governance and year-to-year continuity. This year, language justice. AFLC 2026 gathers under the theme Language Justice, African Languages for Social and Economic Development. This is our second on-site edition, hosted in Accra, Ghana, earlier this week on the 23rd and 24th of February, and it now continues with 3 days of online programming on February 26th to 28th via Zoom. All sessions are live streamed on the AFLC YouTube and Facebook platforms with interpretation in English and French provided throughout. We would like to acknowledge our partners once more: Silicon at Stanford University, African Language Consultants, African Translation, University of Education Winneba, and International Decade of Indigenous Language. We've gone through all these sessions, which I believe and I know was inspiring to all of us. And we are going to have our current session, which is turning words into wealth. This would be done by Khadija Ndoye, and it's going to be in English. I would like to treat that we have interpretation ongoing. Kindly look out for the globe button at the bottom of your screen, and then look out for the language that you would want to have interpretation in, and then you listen into that. So kindly hold on for yes, okay. So I would like to, without much further ado, I would like to introduce our speaker for this session. She goes by the name Khadija Ndoye, and she's the head of learning at Lango Africa, where she develops innovative programs connecting global learners to African languages, including Wolof, Swahili, Lingala, and Moroccan Darija. Her work explores how language skills create economic opportunities and open new professional pathways in an increasingly interconnected world. This session, which is turning words into wealth, African languages are not only cultural identifiers, but powerful tools for economic empowerment. And this session explores practical, proven strategies for generating sustainable income through African languages in digital, creative and community-based industries. It highlights emerging opportunities in digital entrepreneurship, including monetizing YouTube channels, developing e-learning platforms, and creating mobile apps in local languages. Drawing on real-world examples and actionable models, it demonstrates how African languages can drive innovation that we can leave our questions in the comment section or in the Q&A section, and all these questions will be attended to at the end of the session. Thank you very much. Khadija.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me? Is the sound fine? Okay, I guess so. So good morning, everyone, or afternoon, evening. I'm Khadija Ndoye. I'm currently here in the eastern coast of Canada, so it's still the morning here. I'm the head of learning at Lingua Africa, and today I want to talk to you about something that affects all of us, something that we use every single day and often without realizing its economic value, which is languages. So let me share my presentation. Okay. So I will be going back and forth between my presentation and I also want to share some links with you. So I will stop sharing the presentation. So stay with me. Okay, so for generation, African languages have been seen primarily as a cultural tools, a tool of identification, tradition, and communication. But today, in the era of artificial intelligence, which is AI, and digital economy, something has happened and something is changing. African languages are becoming an economic asset, and they are creating jobs, and they are creating also opportunities, sorry. So they're also creating a way to building the future of global technology. So today I want to show how African words, African languages can become African wealth and create revenue with that. This is here the table of contents. So before we begin, let's briefly walk you through what we are going to explore today. First, I'll be sharing my personal journey with African languages, how I became involved in promoting African languages in the digital world. Then we will explore why African languages are more and more than cultural tools and why they're becoming economic and technology assets. And we will examine why this conversation matters today, specifically in the context of African youth population and employment challenges. Then we will discuss on how language is directly connected to economic power and how language skills can become professional skills. And we will then explore the relation between African languages and artificial intelligence, and how global companies are hiring language speakers to train AI systems. So let me start with a quote and a character that I really like, which is Malcolm X. Malcolm X said, "The future belongs to those who prepare it today." And this is so true. This quote is important for Africa. Why? Because Africa is the youngest continent in the world, and it has the youngest population in the world. More than 70% of the African population is under the age of 30. This represents the largest emerging workforce on Earth, okay? But what is happening is that we need preparation for that. And the preparation today means understanding that language is no longer just cultural or just for communication. It's also economic. It's technological, and it's strategic. So we'll go through that. As an intro, what I can say is that we are living through one of the biggest technological transformation in human history. AI, as it's called as artificial intelligence, is transforming how we work, communicate, and how we interact with technology. Systems like, as you know, ChatGPT, Gemini, Google Translation, or voice assistants all rely on language. But AI cannot learn by itself. It needs to be trained by humans, which means that language speakers are essential contributors to AI. This creates a new global labor market and force where language skills create economic opportunities. My personal journey. So my personal journey, I loved languages since I was a kid. I was born in Senegal, Western Africa. I grew up in France, and I started learning languages since I was 8. English is not my first language, it's my third language. I've developed a deep fascination with languages and communication. And this passion led me to study linguistics at Paris University. And then it led me to start talking and advocating to in conferences. And in 2015, when very few opportunities existed, I started to begin and write about the importance of African languages in the digital age. So my first conference was 11 years ago now. Yeah, because we're in 2026. In 2025, I had the opportunity to speak at Polyglot Conference in New York. I spoke about African languages and their presence online. The talk is still available on YouTube. You can watch it. At this time, this was still an emerging conversation, right? And there were very limited, I will say, awareness about this African languages, limited investment, limited opportunity, but still things were building. But last year, I went back to the Polyglot Conference Global in Taiwan, and this time the conversation has evolved. I will say that we were discussing about artificial intelligence, digital inclusion, and the integration of African languages into global technological system. And this, to me, demonstrates how rapidly the world is changing in the fact that African languages are moving from being just optional in most conferences to be a center of concern in most languages conferences over the world. So what can we say? African languages is way more than culture. What we're seeing online right now on social media specifically, and I love it, is that we're seeing the aspect of Nigerians sharing their culture with Yoruba, Igbo, Senegalese sharing their own culture online. And this is wonderful and great that we have those platforms to showcase the culture. And me seeing the evolution since 2015 on seeing like way more organization talking about African languages, I love that. But what we have to remember is that African languages are often described as cultural tools since today. But they are much more than that. Language, first of all, shapes access to knowledge. Today, I speak 15 languages, 8 where I can communicate, and the level of information I can have exceed everything. Quick example, last year I was able, I've been living in Canada for a couple of years, and last year I moved to Saudi Arabia because I got information that the government of Saudi is offering free grants for people studying about AI applying to languages. So I applied to the program, got accepted, moved to Saudi Arabia. So the more languages that you acquire, the better information you get online. But also, language shapes access to markets. Language shapes access to opportunities, okay? I'm currently promoting my book. I speak Spanish fluently, and I used to live in Mexico. I have opportunities now to promote my book and my work in a couple weeks in Latin America. And when technology includes your language, you are included. When technology include and exclude your language, you are excluded. So this is important to understand that. So language is not just culture, is knowledge, is access to markets, to opportunities, is an infrastructure. So the more language that you master, the more opportunity you will get. So here we can see basically like the more and more languages in Africa are very, I will say, more and more common. So obviously Swahili, that is one of the most important language in Africa. And I say that why? Because basically biggest organization are including Swahili as an official language. And I was recently at UNESCO for the Mother Language Day in Paris, and I was very impressed on how they make the effort to include more and more languages to that. So, why this conversation matter? So, Africa is entering a critical moment, from my opinion, from my understanding. And by 2030, Africa will have the largest workforce in the world. I don't know if we're still aware, as we are 4 years. We have 4 years ahead. We're in 2026, so it's coming very, very soon. But Africa also faces significant youth unemployment challenges. In many African countries, youth employment ranges between 20% to over 40%, for example, in South Sudan. And this is not due to a lack of talent. We know that us African, we are talented. It's not due to the lack of access to opportunity. It's just that we do not know where to look for the information. And this is very ironic because we're living in a digital age where information is everywhere. But because we are so submerged with information, we don't really know where to find the right information. And one of the biggest challenge, I will say, as I mentioned, is not the lack of opportunity, is the lack of visibility. A lot of us are lacking of visibility. And many global companies are hiring language speakers, but we don't really know where to find information. But students are not aware, where are those opportunities? Universities do not teach these pathways. And this obviously creates an information gap. And AI, for the first time, is helping to bridge this gap. So how? It helped with, because language creates access. Company needs language to reach customers. So it means that they need, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we were forced, specifically for me, to learn English, to learn European languages, to be able to find opportunity is not longer the case today. And because why? Because companies have understood that they need to reach customer in their own language. So technology needs language to function. This makes language a valuable economic resource and no longer just cultural, but it's really a professional skills to master and to have. So this language and is equal to economic power, to access to business, innovation, and growth. How? Through different ways. I want to go through, like, for example, the translation, AI training, voice recording, content creation, and teaching, for example. AI depends on language data. So big companies really rely on speakers who are able to express themselves in African languages, to be able to help them to basically translate that and have this data available to them. So, for example, companies like Sigma, Thales International are always hiring people who speak African languages to train AI system. And this job includes, as I mentioned, translation, voice recording, AI evaluation, and those jobs can be performed remotely. This is something that I want to really precise, is that it can be done remotely most of the time. And when I look at what is happening with my family, my parents, specifically my dad, moved and out of the continent in Senegal in the 70s because he couldn't find jobs. So he went to France, right? And we have this massive immigration still today, unfortunately, moving and escaping the continent. Why? Because they do not have access to jobs to sustain themselves and their family. So they automatically think and have this belief, as my dad used to have, that if I go outside, I will have better opportunity, which was the case 20, 10, even 15 years ago. Now, with the collapse of European economies and North American economies, the game is changing. The future is in Africa. You no longer need to move out of your village, of your city, to find a job as soon as you have the right information in front of you, as soon as you use this language that used to be useless as a good asset, and then to find information in companies that are ready to pay you to speak your language. And I think this is beautiful. When I started to talk about African languages 11 years ago, people came up to me and said, but why are you putting on your resume that you speak Wolof and you speak Swahili and you speak this? Like, just stick to French, English. You don't need all those languages. And I was very embarrassed because I didn't know how to say, I was like, well, I just want to mention it because I want to mention it. But today it's the reverse. Obviously, it's still nice to have French, English, Portuguese, or Spanish. But if you want to be very competitive in the age of AI and in the age where a lot of jobs are being replaced, the more unique you will be, the easier for you will get to get a job. And when I say unique, doesn't mean that you have to be an acrobat, whatever. Is that you have the ability to master a language that very few people master. If I want to take an example with the Swahili language. When there was the pandemic and I started to learn Swahili. I wanted to learn Swahili because for me, it's very important to understand that, yes, I'm from West Africa. Wolof is widespread, as my colleague CD mentioned, and is spoken in very regions in West Africa, is not the lingua franca of the continent. And if I have to if I want to have access to various information, I must speak Swahili. I must learn this language. And along the way, what happened is that I started to learn the language. I'm still learning the language today, even though I can communicate, but I still learn the language today. I was able to grab information that I couldn't grasp if I only speak Wolof, for example. And that's allowed us at Lingua Africa to get grants to develop projects, not only in Swahili, but also in Moroccan Darija or in Lingala, because we do have access to information people do not have, not because it's not available, it's just because they do not speak a language. So I will repeat again and again, is extremely important for you in 2026 and ahead to start mastering multiple African languages. And I cannot guarantee you like 100%, but you will find opportunity that other won't be able to find. And if you couple that with accessing to a market, so now at Lingua Africa, we are developing the language Lingala because we have a high demand, but because we're serving the Americas, which means North America, Central America, and South America, a lot of Brazilian people are coming to us, asking for us. We don't have those resources because they're not available in Portuguese. And what is happening now is like I was able to get a grant from from Brazil to be able to develop courses specifically for them. How did I get information? I learned the language. So don't stick to just, oh, I have to get the information or in my country. If grants opportunities are everywhere, you just have to follow what is the trend. What is the trend? A lot of people, a lot of Black Afro-descendant people are willing to learn about African languages. A lot of Afro-Latinos want to learn about where they're coming from and what is happening. There is a gap. They don't see information in their language. They have to go through French, which most of them do not master, or English. But if you facilitate this bridge between the continent and other people who are interested about your language, you will find opportunities for sure. Let's continue. So as I mentioned, now it's extremely, extremely important to be aware that I do not have to quit my continent to find a job. I can work remotely, or I can stay at home and still find opportunities. So the question that you might ask is, where do I find those opportunities? So we'll go through that. So I did like 2 columns to really explain how it works. The easiest path is obviously teaching your language. So the dominant, I will say, platform right now is Preply. So it works as your freelancer, and you are basically selling your services, right? And as a teacher. So people who are interested, as myself, to learn, for example, Swahili, Yoruba, Wolof, Serer, Zulu, whatever, will go to this platform and then select a teacher and have courses online. And this will give you obviously a great opportunity, basically, to have people for different countries, but also to earn money from that. And I did a research before this presentation. They have basically a monthly traffic of 36 million people every month. So this is basically giving you like great opportunity if you don't know where to find those jobs to create yours, being and teaching your language. Amazing Talker is very similar to that. The first one in this industry, they started in 2008, is a company from Hong Kong, was named italki. So they are the longest in the game. They have way more languages than Preply and the other ones. But those are like platform where you can basically have courses and earn money for a language that you know. So Preply, Amazing Talker, italki, Verbling, SuperProf, Cambly, and Schooly. Those are the, I would say, the most popular ones. There are still more than that, of course, but I just wanted to share a couple of them. And obviously, which AI companies now are looking for people who speak African languages? So we have Sigma AI, right? We have Happen, TELUS International AI, and I really like this company because what I like with them is that they not only looking for example, Swahili speakers, but they will be very specific. For example, they will say, we're looking for Swahili speaker from Kenya, Swahili speakers from Tanzania. And people who speak Swahili obviously know that the Swahili from Kenya is slightly different from the Swahili from Tanzania. You have also Wello Data, that is very international and recruits a lot of people who speak African languages. I put also LXT. So LXT is a Canadian-based. We don't have a lot of Canadian-based. Most of them are mostly, I will say, European or European companies or American companies. But LXT also do, this is one from Canada, they do also recruit people who are in Canada and outside of Canada who speak languages and can help them to train their AI data. We have one specifically in Africa, which is Afri Annotate. So I love that because they have a bigger range of languages where you can apply and help them too. You have Aya Data, One Forma, and one kudos to 19. I talked to the founder, who is Senegalese, but live in Sweden and got a grant, and now he's developing his company in the Silicon Valley. He has been selected, and he's very vocal on the fact that we have to include African languages, and he's doing a remarkable job on doing that. And you can follow him and the company on LinkedIn and see what he's doing right now. So obviously, if you have if you need further information, or we'll have time hopefully at the end, and you will be able to ask your questions. I didn't include other platforms like freelance platform like Upwork, where a lot of AI jobs specifically for linguists is available. Freelancer too, and to a minor degree Fiverr, which is I will say a tech company based in Tel Aviv. Okay. So what also if you have, this is the previous slide was mostly for individuals, people who want to earn money and looking for either AI companies to hire them or to be a language tutor. The other possibility when you're an NGO is to be supported by governments. And when I say governments, is not only try to look for opportunities outside of the continent. As I mentioned, at Lingua Africa, we have two poles. We have the one organization, which is MICRO, which is doing more thing and helping Afro-descendant people from the diaspora in entire Africa to reconnect with their culture and language. But we were able to secure different grants from different countries because we do have access to information, right? And so don't hesitate to look, specifically when you have an NGO, to look for opportunities, not only inside, if you're an African NGO inside of Africa, but also outside of it. As I mentioned, Saudi Arabia is investing a ton of money in performing in AI, and they want to lead the Asian market. The President Lula in Brazil is doing an amazing job with indigenous languages, and wants the Black population, which is, I don't know if you know that, but the Black population, the biggest Black population outside of Africa is in Brazil. So the President Lula is currently like changing in the entire country, where he want to include more indigenous languages and give access to Black Brazilian to have access to their roots, right? So a lot of opportunities are here for you if you're an NGO and you want to apply for grants in this country. I'm currently in Canada, and Canada obviously too is very generous with organizations and also provide grants for NGOs in Canada, but also outside. And obviously number one is UNESCO, who has a humongous, I will say, a humongous amount of money to share with organizations. So really do not hesitate in contacting them and looking for the information about those opportunities. So I want to talk more about what we do at Lingua Africa Institute. So we are under MICRO, which is the main organization, and we have different poles, but Lingua Africa Institute is specifically tailored to languages, and we'll build bridges between African languages and economic opportunity. And we connect language, culture, and technology. We do offer free courses for people who want to learn. For example, we have right now available Wolof, Darija. So it's Darija, it's spoken in North Africa, Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia, but we have specifically the one spoken in Morocco. We have also obviously Swahili. We are about to launch the Lingala very soon, and approaching this, I will say, summer, we are preparing a very specific course that is very dear to my heart, which is Medu Meter. So Medu Meter is a dead language, is hieroglyphic from Egypt. So a couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to go to Egypt. I got a free grant to study the hieroglyph. And a lot of African from the diaspora is asking us to provide them with Medu Meter hieroglyphic courses. So we are working on that to be available for free. Obviously, we start with for people who speak French and people who speak English, and then depending the demand, we'll have more courses. So I will be sharing right now the links that I have for those of you who are willing to learn the languages that I've just mentioned. Let me just go to the chat. So okay. So here in this link, you have all our courses now available for people who speak English. And for people who speak French, I will share the different links as free courses that we have. And at the end, we also provide certificates that you can be using when you apply for AI jobs. And it was certified by the government of Canada. Okay, so now back to the presentation. And this one. Almost done, and then we can go through questions. Okay, so to conclude today, I just want to say that we are witnessing an historic transformation for the continent, and where African languages are becoming an economic asset. AI needs African languages, and this creates employment opportunities and economic independence. African languages are not just part of Africa past, but is for present and also for its future. So let's continue the conversation. I'm here for your question, insights, experience are welcome. And remember, one words are not just words, they are opportunity, power, and wealth. So I wish you all the luck for those of you who are looking for those opportunities. Thank you so much for being here and listening to this presentation. I can go to.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Khadija. Thank you so much. That was an insightful one. We have just a few minutes left, so I would like to find out if we have any questions. You can drop them in the chat or in the question and answer section. Just a few more minutes left, and then we'll quickly dive into the next session. Anyone?
May I say
Yes,
something?
please.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you for that really very insightful presentation. I think, well, some of us are quite enlightened by this. In fact, I was looking at the list of prospective hirers and thinking that, oh, maybe if somebody wanted me to come and speak Yoruba or something, maybe I could get a few dollars from the enterprise. But I was also thinking of what governments in Africa could derive from all of this, especially as many of the opportunities appear to be for individuals who may have the skills and may want to exploit them. What about governments or nations? Is there a way that they can appropriate some of these approaches to also get something? Actually, I am also a lot more interested in how some of these frameworks can be employed to promote indigenous languages. If, for example, there were ways in which internally governments could generate revenue by promoting the languages. I don't know. I was just thinking along as you were speaking, and I don't know. I may not have coherently formed the question in my mind, but I hope I managed to ask a question.
Yeah, 100%. So I have to divide your question in two. First of all, a lot of African countries are investing money in AI infrastructure. So my first advice is that if you have a linguistic project, link this project to an AI project, and you will have a higher chance to get grants. Then it depends on countries. Top of my mind that I know, South Africa, Tanzania, Morocco, Egypt, do have AI specific programs, and Rwanda obviously have specific AI programs, and they do help their own citizens and also other Africans, NGOs, to apply for different grants relating, for example, from AI in health, AI in languages, AI. So it's just a matter of searching and looking for this information. How the government are making money. So I cannot really tell you how they are making money specifically, because I do not know. If you okay, I can share how the Saudi government is making money using those AI. It's not directly how they're making money, because for example, last August, Saudi launched their own ChatGPT that called Humans. So Humans is exactly the same thing as ChatGPT, but specifically for the Arab world. So if you want to have better data, if you speak Arabic and the different dialects, you use Human. And why Saudi Arabia is investing money into that? Because they do know, even though it costs a lot of money, that the most important in this digital age is to have data. So obviously they are reselling the data to other Saudi companies, and also, I guess, to other companies outside of the country. But the investment is definitely long terms. Saudi Arabia is currently building the most advanced AI city that's called Neom, which is close to the occupied land of Palestine, where the city will be the more advanced AI city, and where everything will be obviously digital. So depending on what are the main focus for each African countries, more and more African countries are investing. Same thing are happening in Senegal. It's a little bit slower, obviously, than, for example, Saudi Arabia, that is going out at a very fast path to invest in AI. But I definitely think that by 2030, like, the majority of stable countries in Africa will be and will have specific AI programs depending on the sectors. So this is what I can say to you. I can't like direct you to a specific grant. I don't know which country you are from, but
From Nigeria.
From Nigeria. Okay.
Yes, I'm from Nigeria.
So you definitely have to check what is happening in Nigeria, but also because we are part of the same ECOFAS. So for people who do not live in West Africa, us West African, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Senegalese, and Ghanaians, we have this possibility as to travel and to invest in different countries. So there are definitely things to do either inside Nigeria or in the ECOFAS system.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also thought that the promotion of indigenous languages would translate to economic advantage by the sheer volume of use of the language. There'll have to be more teachers, there'll have to be more books, there'll have to be more productions to sustain the propagation of the language, things that could happen internally, even before we get onto AI and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And of course, there's one experience that we have, or that I have. You know, there are a number of banks that have introduced indigenous languages to their ATMs, and when you get there, you're supposed to, you may select your indigenous language. The experience is that most people select English. Why? Because even when these people do understand their indigenous language, the machines do not really understand the language that much, which means that they work slower. You get, if you're in a hurry, you can't really get to where you're going using the indigenous language. So what that means is that if the indigenous languages were encouraged, there'll be many people who want to develop faster machines, for such transactions, which again, I think would tally with your expectation of economic advantage.
Well, I will slightly disagree with you on that. I think the work is being done. A lot of startups are including more and more African languages in their processes and way of communicating with locals. And why I also disagree with you is that, unfortunately, when in this AI era, if you are doing a pure linguistic research, you won't have a lot of support by institutions. And this is sad. Because a lot of organizations are in the hype of AI. And I think that if we have to be smart as linguists, as language speakers, and we have to adapt to what is currently happening, which is the huge transformation of AI. And AI is a very vast topic. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to talk about it today. And it's very important for individuals and also NGOs to really integrate AI. Why? Because from my understanding, you think as a linguist, but you have to think as an economist. So, for example, in Nigeria, your country, if we integrate Yoruba to the health system, how have everything translating in Yoruba will help the health of a certain region. How having Igbo language available at pharmacies, hospitals will help the health sector to be more predictive, right? If you stick to the fact that, because it's indigenous language, is endangered language, and that we should help institutions, they don't think this way. They most of them, not all of them, but some of them don't care. They care about, okay, we have this money, how can we help implementing AI and facilitate AI to different populations through agriculture and health, education. So the three sectors. So if you have a project, keep in mind that your project of languages is not just to help people to speak a language, it's to help them or to do something specific. Either have a better agriculture system in their country, a better health, a better access to for example, a job or education. You have to link your language project to something that is tangible.
Yeah, thank you. That actually agrees with what I was saying. Maybe I didn't put myself forward as accurately as I would have wanted to. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Khadija, for your contribution. We truly appreciate you gracing our occasion. Without wasting any more time, we would just dive into the next session, which is a fireside chat. It's going to be in English, and it's on the meaningful language access for African communities, a transformative design, into brackets, starter playbook. This session explores what happens when storytelling and transformative game design are used to build radical empathy around the daily reality of African language speakers, navigating courts, hospitals, and bureaucracies in languages they barely speak. It examines how transformative design through live action role play and storytelling can sustain empathy and move people toward collective action on language access and language justice. This session shares a starter playbook of the principles and examples that participants can adapt to their own language access and advocacy work. In this session, we have 3 speakers. We have Avishta Siras, who is the director and co-founder of African Languages Conference and a social impact designer working at the intersection of language rights, cultural bridge building, and social justice. She has collaborated with UNISECO's Secretary for IDIL 2022 to 2032 and served as a co-chair of the Global Coalition for Language Rights. Also on this session, we have Megan Gardner, who is the founder of culturalconnector.com, a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to cultural identity, storytelling, and healing. With over 2 decades of experience designing transformative games for organizations, including the Smithsonian, CERN, and the Cherokee Nation. In 2025, she was a guest speaker at the 80th United Nations General Assembly. Last but not the least, we have Jill Headgard, who is a Nubian storyteller, game designer, theorist, and trained actor with over 3 decades of experience designing transformative games for education, therapy, and leadership. He holds an MA in game design and currently works for Uppsala University in Sweden as the CEO of Evocative Games AB. I would like to welcome our speakers once again. Also like to reiterate that we have interpretation ongoing. Please look out for the globe at the bottom of your screen and then choose your language of choice. With that said, I would hand over the microphone to our speakers to proceed with the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fatima. Hi, everyone. My name is Avishta. I'd like to welcome Megan Gardner and Kjell Hedgard-Havis to AFLC 2026. These 2 wonderful people are actually my colleagues, my associates, my friends. So I'm very, very happy to be leading this conversation today about meaningful language access for African communities. So because Fatima has already done such a wonderful job introducing us in the topic, I think I'm just going to dig right into the topic itself so that we can make the most of our chat for today. So as Fatima mentioned, this is going to be a fireside chat. So it's going to be a series of questions where we're digging deeper into the intersection between my 2 worlds, where I get to work with these 2 wonderful people here and also get to work, do some of the work with African Languages Conference, so at the intersection of language access, language justice, and also transformative game design. So these 2 wonderful individuals are actually people who have been sort of pioneering this field. So that's why I thought it was important for us, as they've been exploring, the power of transformative design, transformative game design in other sectors. Let's see how some of these principles can be applied to our language sector as well. So today, It's going to be just kind of a starter kit, just some examples, some principles that we're going to dig into, just to see how our audience here can bring that home with them and see if whether they want to take transformative design deeper and apply it to their language communities and support their language communities. Or if this is something that we have tons of people saying, yes, this is something we want to do, the language sector needs this. How do we bring it into the language justice movement across Africa, and how do we take it to the next level and actually build something together that can support more African language communities worldwide and more underrepresented language communities worldwide. So let's get started, everyone. I hope that you're all ready and excited for this wonderful conversation. All right, so my very first question goes to the both of you. Either one can answer. So the first one is, across Africa and the diaspora, stories are some of the most powerful tools communities have ever had. But you both go further than storytelling. You design experiences. What is the difference between a story that moves someone emotionally and an experience that actually changes how people think, decide, and act? And how do you design that difference on purpose?
Thank you, Avishta. I'll go first. And it's an honor to be here. Truly an honor. And thank you so much for inviting myself and Xiao to be a part of this. I think I'll get right to your first question, or a part of your first question, which was, what is the difference between an emotionally engaging experience and an experience that results in actual change or transformation? And I like to say that there are two types of experiences. There's many types, but of the two that are often confused with each other is a remarkable experience, which could be an experience that fully engages you emotionally and on many different levels. And you come out feeling, like, wow, that was amazing. But then say, 2-3 months later, it's just a memory and it really hasn't impacted you, not in a real measurable way. And then there's a transformative experience. And that's actually where the experience was specifically designed to help you engage with that and process that experience so that you come out of it with a changed identity, essentially. And what I mean by a changed identity is you have more clarity on what it is that you need to do next. So you can say, I am this kind of person and I need to do this kind of thing. And so it can provide a great deal of clarity around for basically enabling a movement, if you will, on what to do next. And how you do it is by framing the experience. We call it frame the game. So Xiao and myself, our specialty is in transformative game design through Uppsala University, but then also just transformative design as an overarching field. And there is a very specific way, and I'll leave some of this for Xiao because he has an exceptional amount of research background in this area. But there's basically, to break it down, there's the invitation to change, or the invitation to open your mind. You don't have, it's not necessitated that you're going to change. It's just the invitation to open your mind to something. And then after you accept the invitation, there's the calibration. And this is basically, what am I, the participant, willing to experience? And what do I'm like, yeah, no, that's not right for me. I'm not ready to delve into that. And then there's workshopping and other things that we would participate in before we even begin the experience. And then we have the experience, and then on the way out, we have a debrief opportunity where we then process what's happened and what is it that we've learned and what are we going to do differently? What are we going to take with us when we leave the experience? And what are we going to leave behind? So now I'll pass it over to Xiao, and you can learn all about the massive amount of research behind this incredible industry.
Thank you so much, Megan, for building me up there. Let me also say thank you so much for having me at this conference. I had a very busy week, but I've been dipping my toes in and listening when I've had the time, and it's the wealth of knowledge and insights have been absolutely mesmerizing. From somebody from a very small language myself, it's really wonderful to see that the work you're doing. I'll go one step back actually, and for me as a storyteller, I always start with the question, who gets to tell the story? And by that I mean, who gets to decide what the story is? And I mean, if we go back, storytelling used to be a very communal act. It would be a way for community to come together and share their history, and share their culture, and share, this is how we do things here. This is how our life is. And then, of course, there's a shift that happens in the last, well, let's say, a couple of 100 years at least, where storytelling becomes more and more of, we have professional storytellers. First we have authors or playwrights, and of course we have movies and stuff like that happening. And what's happening then, of course, is that storytelling as an act moves from being an experience that we share together, that we create together, to something that we consume, right? So who gets to tell a story? That's the first question. And the second question is, what is the reason why the story is told? And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, there's always a reason why you tell a story. If you go back, fairy tales in Europe, for instance, stories were told as warning tales, right? Don't go into the forest because the wolf will eat you or something like that. Whereas, of course, as this becomes more and more of a commercialized capitalist thing, the story often gets told because somebody wants to make money off of it. And those things are really important for me to have in my mind when I talk about what is the difference in the experiences we design. Because when participants move from being consumers to being co-creators, agency and power shifts, which I think is why we're here today to talk about how can smaller languages, how can smaller cultures get the power and the agency to become co-creators of their own stories. And then, of course, there's a bunch of research that backs this up, and it's also a very emerging field, so we're learning new stuff all the time. And I will say, as a researcher in role-playing games, there is not a lot globally that is known about how role-playing or role-playing adjacent activities in Africa have taken place, like not in my field at least. And of course, to me, that is not, oh, nothing's happening in Africa, which is ridiculous. I mean, 1 billion people with storytelling culture that's millennia years old. Of course, there's something. It's just that it doesn't really fit into the boxes of this academic wording that has been created. And so also I'm here today because I really want to learn more about storytelling, and especially co-created storytelling in Africa.
Thank you, Kiel and Megan. I feel like you've covered quite a bit already, so you're taking away my questions. Anyway, so I'm glad you mentioned co-creation, because as you know, this is a big part of even the GRID program that we've been working on together, co-creation. And a big part of what we do together actually is hiring people like NGOs on the ground, partner organizations, to make sure that people who belong to the culture is a part of the design process itself. They're there from the inception, which you don't really get to see in a lot of projects often. It's usually the people coming in and bringing, you know, their frameworks already. And this is a little bit different because of the co-creation angle, and also the fact that you invite cultural consultants, people who belong to the culture, who speak the language, to be a part of it. So that makes, you know, the program itself, that sort of framework that you design, want to co-design with people, a little bit different. So anyway, well, let's move on to the second question now. So let's see. My second question for you is, so now we're going to start bringing it into the language sector a little bit. So in the language sector, meaningful access means that a language barrier does not stand between someone and a service they need. It means help that is free, accurate, available when you need it, and delivered by someone qualified to interpret, not just someone nearby who happens to speak 2 languages. That sounds simple, but communities tell communities tell us the reality is often very different. So I'd push on the definition further. I would say meaningful access also has to be access people are not afraid to use. Something like access that treats them with dignity and access that is culturally informed, not just technically present. When you reframe the gap between as a design failure rather than a policy one, what do you immediately see just based on your experience as a both as a transformative game designer?
That is a very good question. And first, I will say that in my book, at least, both design and policy can never be a question of one size fits all. Both can be present even when intentions are good. Like the intentions are to create something that is accessible and easy for people to use, but one can still fail at it. That being said, though, I do believe that if it's a design failure, it's quite often less a question of it being intentionally bad than if it's a policy, because policy is, once again, is about power and it's about who gets to decide how the systems work. If you put a political analysis on it, it shows us that language access, any sort of meaningful access to anything really, is a question of how agency and power is distributed, meaning who gets to design the system, who gets to decide how this thing works. And one thing I have found is that if the people who design the system have no lived experience of how it is to meet the system as somebody who needs that access, then the chances of that system failing, either through design or policy, is going to be a lot greater. So what we do, because it's not just when we talk about transformative experiences, we're not just talking about the people who are the ones who want more power and agency having this experience. It's also about people who are set, for instance, to uphold a system or design a system that people meet, that they also might want to benefit from getting a lived experience of how would it be to meet this system. An example is in Norway, we have had for a couple of decades now already. There's this rite of passage into adulthood that stems from Christianity back in the day. It's called confirmation, which means that every 15-year-old they have this they go through this course about learning about how it is to be now an adult member of society. And for I think 30 years now, through the humanist society, not the church, every single one of these kids have gone through a role-playing game where they, for a long weekend, play refugees. And now, of course, they will not they will not feel a perfect representation of how it is to be a refugee, because, of course, they can step out of it at any time. But they get a little bit of a taste of meeting a system that is incredibly unfair, that is incredibly oppressive, that is not designed with the people who are the ones needing to use it in mind. And what we've seen when we research is that the kids who go through these things, as they then grow up and as they become working professionals, they have a lot more understanding, or at least a lot more empathy and willingness to address their own blind sides when they get into jobs where they have power to influence these systems. That was a very long answer to the question, but yes, to me, it's really just if you have any sort of embodied experience, chances are you're much better at designing systems and upholding systems that will meet others with dignity and respect.
Thank you, Kjell.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Megan.
I
was
think,
going to come to you.
Yeah, sure. I think Kjell really nailed it. The co-design aspect is very important here. But I would also add, there's a term in accessibility, which I really try to keep in my mind, which is, quote, not for us, without us, end quote. So basically it's, if you're going to design anything for a population, for a demographic, they should be part of the design process. I would add, they should lead the design process. So when we were working with the Taino in the Caribbean for creating adventures to help children, grade school children, understand that the Taino had a very aware and advanced form of their own technology before Columbus arrived. And so, in fact, when the Europeans arrived, they were constructing abodes and homes that were from back in Europe, and they were getting wiped out by the hurricanes and the storms. And they had to learn from the indigenous people of the area how to actually build structures that could withstand hurricane force winds. So there's this misconception of First Nations and indigenous people not having technology, so to speak, because often European and in US, they have this perception of what technology is, and they're not open to the idea of technology can be something that is made from the ground, but it is a solution. And so when we were developing this program, we worked with Taino educators, and they had right of first refusal over everything. They told us what stories to explore, what kind of costumes and props to use, what kind of language was appropriate. They essentially, we had some ideas, but they were the ones who came in with the expertise because it was about their culture. So I think that is key, that anytime an organization or a government wants to create something for a people, they should be bringing members of that people into the design process. And when that doesn't happen, you have a terribly failed system that is not appropriate for that demographic. So for us, when University of Georgia came to us to help us, they wanted to design games essentially to help educate pregnant Black women here in the US about their 300% higher mortality rate than pregnant white women, and what kind of solutions could be provided around that. And the reason why our company was chosen was because we turned around and hired an entire team of professional Black women to design the project. So we didn't, just toss it over to all of our designers. We specifically recruited professionals who had the lived experience of being a Black woman in that type of medical system. And so they were able to speak to that type of experience from firsthand knowledge. And that's just so vital. If you're designing without firsthand knowledge of the information, firsthand experience of the information you're trying to relay, it is going to be at best flawed, but largely a failure.
Yeah, and it's not that here, what we're talking about, sustained change, right? Like sustained impact. We're not looking for, and this has happened in international development projects for as long as we can remember. People come in, they try to, using their lens, their lived experience, they try to come into different communities, they try to implement a project. It may work for some time, but it is never on the long, what the goal here is to achieve long-term impact. But you can never truly achieve long-term impact if you're coming in from an outsider perspective, right? Lived experience is another, keyword with everything that we do with, the three of us and all the stuff that we work together. Co-design, these are the keywords to the people who are listening in the audience. Please, I hope you're taking notes, because as I said, if all goes well, we're going to bring transformative game design into the language industry and really see how we can create a sustainable system, hopefully a sustainable, let's say, movement for the language sector as well. So co-design, looking at lived experiences, bringing in cultural consultants into the design itself, from the very foundation of the framework of the program that you're building that is key. So thank you for that. And I want to go back very quickly to what Kale said, and Megan, you picked up on that too, talking about why policies fail, right? When we're with a policy issue. It is because, as a matter of fact, and we all know this, maybe it's talked about, maybe it's not talked about enough. The people who get to make the decisions are never actually experience the issue. So, and they definitely don't belong to these communities that we're talking about, we're trying to serve here. So this is where the big issue is that we're people who are trying to impact policy. First of all, they don't experience the same issue, they don't belong to the same culture, they don't speak the same language, and they sorry, I lost my train of thought. With organizing the conference in the background, yeah, this is gonna happen a little bit, you guys. Sorry, please bear with me. But anyway, I truly believe with this angle, like this co-design angle, with bringing cultural consultants from like in the design, from the foundation of the design itself, is what makes this different. What you guys are doing different from what has already been done. So moving on to the next question. Let's see. We have lots of questions for you. I have lots of questions for you guys, but I don't think we're going to be able to cover all of them today. So I'll try and move on quicker. So let's go back to transformative design itself now. So what does transformative design do that a powerful documentary, a policy brief, or well-researched advocacy campaign simply cannot? So we're now looking at some what are we doing? What have we done? And why hasn't it worked? And how can transformative design do it a little bit differently? So Megan, you've worked with trauma survivors and indigenous communities, like you just mentioned. And Hiel, you've moved people across cultural and political divides. So what is the one thing your work achieves that conventional approaches cannot replicate?
I think the most significant thing is that it is an embodied learning. As Xiao mentioned, you're playing a role that will mimic, it's not identical, but it will mimic the type of experience that people are experiencing. And so a powerful documentary, this is not at all to slam powerful documentaries. I've been moved by many of them. The only problem is that it is a passive effort in that you put a piece of media out there and you leave it up to the people who are watching it to interpret it. Maybe you provide a discussion for it, which I really do advocate, because that is basically the opportunity for a debrief. But in an experience, a transformative experience that Xiel and I make, it's actually completely designed from start to end. And I would add that end is a very loose term, because when we are done with the experience, we're also then providing resources and community to support the change in an ongoing basis. Because we don't want to just throw the person out the door after they're done debriefing, go, good luck, go change. So what we're doing instead is we're providing the full picture to help make sure that transformation is not just in that moment, but sustained past that moment. So this is actually a lot of research behind this about how this happens. So in role-playing games, you are actually playing a role, and there's this concept called alibi, which means that when I play a role in a game that is designed to explore something that may parallel my lived experience. So now I'm referring to, say, addressing trauma inside of one of these therapeutic games. So if I have trauma in my background and I'm going to experience a therapeutic game, I can do that by playing a character in that game. And that the character may have an experience that parallels my lived experience, but it's wrapped up in a different story. So there's a gap between me and the traumatic experience that I had. And as I navigate the story, I am able to address what my characters experienced almost from the position of like a mentor to that character. And also, it gives me space to, because when I play a character, I dare to say and do things that I, Megan, wouldn't dare to say and do. I'm more courageous because if I don't like the direction it's going in, I can blame the character. So it's a very powerful experience, role playing. And kids do it constantly. They're always just putting on a hat and they're a new character. But we've lost that among adults often. And so we're trying to reclaim that. It's a very powerful tool for helping people to address things like trauma or even education. And in doing so, when they come out of that experience, there's another concept called bleed. And what that means is what happens to me transfers to the character, and what happens to the character transfers to me. And I'm actually going to hand it over to Xiao here because he's done a ridiculous amount of research about this topic.
Thank you, Megan. Yeah, bleed is one of my biggest research focuses. But I also first want to talk about the power of a shared story that we've created together, as opposed to a story that can be wonderful and beautiful that somebody has told to me. There's actually very distinctly different things that happen neurologically with us in our brains, where classic media, this is from media studies, there's a concept called identification. And it means that the closer you identify personally with somebody you see on screen or somebody you read in a book, the more neurological overlap there is between you and that person when you think about them and when you think about yourself. When you role play, that neural overlap is significantly larger, meaning that the characters give us this opportunity to ask ourselves, without all these defenses that are in place, ask ourselves, what would life be if I was like this, right? And this becomes really important because, and this is also the reason why people say, well, play is for kids. Grown-ups don't play. You have to grow up, you have to be a serious person now. And to a degree that is correct, because of course the play that we do as kids, we can't really always do as adults, because somebody needs to, make the trains run on time and all that stuff and go to work and make food and all the things. But it's really dangerous, I think, to just close the door completely, because play is essential for the human experience. And there's a theorist called Brian Sutton Smith, and he says that play is to culture what evolution is to the species. And what he means by that is that it's through play, through allowing ourselves to be playful and try out new things, that we find solutions to the challenges that we are struggling with. We find new ways of doing things, new cultural expressions that feel more authentic for us and for our community, and all those things. And without play, it means that we culturally stagnate. When we culturally stagnate, we become easy prey for singular storytelling, right? Where Hollywood decides what stories get told, and all the politics and all the terrible oppression that has led to over the years. In a shared co-created story, we all get to tell the story. We have the power together, we have the agency together. And when we come out of that story, we have had, what can I say, the sense of self that we walk around with every day in every situation we're in. It's not technically a fixed thing, because we will act differently in different situations. Like, I will be very different when I talk with my mom on the phone an hour from now. I'm not the scholar Kjell, then I am the son Kjell. I act very differently. But we do think that sense of self, we feel, oh yeah, well, this is who I am. Which means outside of play, if somebody suggests to me, what if you try to wear a colorful suit, for instance? That feels ridiculous because that is not who I am. But in play, I could put on a colorful suit because it is my character. But since we have all this neurological overlap we talked about, it could actually feel good to put on that colorful suit, which means I now have an experience of, huh, maybe that is me. Now, of course, a colorful suit is just a silly little example, but this goes for every single part of your identity, who you believe yourself to be, right? The stories we tell about ourselves, and often the stories we tell about ourselves are very limiting, right? Oh no, I could never do this. I'm not brave enough to do that. I'm not smart enough to do that. I don't know how to do this thing. I don't know how to speak in public. But then we have characters that all of a sudden can, and we can shift both personally, interpersonally, relationships, societies, communities, everything can shift as long as we get to tell stories together and not just have to accept the singular storytelling. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yeah, you know
I
what?
get a little bit
this is
lost
what
in my talking sometimes.
Yeah, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm also wondering, like, you know, the first time I'll put myself in the shoes of the audience right now, okay, just for a second. The first time you both started talking to me about transformative design, I was like, okay, like we're using new terms, complex terms. You were throwing a lot of like new information to, I think most people in this audience here, they're very much focused, as I mentioned before, language, right? So I want to bring it back a little bit and like just say like just make a comment and then we're going to move on to the next question. A big part of this, and I know this may not be so clear as we're talking about it, but a big part of this type of framework, especially Kiel, you've mentioned the co-design angle of many times, and so has Megan. But it's not just the co-design angle; it's the culturally informed co-design angle, right? So this part is really important because this is where, in the language sector, this becomes very important because we're not just talking about language access. With programs like the GRID program, the Games for Resilience and Interactive Transformation, that we've been working together on, a big part of this is we've been designing it from a cultural and linguistic preservation lens, right? So this is where I feel like maybe some of the people in the audience here, please feel free to use the chat or the Q&A feature to start writing your questions if you want. In about 20 minutes or so, we're going to take some questions from the audience. But I feel like this is where you might see that this type of program, it goes beyond just, yes, we're looking for long-term impact and we're looking to impact, you know, language access, but there's also there's a part of it that's really important, and why it even drew me to it. You guys drew me to this because I saw the possibilities of the work that I do with language preservation and cultural preservation, where because you're bringing people who belong to the culture, who speak the language, into the design process itself from the very from inception, that means that as you are designing the program, language is a part of it, right? And you're not designing this, but potentially you're designing it, you know, in a, let's say, a bigger language like English, but then all of it gets, you know, culturally adapted and translated into the language of the culture of the people that we're trying to serve. So there is a big linguistic and cultural lens, angle to this as well, that that goes beyond just, this is a part of the embodied sustained impact, long-term impact that we're looking for. So for the people who feel like they're not, you know, they're kind of lost with the conversation, I want to bring it back to them because yes, there's a lot of new terms, but also think about this. This is a fairly new field, right? Kiel, I know you're the researcher in the room. When people are pioneering a new field, a lot of people, it takes people time, right, to really get on board, to really understand this. And to be quite honest, this conversation, like I said in the description itself, it's new. We are just exploring what this could look like. Transformative game design with language access, with language justice, right? So it may seem very vague and very big right now. It is a big idea. But you know, if we have more conversations like this, we'll be able to dig deeper into how this really applies to African languages, language communities, and other underrepresented language communities. So anyway, I wanted to do that because I don't want people to feel like, oh, this has to do with African languages, but it does. If you truly listen to how Kiel and Megan, they're talking about this field and how this field can impact our field, you will see potentially. So let's move on to the next question. Let's see here. All right, so, and this is great. I'm glad I'm saying that because the next question actually brings it back to specifically to the language sector. So neither of you comes from the language sector. And when I first shared the following scenarios with you, with the asylum seekers, navigating courts without interpreters, communities unable to access health services in their language, children in Africa learning in a language that is not theirs, right? Not their mother tongue. Typically it's English or French. What did you recognize as potentially as potential issues, potential problems? What made you say, yes, this is a design problem we know how to work with?
Shell, do you want to go first, or?
I can go first. So I'm going to take it back a little bit to the GRIT program that we're working on, because we work in English, right? And that is because that is our shared language. Interestingly enough, of course, since it's an emerging field, I cannot talk about what I do in Norwegian because the words actually don't exist even. But when we do the GRIT project, we don't design scenarios. We don't design games. We have a framework in place, which is a tool. And this framework can then be used by whoever wants to in order to create their own scenarios and their own games. And this is super important because language, for instance, is such a huge part of who we are. Such a huge part of who we are, how we communicate. I wasn't even aware of it, but the other day, my wife, she's not Norwegian, she asked me, why are there so many mountains in your scenarios? Why are there so many names for a mountain in your scenario? And I was like, I hadn't even thought about that, but of course, for context, Northern Norway is full of mountains, and we have so many more words for mountain than English has. So I'm not feeling that I'm repeating myself, but of course, when I do design in English, a lot of the language nuance disappears. Which means if I was just to create a game about Northern Norway, doing that in Northern Norwegian makes the game a lot more, and the scenario a lot more, first of all, real and a lot fuller, culturally fuller. Now, what we can do with that after we have designed something, or the people from the culture have designed a scenario in a game, is that, first of all, we have now recorded both language and story from this culture. Not fully, of course, because it's limited how much you can put in a scenario, but there is a recording there. And two, we have created a cultural artifact that we can translate then to other language, English, for instance. And then people who are not of the language, not of the culture, can get to play this scenario and get to hear the stories, the co-created stories of the people who speak this language and understand more about their context and their culture background. And I do this quite a bit when you talked about crossing cultural divides, because of course the antidote towards xenophobia is exposure, right? When we learn that the people who live somewhere else speak a language I don't understand anything about, their words, their thoughts, how they approach life is actually quite similar to how we do it over here. It's just a different language. It's just a slightly different cultural expressions. So that is specifically what I think when language and languages that are smaller languages that are being slowly eaten up by these dominant languages. That is something that game design very specifically can do. Megan.
Yeah, I think what comes to mind for me is the example that I provided when I was invited to speak at the United Nations General Assembly back in November. And I opened with a simple exercise which was I had everybody stand and turn to the person next to them and attempt to explain to that other person what you had for breakfast without speaking, without moving your mouth at all, and without using your hands. Go. And everybody had 5 minutes to try to explain to each other what they had for breakfast. And you can imagine it was really interesting. It was a little bit frustrating as well for some people, especially as I let the clock wind on. At first it was funny and a lot of people were laughing, but then it got just annoying. And I asked people at the end of the exercise, and everybody sat down, I said, okay, how many people found that getting rather annoying? And pretty much everybody raised their hand. I said, now imagine that this is your day-to-day, experience as you try to navigate a system that does not have anything to do with your language. And you're trying to get basic needs as a refugee into this country or just somebody who is in a system that is not designed for you or by you. And I did get to see some light bulbs go on. It also has to do with generational trauma or post-crisis trauma. So when people experience trauma and it is left unaddressed, it can make it very difficult for them to speak of the trauma and to be able to heal from it. And when they don't have access to therapy or therapeutic interventions, or perhaps they come from a culture that has just had a bad experience with Western ideology of therapy, it can really limit even the economic capacity, if you want to talk at the highest level, or even their ability to take care of themselves or their family. So we designed this program, Avishta and Shell and I designed this program that wraps this around the game. So even if you are therapy adverse or your culture's therapy adverse, you can participate in a game that allows you to explore the frustrations and the experiences that you've had through your own cultural and language lens. And so this framework that we've developed it's interesting because it's designed to be adapted. So it is not like, here you go, here's how to do it. It's, okay, here's what we have. How does this need to be changed and adapted? What needs to be taken out? What needs to be put in to be suitable for your culture, not just your language, but your culture. And that's vital because, as you know, language is the vehicle for a person's culture. So if you're just trying to take it and translate it over into somebody's language, there are going to be aspects of that, as Shell mentioned, talking about mountains, that are simply not going to translate. So we've got to make sure that there is accessibility in all aspects of co-creation. And I would add that, as I said before, that the members of the culture need to be lead in this, whereas we as designers are responding to their needs, not the other way around. We're not handing them something and say, you have to fit to that. I like to say that the opposite of belonging is fitting in. And so when I tell people when you go to a job interview, if they say, we have to see if you're a fit for our culture, which is just like, wow, you need to run away from that company, because that means they don't want you to belong. They want you to change to fit them. But the truth is, the best company, when you interview for them, they will say, what do you need to feel a sense of belonging here in this company? Because we value your lived experience. We value the lens that you bring, because differences are what makes a company profoundly effective. We don't want people to all think alike. And every time we lose a language, we lose a culture. And every time we lose a culture, we get more and more narrow in our ability to create solutions or to have a rich and beautiful life.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Megan. Yeah, I feel like you're speaking my language right now when you're saying that. So thank you so much to the both of you. As you know, we're running out of time. I would love to hear from the audience as well, but I've been checking the Q&A chat. I don't see any questions so far. So I'm just going to keep going because I had like 15 questions prepared for you, and I think we've covered like 4, right? just 4. So moving on to the next. But the good thing is that some of you, I mean, both of you have covered some of these questions already. Like you've answered them already, which makes it easier on me. So thank you for that. So let's see. Let me see. You know what? I think this is a good question. We'll go with this one. Before we step into the experience itself, sorry, not we were meant to do an experience today, but we're not going to do that. But let's just say in a hypothetical, like a scenario. I just want to say, when it comes to when we're talking about language access here, these situations they involve real trauma, real communities, and you both have worked with various communities and with trauma survivors. You know that all of these experiences are real. We're working with real people here who have real trauma and who belong to communities with really real big issues. And some of them may be in the audience. So hopefully some of your answers they don't trigger people. But anyway, so what I'm trying to get at here is, when you are working with people who are trauma survivors, for example, even in the case of language, what are some of the negotiables for psychological safety? Because as I know, as we've been working on the GRID project, safety is a big part of the transformative experience, the role playing. So what can you tell us a little bit about that aspect of it? Like, how do you engage with this part of transformative game design?
Yeah. Well, you touched on probably the most critical aspect of transformation, which is that we need to feel safe enough to be able to change. And I don't mean that, I mean, I think Shale's wife, Sarah, has a phenomenal saying, which is there's no such thing as a completely safe environment. What we can do is address the risk and the communication to make it a courageous and brave environment. But to be brave, we have to feel safe enough to be able to enable that. And that comes from what we call calibration, which is I, as the person going through this experience, have control and final say over what I am willing to experience. So we like to think of it as that, as the participant, here's my comfort zone. And at no moment should I feel like I'm being pushed outside my comfort zone. I have the freedom to step outside it, and perhaps I even have enough courage to step significantly outside of it. But at any moment I feel uncomfortable, I can get right back into that comfort zone. At any moment I can stop the experience because if I feel overwhelmed. And all of that comes from the communication before the experience happens on mechanisms for helping to communicate if I'm feeling overwhelmed, or if I need to step back, or if I'm okay and I want more of something. So we have very simple signals. A variety of different games use different signals. Here in the US, it might just be a thumb. Putting a thumb up might be, I'm feeling great about this, let's keep going. A thumb to the side would mean, we need to tone this down. And a thumb downwards means, nope, I'm not doing well here, we need to disengage. You might cover your eyes, which says, I'm done for the moment, please step back. But the key thing is, I, as the participant, have 100% control over what I'm going to experience. Nothing is pushed upon me. And because of that control, and that's vital, is that I can see how much of this stimulation or how much of the story that I'm engaged with I feel like I can take on at that moment. And by creating this brave space for us to move forward through this, that's what invites change. That's what allows us to get uncomfortable enough to change, because most change does mandate some amount of discomfort, but it should be within my control to determine how much discomfort, what I'm willing to do, and how far I'm willing to go. So it's creating that space that life often doesn't give us, which is some control over what it is that I'm willing to take on at that moment. And then in the debrief, to process that And to know that whatever it is that I feel about that scenario, it's a valid emotion. And then it goes on from that. But that safety aspect of it is absolutely vital for any real transformation to occur. Xiao?
I think you covered it beautifully. I just wanted to point out, because it can be a little bit difficult to understand if you're not familiar with the field at all, what we're actually talking about, because what is a game? What is an experience? That is something that is bounded by time and physical space and so on. But when we design something, it's not just the play itself in the middle. We also have quite a lot of workshops before we get there, where we construct this. We call it a transformational container, where we create this safety, we maintain it, and then also after we have stopped playing, like we go out of character, we also have a whole process afterwards with de-rolling, debriefing, and what we call integration, which is super important. All these different techniques, all these different things we can do in order to maximize the potential for this experience you just had to have transformative effects in your real life going forward. And of course, this is not a 100% exact science, because humans are messy and humans are individual. But we have learned a few things over the years, and we have a lot of different techniques and a lot of different workshops and so on that we scaffold, we frame this play experience in the middle around. So yeah.
Thank you to the both of you. And you kind of covered my following question already, Megan. I was going to ask you about what really makes this experience transformative, rather than just, in advocacy work, which I've been doing for quite some time. There's a lot of, talking, as you know, and a lot of campaigns and things like that. But with, at least I wouldn't have brought both of you here if I didn't see the possibility. We've talked about this offline many times, and I know this is probably blowing the audience's mind right now, thinking, how is this even possible? It seems so far-fetched, right? I also thought so at the beginning, but I have participated myself. Let's just say I'm going to put myself again back in the audience's shoes as someone coming from the language sector. I was recently invited by the two of you here to be a part of a LARP, live action role-playing game experience, I should say. And I came out of it, and it was called The Assembly, and I came out of it truly feeling different. I don't mean like, oh, it changed my worldview completely about democratic participation. No, but I did feel like, oh, while this was the game and I was, role playing, I was acting, I was pretending to be somebody else, but it did, as you said, it did bleed a little bit into my personal views. So there is the possibility of, sustained embodied impact that we're looking for here, which we don't always get with advocacy campaigns and just bringing awareness to issues. We all know what the issues are, but how do we address it? And this is I would say, a fairly new way of addressing the issue of language justice and language access. I think we may have time to take maybe one more question. I'm the one moderating, the person moderating the next question. So let's see if we can wrap it up very quickly here before we move on to our keynote address that's coming up next. In the meantime, I know Kjell and Megan both, perhaps people want to connect with you. So I want to encourage you to share your contact in the chat if you want, any resources that you might have. Please feel free to use the chat and do that while I'm preparing myself for the next question here. So it's because I still don't see any questions in the chat. That's why I'm saying that. But if there's anyone who has a question, either in the chat or the Q&A, feel free. We can cover at least one from you. If not, I'm just going to keep going. I have a list of 15 questions here. Okay, all right. Okay, so this is a good one. Maybe we can cover this quickly. So bringing it back to what I was just saying a minute ago, language justice is not only about feeling empathy when we're talking about human rights here, right? Language rights are human rights. It's about shifting power and changing systems. What design choices help participants move from, oh, I feel bad about this, to I will do something. I can do something about this. Both of you as designers, what do you think what can shift people's minds, I guess, in a way, towards action?
That's a really great question. And what I will say is there are probably as many answers to that as there are people. But we do know a few things. And one of the things that is really important, let's say you have designed an experience, a game that is about exactly that. Like you want people to understand that they can act in their real lives, change policy, change things, stuff like that. You have to contextualize it. People need to understand how this game experience they've had, how that relates to the real world. Now, we can never recreate the real world, but we can try to recreate things that can feel similar, like levels of frustration, for instance, with game design mechanics and stuff like that. But then we have to contextualize it, and we have to let people understand that this is an actual real issue in the real world, and here are some things that can be done about it. Here is your room to move in. And there are many, many different ways you can do that in integration. One thing can be, as you said, people to take political action, for instance. There are many ways you can organize, you can go into politics, you can do all sorts of stuff, but it can also be stuff like creative expression. And as linguists, of course, you are masters of the written word. And one of the things one can do is inspire creative expression that might also shift these situations. And also, which is my absolute favorite, is whenever people play a game that I have designed, one of my top integration tools to go to is game design. Tell people, hey, you've played this game. Was this impactful for you? Well, you can actually design your own from your place in the world, from your lived experience. If there is something that you feel personally that you are being challenged by structurally out in the world, or most personal level as well, you can use game design as a way to structure your thoughts around it and to give yourself more agency to do something about it. And it's really that it boils down to in the end for me, power and agency. And I'm
sorry if I could interrupt you. I do have to leave in 1 minute. So if I could, I just want to add one thing and then I'm going to sign off, which is that it's important to recognize that transformation is usually a small movement of the needle and that accumulates over time. So what we're shooting for isn't big sweeping change in our experiences. We're shooting for small movements that accumulate over time. And that over time is what then shifts things into the space for yourself or for a movement that's in the direction that we want to go. So, and thank you, Xiao. I'm sorry for that. And thank you, Avishta. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Megan. All right. I just want to close the session now. Bye. I just want to say thank you to the both of you. I know this was just a first conversation looking at the intersection of transformative design, transformative game design, and language access and language justice. We try to bring it as much as possible with language communities today, but this was the first chat. Hopefully we can have more and invite more people to be a part of the conversation, and continue this conversation, as I do want to, regardless of, Kel, you know me, and I know Megan knows that about me too, that whether I'm joined by others or not, if I see a possibility, I go for it. So I'm going to keep working towards this. I'm going to keep shedding the light on how transformative game design can truly can impact our language sector. And I hope that more people join me on this, on being a part of this movement. Specifically here, we try to talk a little bit about African communities, African language communities. We didn't have a whole lot of time today to dig deeper into that because I had a really good question coming up about more focused on African communities across the continent. But anyway, you and I, Kel, we can take the conversation offline and keep talking about that. Go ahead.
Can I just a final comment on that, because that's exactly what I want to learn more about. I started
Right.
this talk by saying that we don't know enough about role-playing forms in Africa. I know they exist, but I don't know enough about them. So if you have in your local community, either do role-playing in the more mainstream sense, or if there's some sort of old cultural expression that takes the shape of role-playing, I would love to hear about it. My email is in the chat. If you have any questions or whatever I've been talking about, me and Megan, please send me an email. I would love to connect.
Thank you so much, Kiel, for sharing your research, your lived experience, and professional experience and knowledge with us. It's truly been a pleasure to talk to you and Megan both. And I hope we've inspired at least some of the people in the audience to see the possibility, at least open people's mind to the possibility of this. Thank you so much, Kiel. I'm going to now invite, take care. And I'm now going to, all right. I'm going to invite our keynote address, actually, our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Paul Nzuri, who I see is already in the audience. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm going to be moderating your session. Hi. I'm going to be moderating your session today. So let's get started. We're a couple of minutes behind, not too bad, actually. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Azonre. I hope am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Azonre. All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. So let me just quickly introduce today's conversation, and then we are going to give you the floor. So let me see my slides here. Sorry, bear with me for just one moment. There we go. All right. So first and foremost, I want to say a big thank you for Dr. Nzuri here for giving us the opportunity to bring him onto this platform for this year's conference, African Languages Conference. And I also want to mention that this particular keynote address is being sponsored by Silicon at Stanford University, and I guess co-sponsored by AFLC as well. I'm really glad, Dr. Nzuri, that when we invited you, you were very welcoming and very kind and said, yes, I would be happy to be a part of the conversations about African languages during African Languages Week, to be a part of this platform. So thank you. So today's session is called Kaya AI, Language AI on Our Own Terms. This keynote discusses the motivation for building AI solutions by Africans for Africans and highlights the dangers of relying on foreign AI technologies at the expense of local innovation. It presents the recent advances of Kaya AI, the world's first Ghanaian language AI-based translation, speech recognition, and text-to-speech system, with live demonstrations of its applications in voice agents, healthcare, retail, and chatbots. The session aims to inspire attendees to reject AI colonization by big tech and prioritize Africa's cultural, economic, and national security interests in the new digital future. Today's speakers, our keynote speaker is Dr. Paul Nzuri, who holds a PhD in computer science from MIT and is the founder of Algorand Incorporation and co-founder, I apologize if I did not pronounce that correctly, Dr. Nzuri, and co-founder of Ghana NLP, which gave rise to Kaya AI, the world's first AI translation and speech system for Ghanaian and other African languages. He is the author of Transfer Learning for NLP by Manning Publications and has served as principal investigator on several DARPA or DARPA research programs. Dr. Nzuri, welcome. Welcome to AFLC 2026. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, Avishta, and the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. It always excites me to talk about this topic. So I think I have to share my slides.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So when we get to the demos, you will have to tell me if the audio is working. But for now, we're good. So let's go. So Kaya AI, language AI on our own terms. My name is Dr. Paul Azunre, and this is my talk. Thank you for coming. So just to give you a very brief overview of how the talk is structured. First, this introduction, right? And then we are going to talk about why the status quo, the way things are going in the AI development space, why it is broken for Africa, and why we have to look out for a different way of doing things. What specifically, why is it broken, and what's going to happen if we keep on this path? And then we'll talk about what Kaya AI is trying to kind of inspire or motivate the kind of approach to this AI development for African languages. And then hopefully we'll get to see some exciting demos where you see some of the things we've built. Okay. So yeah. So these are some of the key reasons why we can say the status quo is broken. The current internet technology does not serve our community. What do I mean by that? Even simple things like search engines are broken. The information that comes up when you search for stuff in your own local language is not properly ranked. It can be harmful, right? It's not at the level of accuracy that you would see for large languages, of course, right? So it's something that's not prioritized by a lot of platforms that are not based in Africa. I'll show you some examples. You can't find high quality information when you need it. And there's a lot of harmful content on the social media. So here I'm going to give you an example. Like if you go into Google and you search for heart disease, right, in English, you will see a lot of very useful information. By the way, shout out to Asme. A lot of this are his ideas. So Asme, if you're watching, shout out to you. But yeah, if you search for heart disease, very useful information comes up. Symptoms, causes, doctor's advice, definition, prevention, right, at the very top. Okay. Now let's do the same thing with Twi, which is the largest Ghanaian language, about 30 million people. Let's see what happens. If we look for Akoma Yadie, which is heart disease in Akan or Twi, see what happens. You are going to get song lyrics, and you are going to get Bible quotes, right? You are not going to get symptoms. You are not going to get anything helpful, right? So imagine you're looking this up while you're having a heart episode, and you're getting served with Bible verses and music lyrics. That doesn't help you, right? So how come you can see something so incredible for English, but the same system is not doing the same for our languages? And I would say 30 million people is quite a few people, right? There's probably quite a bit of money that's being made by this system from those people. So why is it that we can't get the same level of quality in our search results? And I mean, I should say, like, we are very grateful to Google for all their work, and we use a lot of their technology. They've even funded us before, and we appreciate the work that a lot of the big tech does. But this is really because, if you really think about it, this is not a priority for them, right? So even if you look at the field of AI, the way they talk about African languages is in the long tail, future work, right? So yeah, over time it's improving, right? 5 years ago it was completely rubbish. Now it's, at least the song lyrics are accurate as it's true. We're talking about some metaphorical representation, but still it's not where we need to be. And it's really because it's not being prioritized. So the people building it don't really care that much about our problems to treat it as a priority. That's really what it is. And we can't really blame them for it. They are a for-profit company. They are not really headquartered in Africa, so why should they care that much? But the issue is, yeah, it's not a priority. In fact, here I'm showing you an example of there is actually a lot of, sometimes the defense you hear is, okay, but there's no high quality content. That's why. So go and create the content and maybe you get the results. But here I'm showing you that that's not true. We do have high quality content. It's just not brought up. Right. So, and it gets even more serious than that, right? We are talking about algorithmic systems fueling genocidal killings, right, in Africa. So many examples of this. I'm showing one, just one, right? This happened in Tigray, right? A lot. The Facebook algorithm was fueling because whatever was happening there, people were engaging a lot whenever that topic came up. So the algorithm kept pushing it more to more and more people, and more people are getting caught in this hate and participating in it, right? And so again, this is something that's being controlled from Silicon Valley, but it's having an impact in Tigray. And what's even worse, while all of this is happening, right, the platform says, actually, we are not even going to fact check, and actually, we are not going to put any effort into anything that's happening in Africa. It's not our problem, right? Literally, they had it running, but then the regulation staff changed. And so they said, you know what? We don't want to do this anymore. So no fact checking, no hate detection. You're on your own, but feel free to use the platform if you want, right? Now, of course, again, if you look at it from their perspective, it's not their problem, right? So they are a for-profit. They have to cut their costs. So they will make a decision like this because it's not their problem. But it has a real impact on our lives, right? How can we leave such decisions, right? And so much power in the hands of people who don't care about our problems, right? That's really what I'm trying to say. And if on the left-hand side, you will see a map of a recent report from the Africa Center for Strategic Studies, that this problem is getting even worse, and not just, you know, the other things I mentioned on the previous slide, which is scary enough, but there are attacks on our democracies going on across the entire map. Look at it. The evidence is there. So we are being caught in the middle of like power struggle between, you know, a bunch of empires, quote unquote, right? It's happening to us. And it's happening to us on this platform with the tools that we have no control over. Is that a situation that we think we are comfortable with? It's a rhetorical question I'm asking. And in this slide, I kind of say that, you know, if AI technology is foundational, you already know that, right? But there's also a cultural security question. And I like to illustrate it like this. Let's say Google Translate was the only way to input, or maybe some keyboard that Google owned and Google Translate was the only option available anywhere for translating between English and one of the African languages. And then there was a mistake made by the engineers there because, again, we are in the long tail, we are not a priority. Those people don't care that much. They're probably not from anywhere that's impacted by this. So maybe they have a few typos in the way they say a certain word. It's a typo, right? Now, basically, the existence of this system and its monopoly is going to force everybody to use that way of speaking in order for the system to recognize what they're inputting as correct. Or when they translate, that's what it will display. So people start using that corrupted version of our culture as if it is actually our culture, right? And again, this thing is in Silicon Valley probably. We have no control over it. We can't go in and fix it, right? We may complain, but at the end of it, it's not our decision, right? So again, there's this cultural security question that the gatekeepers of AI technology, if you give everybody sufficient resources to build systems, I wager that the ones who are going to care the most and going to create the most accurate representation of their own culture are going to be the people from that area. You have to give them resources, but if you give them resources, they will have the most accurate system, right? So that's what we should encourage if we want this to preserve the cultural security and have it in our own hands and have some control over it. And okay, let's dig deeper into, again, the big tech solutions that they're building. What are some of the issues with them? And before I begin this section, again, I'd like to say thank you to big tech for even paying attention to our needs. There are a lot of technologies we use, big tech built, like PyTorch, TensorFlow, right? There are truly open source tools out there that have changed the world, and we are very grateful for it. But there are other things happening which are worth investigating further. Okay, so the model I like to use in this section as an illustrative case is the No Language Left Behind NLLB. You've probably heard about it. It claims to cover 200 languages with a single AI model. It calls its results state of the art, right? This is from their blog. And they call it high quality. They also claim it's open source, right? And when they released it, people went and tested it. We tested it, lots of people tested it. And it's not true, right? So a lot of noise was made about how high quality it was, but it was actually very bad quality. Then we said, oh, but it's bad. And they said, well, why don't you help us improve it, right? This is open. It's open. Join us. Let's improve it together. It's ours, right? And you say, okay, it sounds nice, right? Let's help them improve it. Then we can all use it. But turns out, when they said it's open source, they lied to you. Because if you actually look it up, it's a non-commercial license. So imagine they went around all the conferences and they solicited all this help. Free work from people who need very dire economic circumstances, right? They extracted all this free work and they said it's open, come and help us. But it turns out when you actually try to put it in production after helping them improve it, it's not allowed, right? They can, but you can't. So it's like, okay, this just gives some deceptive vibes, right? You can see how somebody might have an incentive to do things exactly this way, to monopolize power, right? And to exploit you. This is the vibes that you should get if you have, an antenna that probably you see once you see this. And there are many other examples. I think Aya Tiny is making a lot of noise recently. Same thing. They claim it's open source. You look at the details, it's open weight. So you can use it for research, but you can't put it in production. Only they can make money off of you studying it. Cool. And of course, this is nothing new under the sun. Studies have been done that have shown how the idea of open source is used systematically to monopolize the power, to kill competition, to destroy ecosystems that might be a threat to the monopoly, and to basically consolidate power in the space. And this is one report. I encourage you to go and read it. Open for Business. Meredith Whittaker and her colleagues wrote it. And I actually was interviewed for it. My thoughts are in there somewhere. Check it out. It's very insightful. So something as, appealing and seemingly innocent, right? Open source might actually be, it's actually being used for a very specific purpose, which is to dominate the industry and to distract the local ecosystems from actually building what they need, which is the indigenous ecosystem being able to do these things, right? Like when one of these models comes out, we can't even release anything because nobody will even pay attention. They'll all be talking about this model that turns out isn't that great. And of course, at the end of the day, it's all about profit accumulating to a few entities that are not in Africa, right? They may be built on your free labor, it may be built on your culture, but the profit is not coming to you. So, okay, I've said a lot of things. Anyone can complain, right? What are we doing about it? What are we going to do about it? So, the first thing we did, we started this a long time ago. a long time ago. And I'll get to this on the next slide. So the first thing we did is we put out some data sets. So we did this in 2020. And this was actually the first tree data set that was out there, open source, that people could train a model on. So nobody was paying attention. In 2020, not Google, not Meta, nobody cared about Akan, right? It wasn't supported by any of the platforms. There was no data sources. There was no ongoing work. Well, there was ongoing work in the theoretical kind of academic spaces, not well resourced, right? So this was literally the first data set. So we did it. You can find it now. Anyone can use it. Big tech can use it. Small tech can use it. It has been published a lot. You can see the number of downloads, stuff. So just to give you a timeline, this is kind of on the very left-hand side of the timeline. That was 2019, 2020 that we did this. And then in 2020, we released a web app because we, kind of like NLP Ghana, when it was formed, it was open source. I mean, it is still open source, but the whole strategy was open source, and we raised grants to support this work. About 1 year in, we said, nah, begging for money might not be in the end what we want to be. Maybe we want to build self-sustaining systems, right? So systems that can pay for themselves, build products that maybe some businesses can use, pay into their pots, and then we can keep doing this again and again, right? So this is when we started building the web app. We built the web app. We built the mobile app. You can find it on all the stores. We put out an API in 2022 so that other businesses can build in the back end if they want to use our models. We put out speech recognition. And then in 2024 was our first text-to-speech. Towards the end of 2025, this organization called Huniki gave us the very first significant funding. So you can see, so that's about what, 6 years between when we started to when we got our first significant funding from Huniki, about 6 years, right? And now we can boast support up to 36 languages across Africa. And these are kind of like the breakdown. It's almost over 500 million African speakers, if you add the speakers. One of the things that I wanted this graph to illustrate is how this area might differ from what, let's say, Silicon Valley, how things are done in Silicon Valley, right? In Silicon Valley, it's all about moving fast, breaking things, and this very the Jocelyn proposition, everything has to move like this. But my argument is that this kind of problem is not solved like that. It's very different, and it may take a long time, like decades or multiple decades. In fact, this is why if you look at the logo, we have a tree in the logo. That's the Kaya tree, which is like African mahogany tree. It takes a while to grow, right? Once it grows, it's majestic, and it has all these benefits to the community, but it takes a long time to do it. And if you think that you're going to grow it overnight, you're not going to have no trees. You won't have this wonderful resource. So this is kind of like what I'm trying to say here. This problem, if you combine all the factors, is not something that's going to be done overnight. And, it's something that has to be consciously pushed forward. But eventually, you'll see sunlight. So as we did after half a decade. So I'm going to kind of ask someone to let me know if they can hear the audio in here.
So, hi, Paul. We're not hearing anything.
You're not hearing it?
No.
So that's
So usually you have to, when you're sharing your screen, you have to also click the sound feature. So you may want to stop sharing your screen, and when you start sharing again, to check the box.
It would be under content only?
Let me see. So when you click on share screen, there should be an option on the right side that says share sound.
Yeah, it's grayed out.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You know what? It is for me too. I don't know why that
Okay.
is. It shouldn't be the case.
I'm going to let me try something.
Perhaps perhaps our tech team can also come in here and help us out. Maybe you were supposed to give you some special privileges to be able to do that.
Let me check something. You know what I'll do? I'm going to drop the link to the slides in the chat. And if anybody wants to listen to the audio, they can. How about that?
Yep, that's a great idea. Thank you for being so solutions oriented, and we apologize for the
No worries.
technical difficulties.
Yeah, I really
Thank
want
you.
you to watch the demos because that's the fun part. So let's see. You can see my screen now, right?
Yes, we can see your screen. Yeah.
All right. So really, what this demo was showing were some of the languages that we can do text-to-speech for, such as Gonja, Mamprasi, Dagbani. And the point I wanted to make is that if you look at the number of speakers for each one of those languages, you will see that Gonja is about 300,000, right? And if you look at Mamprasi, for example, that's about 300,000. Now, these are examples of languages that no AI company in the world can say that they have text-to-speech for. Like this is, I'm pretty sure about this. That's why I'm using this example. No company in the world can, no Google, no Meta, nobody has it except us. And if you really think about why, 300,000 speakers, that's not really something big that when a big tech company sees, they say, oh, there's money here, right? They will start, if they are going to start providing solutions, you can see how they do it. They start with the large languages, right? They start with Swahili, because that's where they can get users, they can make money. We can't blame them for that. It makes sense. And we often, when we prioritize, we do something similar. But what I'm trying to say is that if this is being done purely as a for-profit motive, and if you are not personally invested in it, like I'm sure to a Gonja speaker, it doesn't matter there's only 300,000 of us. They want solutions, right? So they care enough to build it, even if to suffer that long time, maybe 5 years or whatever they're going to take to get there, right? If it was purely profit, they would have given up by then, right? So there's a reason the funding is not coming to these languages. The people who we are waiting for to come and solve that problem, they don't have the incentives to do it. The ones who really have the incentives to do it properly is us, right? And so this is why we have it, right? And we are the only ones who do. And this has to start happening across Africa, and it is beginning to happen. I'm very happy to see it. So these are some of the solutions we built. Like I'm just showing you when we first built the mobile app and the web app, this is what it looked like, but we also have the API that you can use for yourself. Today, we built something called the Kaya Studio, which has this cool chat feature. So it's like OpenAI or ChatGPT for African languages. So I'm giving you a chat I did actually about 24 hours ago when I was making this slides. I did this. I asked it, what's your name? He told me I'm Kaya AI. I'm a helpful LLM assistant. Then I asked for the USA president, who it is. It said Joe Biden. So, you know, the LLMs are out of date a bit. So you got that wrong, but makes sense, right? The LLM hasn't been retrained since. And then I asked it about the heart disease example, right? What is that? What is heart disease? And it gave me, actually, I was surprised by the responses of quite good. This translation that I'm showing on the right-hand side is not perfect, but it gives you a sense of what the tree response was, which is, it's one of the biggest health problems in Africa or the world. There are a lot of heart conditions under it. And then it said high blood pressure, fats, and smoking. And then it said body function. I think it's trying to say that you should be moving a lot, right? Body activity. If you're not moving a lot, so that translation is not perfect, but you kind of get a sense of what it's giving useful information, and it works, right? And you can try it today. If you go to studio.kai.ai, you will be able to try it. And then even we can do things. Shout out to Lawrence who built this. You can actually now take pictures of stuff. So optical character recognition, it will extract them. So this is a picture of like something written on a sheet of paper. I uploaded it. It transcribed. It extracted the text and then translated it quite well. Right. So if you're, for example, reading a book with your phone, then you want to see what's written there. Maybe you can't see it clearly. Then at the end of the day, you can even click a button and it will speak it to you, right, with the text to speech. So these are beginning to look like serious tools. Back to Huniki, I spoke about Huniki briefly. The organization of other, the organization that funded us. But I want to say a bit more about what the concept is. So Huniki is actually a language, that word is inspired by a language of which there's only one speaker left in Southern Africa, right? There's only one woman, very old, who speaks this language. After her, that's it. So I think they call that language moribund in linguistics. So this, we kind of were inspired by this concept, by how poignant that message is, that we have to start acting before it's too late if we really want the outcomes that we want from our languages, right? And so these are some of the organizations in it. So Kaya AI is one of them, Ghana NLP as well. Lisan, that focuses on the Horn of Africa. Lilapa, that focuses on Southern Africa. It's led in a management capacity by DARE, which is Dr. Tina Gebro's organization. And yeah, basically the idea is that instead of this competing monopoly, what if we said, okay, you focus on your expertise, right? You Ghanaians, West Africans, focus on that. Southern Africans, focus on that. Horn of Africa, focus on that. And what if we could put it all together under one product to serve a client? And this is specifically driven by the difficulty of a small African startup to compete with a huge multinational big tech corporation with billions of dollars, right? You cannot provide a kind of coverage. If you focus on one area, you can't provide a kind of coverage that big clients often need. But you can collaborate with other African startups and come together. And when you come together, that allows you to focus on your area, but also to serve people who care about coverage, right? And so this is what Huniki is, what the motivation is. But the big point that I'm trying to make is that the situation is so dire, right? And the disparity is so big that in order to catch up for a lot of our ecosystems, it's not just about the technology innovation, okay? It's about governance innovation. It's about policy. It's about innovation in how you collaborate, right? Like what kind of structures you form and collaborations you form and exactly how you do it. If all you have is great technology, it's just, you're not going to win this battle, right? With big tech, of course, they have so many big resources, they will do it better, right? But once you begin to be innovative, not just in the tech dimension, but in some of this other, there are solutions. And if you really think about it, we don't have to do things the way it's done in Silicon Valley. We don't have to go move fast, break everything, burn everything. We don't have to do that, right? In our culture, that's not what we do, right? Ubuntu, work together. Do it slowly if that's what it takes. Commit to it. It's gonna take a long time, but if you do, stick with it, often you come out ahead. So yeah, those are some of the things I wanted to mention. So now the use case demos, I think I'm gonna have to let you guys play them yourself. This is the first one, is basically a chat. So I'll basically cover what's going on. So what he's doing is he's showing you the Kaya Studio. This is David, one of the people who built this system. Amazing guy, Ghanaian kid. So he's showing you the speech recognition. He can speak to it to transcribe what he's saying. He can then translate it, or he can convert it back to audio with a different voice. All right. So these are things that 11 Labs and all those people are doing. You do that, yeah. And then the next presentation. So please watch this. It's fun. And then I think he shows you how to chat with it. So if you want, you can go and try it. Your language is currently supported. This is our chat interface. This is what it looks like. You can type in your local language and interact with your whatever LLM you want. Okay, let's get to the next one. Here, you're not going to hear the audio again, but I'll talk about it. This is an example. This is not like some toy that's just in somebody's bedroom that we are just making demos, right? This is like already a commercial product that's deployed. And in this case, it's a vending machine. You can check them out. ESOG Africa. It's a vending machine. You can interact with it in your local language. And that's what this video is. So he's pressing buttons. It's giving him prompts in the local language, the Twi. And you can speak to it if you want to order your product, Mami Coca-Cola or something, and to give it to you, right? So this is our API doing this, right? Already in the field today. So this is another app that somebody built. They just tagged me on LinkedIn. I love it. It's called Motherline. And it's basically maternal health, a maternal health app. If you come to it and you're trying to get some advice about the stages of your pregnancy and if you have any symptoms or what you can do, it's basically a proof of concept that shows that you can actually build a system that's very helpful. And our system here is being used to capture a voice. So if you speak to it, if you say like my stomach hurts me or something, that's what he's saying here. And then you to transcribe it with our API, you to send the text in, you to pull up, it's doing some vector search, and then it's pulling back health information you should know about. And in this case, it said something about constipation. That has to be translated back to the local language, but you get the idea. Okay. So this one is very cool. If you are going to check any of these demos later, this is the one you should check. The first one is going to be a video in English, right? So this is somebody's YouTube channel. He went to Uzbekistan and he is talking about it, right? So what if you wanted to show this to your Ewe friends who didn't speak English, right? Guess what? And we did this in collaboration with Saudi. So shout out Saudi. In the second video, you will just see a perfectly dubbed video in Ewe, right? And I mean, the native speakers told us it's excellent. And it's like pretty much 100% accurate. And this is a pretty technical, like, coverage, right? Pretty technical statistics, but it handles this pretty well. So this is an example. This is a real thing. So think about the movies you can dub and the interviews you can dub, or social media content you can increase your reach, localize. And I think it took 3 minutes. The thing, I didn't optimize the speed, but when I was running it, it was 3 minutes. Right? The transcription took the whole dubbing process. Now this is another one of those, a video that's dubbed, but in this case, there are multiple people, right? So in BBC, you have 4 people talking to each other, different voices. So diarization, right? This is where you are not just, you're not just transcribing the voices, but you also have to detect the different ones. So that because it's a conversation and they have to be assigned to different personas, right? And so, yeah, even that we can do. If you watch this example, you will see the same video dubbed in different voices from English to Twi. So you can take it to your local TV station and show it in an area where they may not speak English, right? So these are just some examples of the things we are doing, and this is a Prince did this, and this is like virtual reality or augmented reality, right? This is Al Green's work. He's talking to it, he's asking it for facts, and it's telling him stuff. He called it a Jua. You can watch the video, it's cool. So basically, we are thinking, yes, we are thinking we are going to use this in language learning. Right? So imagine immersive language learning, the way it's not just on the screen or whatever. You can be chatting with the whole character, practicing your speech. I'm not a native speaker of Twi, but when I tried this, it helped me practice my pronunciation and stuff. And it's engaging, So we are doing virtual reality, augmented reality, whatever have you, and so can you. If you get our API, you can. Just to mention some applications of the things you saw, right? That we've actually discussed this with the Ghanaian government already, and we have some conversations going with them. But these are some of the ways that we can see that you can use this technology in ways that can benefit. So in the courts, there are often situations where people are accused of crimes and they're accused in English, but they don't speak it. They can't defend themselves. They don't even know why they're there. And then they're just there for a long time. And that's not fair. So what if we could enable them to hear what the accusation is in their own native language, right? Live, as they were being accused, they heard it and they responded. And of course, you have to make sure that all of these things are highly accurate, right? Especially in a sensitive area like that. But if you use it correctly, it can only improve the situation. Yeah, if you use it correctly. So this is one example. Parliament is another one. They speak in English when they go to Parliament, but why should they? When the constituents, you're speaking to your constituents, and like half of them don't speak English. Why should you have to speak English? Why not speak your native language? But then the other people in the room say, but we don't speak it. And we also need to know what you're saying. Well, let them speak in their native language if they're speaking to the constituents, transcribe everything, convert it to audio, put it in people's speakers, whatever they want, headphones, whatever you want. There are solutions like that you can think about. Civic education, right? We complain a lot about problems in our country and what the leaders are doing, but often we are not participating enough in the process, right? And often it's because people don't know. They don't even know that there's an election, they forgot and they missed it, or they don't even know why it's important to vote, right? So imagine generating these videos about converting into the local languages, transmitting it, putting it on the radio, the TV. Whenever there's an outbreak, like a health disease issue, you send it out. There's a famine, animal disease, you produce the content, you send it out, whether it's text messages, whether it's automated calls, whether it's email, right? YouTube channel, Twitter, whatever it is. It allows you to create the content that targets specific areas where people might not speak all these colonial languages, right? Hospitals, people are using our stuff in hospitals. You saw the Mother's Health app, but we actually have people using the app to communicate with patients who don't speak the language of, because you often have people deployed to areas, doctors, there's shortage of them, they're deployed to areas where they don't speak the language. It helps them kind of understand why the person is here, back and forth, and then they figure out what the issue is. So I'm very proud to say that, yeah, we've gotten this feedback from real doctors. This is not some theory. And yeah, language learning, right? So we showed you the app with the the avatar talking. Yeah, so we think that we can build immersive environments that can work better for our communities than what's out there right now. So yeah, just to finish up, AI tech is an amazing thing, I think. It has the potential to boost our economy's huge impact, no question. But the risks are also huge, okay? And the people who the people who control these things that are so sensitive to our culture, right? It carries a lot of weight. Who controls those systems, or who is gatekeeping them, or who can go and tweak them, right? Whose responsibility or ability it is. So, and this is what is going to determine whether it's going to be something positive for us or something that will continue the patterns of the past and leave us behind, right? So I think that the only way we can be sure this works for us is if African alternatives always exist. Again, we love big tech, we love all the work they do, and we thank them for their investment. But at the end of the day, there has to be an alternative in each of those areas. There has to be an alternative that's indigenous. And that has huge implications: national security, cultural security, economic security. We cannot not have that, right? That's what I'm saying. And it's not something that happens overnight. It's not an easy problem. It takes a long time. It takes deliberate effort. It's not something that we just wish into existence. It's not something someone is going to help you to do if they're not personally invested, okay? So we have to make a deliberate effort and have our policy right and center local innovation. That's it. That's my talk. If you want to catch up, these are the links. You have my slides. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anzore, for this wonderful talk about building AI for African language speakers, for African languages by African, basically AI for Africans by Africans. Thank you so much for this awesome talk. I would like to open the conversation. I personally have a couple of questions for you, but before I have the voice here, I would like to make sure that we are taking some questions from our audience. I haven't seen any so far, so I would like to encourage people who are in the audience listening to Dr. Anzore, please send your questions either in the chat or the Q&A. I'm happy to look at either options here, and let's make the most of the time with the short time that we have with Dr. Anzore today and get all our questions out about the work that he's been doing with Kaya AI and with Ghana NLP. And you're an author of a book as well. You've done so many wonderful things, for Ghanaian languages. Dr. Anzore, do you mind? Let's just go on. Do you mind stopping your screen sharing so that we can see you better? Because I see you in very, very small.
That's right.
Yeah, I know how. No worries. I know how intimidating it can be when you're talking. You've been talking, to a screen this whole time. You haven't been seeing anyone. So that's why I wanted to come on screen here and I'll just throw my questions at you and see, hopefully that inspires other people to join. We do have a few minutes. So let's say, I was listening with intention to, very carefully when you were doing your presentation. And I also had the opportunity to look at your PowerPoint slides before you even shared them with the audience today. So my question is one that I think has been, scaring people, language service providers, for as long as ChatGPT talks about ChatGPT has been around, a lot of people have thought, hey, well, what about me? I've been an interpreter my whole life. I've been a translator my whole life. What about my job, right? So I'm not necessarily focused on the job aspect here. I'm more curious as to how and if, when you're building AI, for Africans and by Africans, how are language service providers, how are they factored into the process? Are you consulting with them as you're building this AI? In my opinion, there are opportunities being created possibly for them. So I want you to also talk about that, if you could.
Yes. So yes, exactly. One of the things I didn't talk about is that our model is actually a lot more human-centered than big tech. So if you look at a lot of the big tech recent research, it's all about generating augmented data, cutting the people out pretty much, right? And we don't think that's the way to do things, because when the data is high quality, you need fewer examples, you can build more efficient models. So it's actually better. And then you have the high resources, the actual resources that people can read that are high quality. And so it's not everything that I even tell people who come in and say, oh, I want to use your AI to translate this huge bunch of materials. I used to go to people to do it, and now I just want to use this thing. I always tell them, look, the quality of this, it may be good a lot of the time, but if you are going to actually have content that people are going to go through every day and really rely on, you have to make sure it's factual. And so this stuff does not replace the human being. You have to make sure they're still involved. It may make them more efficient, right? But it's not taking them completely out. And yeah, we are creating opportunities. We create a lot of data. I showed some examples. Now we have more money, so it's about investing in the community, in the people there, and so that there's the linguistic side, and then there is also the tech side, and both of them working together. I think if you look at the economics of the AI, a lot of the power is concentrated on the tech side, and not a lot on the side of the people creating the data that feeds the tech. And this is exactly why we can't have the data, the tech consuming the data cannot be someone else, because that's a lot of power to be someone else, right? We have to have those things, internal options, so that we can make the right decisions that prioritize those people. Yeah.
I think you're touching a little bit, and you inferred to this earlier on in your talk as well, about something that I talked about during the fireside chat when I don't know if you joined, I think you joined a little bit earlier before my session was done. And I was talking a lot about the co-design aspect of bringing in people who belong to the culture, because we can look to big tech because they have the funding, they have the funds to be able to include your language. But at the end of the day, they don't belong to this culture. They don't belong to this community. So they don't have a personal stake in this. So really, like, what you're building is for the people, by the people. You know that you're building it with the love and care that big tech won't have for your language, for your culture, for your people. So that's something that I think, if there's like one huge thing that I want to take away from your talk today, is that it is, you're building AI, for your people, and you yourself, you embody this language and the culture. You're bringing all of that and your passion into this. So this is just a wonderful thing that you're doing. I hope this is a wonderful example for the people listening here and people who will watch the recording later on as well. I think there might be a question, so I'm going to stop. Let me see. There is a question in the chat, so let me go over that before we close off for today. So this is from Osvaldo Alexis Zuniega Elizalde, who's actually a friend of mine as well. So he's asking you, has the development of this genius application implied to develop technology vocabulary in local languages? For example, how to refer to artificial intelligence, but not in English?
Yeah, this is an issue that keeps coming up, right? Because we don't, in a lot of cases, we don't have vocabulary for some terms. Really, the way this is supposed to be done is a well-funded language board. It's supposed to be going through a lot of these terms.
Sorry, Dr. Ansari, give me 1 second. So, CD, sorry, you're unmuted. Can you mute, please? All right. Sorry, Dr. Ansari, go ahead.
Yes. So this is usually the job of a language board, right? So you can imagine a well-funded language board. They meet, they have to decide a lot of these terms, or it takes the whole ecosystem, right? So like Wikipedia community for any given language, they're usually the ones translating those articles, the scientific ones. And then the terms comes up, they don't know what it is. They may forward it to the Ghana Language Bureau or one of these organizations. if there are enough resources, these things are decided. From a practical perspective, what we do now is we often, in a lot of cases, we leave the word as it is. If we don't know what the translation is, we just take like, because loan words it's a thing that happens, right? So the word banana is not an English word, right? It was borrowed from another language. So it's okay, while we don't know and you don't have an alternative, to just take a well-known term like relativity and leave it as is. A lot of the systems you're building should be able to handle code switching anyway, because a lot of, in our country at least, people just keep going back and forth, right? So we use the foreign terms while we have no alternatives, but we have to be invested into the whole ecosystem to continuously produce words for the new term.
And I will add to that it's not just code switching, but also translanguaging. As we know, there's always, the mixing of different languages coming together, and this, brings up new terms that, if you're learning a language, you may not be familiar to it until you become part of the context itself, right? Where translanguaging is happening. So yeah, and I would also like to say, to answer Osvaldo's question, this is a new, we at AFLC, we have just launched a new program, the CLDR Expansion Project, where we're inviting language communities to basically amplify the language bank of languages across Africa. We just launched this a couple of days ago officially. This is in collaboration with Silicona's Stanford University, also the sponsor for today's talk with Dr. Nzuri, for today's keynote, actually. And I want to share this because this question ties in really well with what you're doing as well, as you're building, these AI platforms for people to be able, platforms that people will really trust and use because they know they're being built by people who speak the language, right? I wanna say that AFLC, so African Languages Conference, this organization putting this conference together, we are developing a basically language digitization initiative with Silicon Stanford University, where we're building these language banks for various languages, and there's actually quite a few languages from Ghana itself that's on the list. So I will be contacting you offline, Dr. Nzuri, to get your thoughts and ideas about this as well. But I just want to say a big thank you. We're running out of time here. We're right on the hour. So thank you so much for Dr. Nzuri, and thank you to Silicon Stanford University for sponsoring the conversation today with you. And I hope that we cross paths again in the future, Dr. Nzuri, and I hope the audience really enjoyed the conversation today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me, and nice to meet everyone.
Yeah, all right, take care. I just want to come on really quickly again to invite the next moderator up to present our next speaker, and also the final speaker of the day, Rosaline. So whoever is taking over for me, please feel free to just jump in and let's get started with the last session.
Visha, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. You're welcome to the last session of AFLC 2026, day 3. We want to take this opportunity to Thank you for staying on with us today. Our last session will be on STEM education. We have Rosalind Kumvikera, who is an early childhood educator, development lecturer from the university, from the College of Morgan Zintec in Zimbabwe. She specializes in mathematics, science, technology education. Rosalind holds a master's in early childhood development from Great Zimbabwe University as well, and researches on how indigenous languages are used in instructions, AI education, and sustainable curriculum designs. Her session will be on teaching STEM in indigenous languages, a feasibility for comprehension. She will examine the feasibility of teaching STEM subjects in African indigenous languages at the early learning level, drawing from research conducted in Zimbabwe. She's going to show how mother tongue instructions enhances understanding, participation, and creativity among young learners. The session will also address challenges such as limited resources and teacher preparedness, offering practical strategies for multilingual STEM education that drives inclusive and sustainable transformation. This session will be in Shona. There will be interpretation available. So kindly click on the globe icon and then select the interpretation in English or French. Rosalind? You have
Hello.
the floor. Please kindly take over now.
Makadi. Mondinzwa here. Murikundinzwa here. Murikundinzwa here. Zviri kunzwika here zvandiri kutaura? Zviri kunzwika? Ndinofara kuva pachirongwa chino. Sezvarehwa, ndinonzi Rosalind Kumvikera Mukwewa, Mukunda Mukwewa. Ndauya kuzotaura pamusoro pekudzidza nekudzidziswa STEM, Science, Technology, Engineering nemasvomhu mururimi rweShona kana mururimi rwemunyika inenge ichigarwa nevanhu. Izvi zvinovandudzwa kunzwisisa nekubatsiridza kunzwisisa kunoitwa sei. Sekutaurwa kwamboitwa nevatauri vapfuura kuti mutauro kana usingareve chinhu kune munhu hazvibatsiri. Paya pambonzi munhu ngaataure zvaari kuda, asingabati, asingatauri, asinganyori. Zvakaonekwa kuti hazvikwanisiki. Zvino isu tiri kuti mwana mudiki munyika dzedu isu muAfrica ane rurimi rwaanonzwa, rwaanokura narwo, irwo rurimi rwaanodzidzira ari kumba, ndirwo ruri kunzi ngarienda muzvikoro rinoshandiswa kuti mwana anzwisise masvomhu, sainzi, technology neengineering. Mienzaniso yose yandichapa ichange iri yemuZimbabwe, umo munova mune mitauro inokwana kuita iyo 16. Iyi mitauro inowanikwa munzvimbo dzakasiyana siyana muno muZimbabwe. Mwana aenda kuchikoro ari kunzi kubva parugwaro rwepasi pasi pavanoita kudzidza vachitamba ngavashandisirwe mutauro wavanonzwisisa kuti vakwanise kubata zvinotaurwa nevarairidzi. Ndochitanga kukuratidzai zvandinazvo. Mwana ari kumba. Mwana anenge ari kumba. Anoratidza kuti paanoshandisirwa mutauro, gwara rekufunga nekunzwisisa rinenge riripo. Akanzi tora komichi, anotora. Akanzi mhanya, anomhanya. Akanzi umba, anoumba. Asi dambudziko rinozowanikwa mwana aenda kuchikoro. Kuchikoro kwakunoshandiswa rurimi runonzi irwo chirungu. Akuda kunzwisisa, izwi rataurwa, uye zviri kuda kuitwa pakutaurwa ipapo. Kushandisa mutauro munyika, takanangana nechishona, kunobatsira kuti kunzwisisa kwechokwadi kuve kunobva pakukwanisa kupa chirevo kune zvinenge zvataurwa. Mwana anofara kana achinzwisisa zviri kutaurwa. Uye tirikuti mutauro wemunyika kana kuti mutauro wemunzvimbo iyoyo unobatsira kuti nzvimbo iyoyo ivandudzike uye kukurudzira kunzwisisa nekubatirana pamwe muzvidzidzo uye munharaunda. Toenda papfungwa huru. Vadzidzi, vana vane makore 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, vana ava tinonzi vari murugwaro rweECDA, ECDB, rwokutanga nerwechipiri. Ndo vanonyanya kubatwa nechirongwa chandinonyanya kudzidzisa kukoreji chedamba nevana inonzi ECD. Isu tikuti vadzidzi panguva iyi vanobata masvomu, sayenzi, technology, engineering zvakanakisa kana vachishandisirwa mutauro wavanojaira kunzwa. Kana mwana ari kunzvimbo inotaurwa Chindevere, ngaashandisirwe mutauro wechindevere. Kana mwana ari kunzvimbo inotaurwawo Chiboja, ngaataurewo mutauro iwowo. Vadzidzisi ngavashandise mutauro iwowo. Tinoti kushandiswa kwemutauro uyu kana rurimi urwu runosimudzira kudzidziswa kwemitauro yakasiyana-siyana munzvimbo, muzvidzidzo zvevana muAfrica. Toti munhu wese pakadai anofanira kunzwisisa kuti zvaari kudzidza ndezvei. Kana tichiti masayenzi, mwana ari kudzidza zviri munharaunda mwake, zvipenyu nezvakafa. Anotoziva kuti iyi tsuro inoda kudya zvakati, kuburikidza nerurimi rwaanoziva. Akanzi iye zvikafu zvinovaka muviri, uye iye anoziva kuti muviri zvinorevei. Haachisina dambudziko rekutanga kuda kufunga kuti zvataurwa nechirungu zvinomborevei asati aita zviri kudiwa nomurairidzi. Uyezve tinoti vana vanoratidza kubudirira kwavo uye vanoita zvivindi zvekugadzira uye kuvandudza upenyu nekuzvida nerudzi rwavo. Nyika zhinji dzemuAfrica dzaita dambudziko rekuzvida ivo kana kuziya zvavari, pamusoro pekuti rurimi runonyanya kushandiswa haruzi rwemunyika mavo kana kuti haruzi irwo rwekwakazvarirwa. Unonzwa mushona haachatogoni chishona nekuti akatora rurimi rwechirungu. Ndiko here kwatinoti kunyatso kunzwisisa kana kuti kuzvikudza munyika. Mwana anoda kuzoita basa rekugadzira zvigadzirwa. Mabhiriji anoda kuvakwa. Mwana iyeye anotanga ari mudiki achidzidziswa kuchikoro. Toti mutauro waanokura achiziva, waanogara nawo kumba, ndiwo hwaro rwekuti anzwisise zvose zvaanoda kuita mukurarama. Toti iyo mwana kufunga nekunzwisisa. Kufunga kunova kwakajeka. Haanetsekani kana achishandisirwa mutauro waanonzwisisa mwana. Ukati mwana uya pano ndikupe maranjisi 5, womupa maranjisi 5. Ukati chipawo chipo 2, akamupa, ukada kumubvunza kuti wasarirwa nemangani, anotaura zvisina kana kupokana kana kunetseka. Asi pakazoiswa izwi rechirungu, Mwana uya akuda kutanga kunzwisisa, ndo panonyanya kutangira dambudziko. Akurasa chaari kuda kubata chekunzwisisa zvaari kunzi adzidze, nekuti anotanga anzwisisa izwi riri kutaurwa. Tochienda pane imwe pfungwa yekuti kudzidzisa sayenzi, tekinoloji, engineering nemasvomo nerurimi rwemunyika kunoderedza kutya nekupererwa. Ndinopa muenzaniso. Ini pane vamwe vana, sezvo ndiri mudzidzisi wevadzidzisi vevadiki, patinenge tichienda kunovaona vachiita basa muzvikoro zvavari, unonyatsoona kuti apa mwana haana kunzwisisa, nekuti pari kushandiswa mutauro wechirungu. Mwana anoramba akangotarira mudzidzisi. Mudzidzisi shoko raari kutaura pamwe iye atori nedambudziko raro. Kudakara tazoongorora kuona kuti sayenzi, tekinoloji, engineering nemasvomo zviri kudzidziswa sei. Kudzidziswa kunoita mutauro wechirungu nemutauro wechishona. Pakuti mwana haachanzwisisi zviri kudiwa, ava kutya kana kuti kusanzwisisa kana kupererwa kwava kunonzi ai ini ndinonzwa ndozvakutaura. Asi zvinoreva kunzwa ruzha nenzeve zvacho hazvina kuitwa nomazvo, nekuti rurimi rwekushanda harisi kunzwisisika. Tikati vana vari kuda kusanganisa, tora matombo aya wotora mamwe aya womabatanidza, anokupa zvingani, vana vanozviziva. Asi pakangotaurwa rumwe rurimi, vana vakutanga zvekare kuda kunzwisisa kuti mvura inoyerera ichibva kunzvimbo yakakwirira ichienda kunzvimbo yakaderera. Izvi zvinoda kuitwa vana vachiita mitambo, vachiedzesera nezvinhu zvinenge zvapiwa nomudzidzisi. Asi nokuda kwokuti pamwe hazvisi kunzwisisika kumudzidzisi, zvinopa kutya nekupererwa muvana, zvokuti masayenzi, masvomo, tekinoloji, engineering hazvizobudi zvakanaka. Totarira pakuti ndafarira mumwe mutauri ati anokwanisa kutaura mitauro inokwana yekuita 11. Izvo zvinondiratidza kuti panotaurwa rurimi rwaari kukwanisa kutaura, maziso ake anojeka. Ukaenda munzvimbo yausiri kukwanisa kunzwisisa zviripo, unoita kakusurura kakusungikana, asi pakataurwa zvaunonzwisisa, unofaranikwa, unonzwa kunyevenuka. Izvi ndozvatiri kuti mitauro yemunyika ngaishandiswe kuitira kuti vana vagonzwisisa, vagorondedzera, vagogadzira zvichienderana nekunzwisisa kwavanenge vaita, uye shoko rinenge richitaurwa ipapo rinobatsira. Ndinopa muenzaniso wemufananidzo uri apa. Kuruboshwe kwangu kune vana vari kuonekwa kuti vari kumba, vari kubatsira panguva yekudyarwa kwembeu. Mugomba rimwe chete mwana ari kunzi isa donhedza mbeu mbiri kana kuti mhodzi mbiri mugomba. Apa ari kutoona kuti ndiri kuisa zvakaenderana. Tikazoendawo kwava kuchikoro, aya mashandiro ari kuitwa nevana kumba nerurimi rwavari kuita vari kumba zvinonobatana zvekare kuchikoro. Ngavashandise mitauro nemagariro anoita vana. Izvi zvinoita kuti vana vanzwisise masayenzi, engineering, tekinoloji. Tikatarira vana vanenge vachitamba, kakufaranuka, kakusununguka, kakubatsirana, kakupanana mazano, vachiedza kuumba mutambo wavanenge vachiita, kanotiratidza zvikuru kuti mutauro wevana, mutauro wemunyika une chekuita nekunzwisisa, nekuvandudza, nekunatsurudza munharaunda. Zvizhinji zvinobva kuti vanhu vanozwisisa here zviri kudiwa. Ndafarira zvikuru kunzi tine kaya AI yabva kutaurwa nezvayo. Izvi kureva kuti mitauro yedu ine chekuita mukurarama. Asi tikamirira kuti tigozozvipiwa nevamwe, hazviuyi nehwaro rwatinenge tichida. Mwana ega ega munzvimbo yaanogara, tinoona kuti mutauro unobatsira kuva hwaro hunobatanidza kumba nekuchikoro. Mwana wega wega anoziva kuti anobva kuchikoro achiuya kumba anofamba nhanho dzakaita sei. izvi zvochitorwa nemudzidzisi kuti achizoshandisa kuti unofamba mamita mangani, unofamba makiromita mangani, asi zvinenge zvabva munhano. Mwana anofamba zuva nezuva. Vana vamwe vanana amai vanokuya dovi. Kukuya dovi ikoko kune mitauro, kune mazwi anoshandiswa. Iwayo ndiwo mazwi anozotorwa oendwa nawo kuchikoro. Kuti izwi rinoshanda zvakati. So pana takuita tekinoloji, chii chatinokwanisa kuvandudza kuitira kuti vana vanzwisise kuti zvii zvinoitika pakukuyiwa kwedovi. Tomuvha tichienda, tofamba zvekare muenzaniso yedzimwe nyika. Taona dzimwe nyika dzambotaurwa pano nedzimwe idzi dzakanyoriwa apa kuti kuFinland vanoshandisa Finnish neSwedish, vanoshandisa mitauro yavo. Totarisa mimwe zvivhitivhiti zvavo, zvimwe zvinounza mitauro inenge ichinyorwa nechepazasi kubatsira vana kuti vaone mazwi uye vanzwisise. Tikatarisa zvekare kuChina kunoshandiswa mitauro yekwavo. KuPhilippines, kuTanzania, nyika zhinji dziri kushandisa mitauro yavo. Izvi zvinoita zvinhu zviya zvatiri kuti hazvinyatsokubatika zvive zvinoreva chinhu kuvana. Mwana ane makore 3 anoziva kuti iyo ihuku inokukuridza, iyo isheshi ndiyo inokandira mazai, iro ijongwe. Zvose izvi zvikazotorwa zvikanoiswa muchikoro, vana vanonzwisisa kuti kana tichikura tinokura sei. Iyi mhuka inoda zvakati, iyi mhuka inoda zvakati, kuburikidza neizvi. Tikazoenda pakuti tava kuda kugadzira mitambo tichishandisa tekinoloji, vana vanonzwisisa uye vanotiratidza pfungwa dzavo mune zvakanaka, vasingatyi, vasingaremerwi. Asi zvinonetsa pakudzidziswa kwesainzi, tekinoloji, injiniyaringi nemasvomo nerurimi rwaamai. Zvinhu zvakati wandei. Pekutanga tinoti kushomeka kwezvinyorwa kana zvekushandisa. Panguva ino ndambenge ndiri pamasaisai ndichiona kuti zvii zvirimo pakudzidziswa kweSTEM. Ndaona zvakakodzera, ndaenda kudzidzisa STEM nechona, asi zviri kubuda ipapo hazvienderani nekuti mudzidzisi awane zvekushandisa pakudzidziswa kweSTEM. Hakuna zvakawanda. Tinototi vadzidzisi vanofanira kuva nezvakawanda zvekudzidzisa sainzi, tekinoloji, injiniyaringi nemasvomo mururimi rwemunyika mavo. Tinoda vanogadzira izvi. Tikashandisa rurimi rwemunyika kutsvaga panhandemutande, tinozviwana here zvokuti vadzidzisi vashandise? Mabhuku ariko ndiwo here anoita kuti vana vanzwisise, kana kuti vadzidzisi nevemunharaunda vabatane vokuridza chinodiwa kuti vana vanzwisise uye vadzidze? Vana vari kuda kudzidza zviri mubhuku here, kana kuti vari kuda kudzidza zvinobatsira nharaunda yavo, zvinoita kuti ramangwana ravo rive rakajeka? Vakura kubva mumagwaro epazasi, vana pavari kukura vachada kuzoitawo masainzi, vachada kuzoitawo zvetekinoloji, zveinjiniyaringi, zvemasvomo. Izvi zvose zviri kubuda pakuti takawana here zvinyorwa kana zvekushandisa zvinoenderana nezvidzidzo izvi zveSTEM. Toendera mberi, mikaha pakudzidziswa kwevarayiridzi muzvikoro zvinodzidzisa varayiridzi. Pane here zviri kuitwa zvinoita kuti vadzidzisi vaende vanodzidzisa sainzi, tekinoloji, injiniyaringi, masvomo nerurimi rwekunzvimbo kwavanenge vaenda? Zviripo here? Izvi ndizvo zvatinoona kuti ndizvo zvezvinetso zvinoita kuti kudzidzwa kwechidzidzo ichi kuve kunonetsa. Nekuti tikatarira zvakawanda zvinowanikwa zviri mururimi rwechirungu. Kudzidza STEM muchishona hazvisi kubuda mune zvakaringana. Nikaha ivo vacho vari kudzidzisa vana vanokwanisa here kutora nguva vachidzidzisa madzidzisiro emasvomo nerurimi rwepanzvimbo yavo? Vanokwanisa here kudzidzisa tekinoloji nerurimi rwemunzvimbo? Kuti vanangu, kana tichiti tekinoloji tiri kureve chii? Pakuti kutekinoloji tine mishina, kugadzirwa kushanda kwemichina. Tiri kuda kugadzira nhandemutande inoti ndikaipa ndikanyora vara rangu neshona rinobuditsa zvandiri kuda. Zviriko here? Vadzidzisi vevadzidzisi ava vevana vanokwanisa here kugadzira zvinoshandiswa mukudzidza kwevana? Mwana anoshandisa dongo pakuumba ari kwaari kumba, anoshandisa dhaka kuumba. Mudzidzisi anokwanisa here kutsanangurira mwana kuti dhaka iri nemvura iyi chii chiri kunyatsoitika kusvika kuti pazobuda chinenge chaumbwa nemwana? Toenda zvekare kushaya hanya pamwe pacho nekutevedzera mutemo. Tikatarira muZimbabwe munoti vana vari kudamba nevana vanodzidziswa nemutauro wavo, kusiya kwechishona, kusiya kwechirungu. Ndakadzirisa kusiya kwechirungu. Pavanodzidza masvomo, ndicho here chishona kana ndebele iri kushandiswa? Zvinoreva kuti pamwe pacho vanhu havasi kuita hanya nekutevedzera mutemo. Ukatevedzerwa mutemo uyu, ndinovimba kuti vana vazhinji vanotanga kunzwisisa zvavari kuita, voenda kumba vonozvivandudza. Mwana anoudzwa kuti zvirimwa zvikure panoda mvura, panoda zuva. Izvi tikaendawo kumba kwavo tinonoona here kumba kuine mibhedha, kana kuti kuri kuratidza kuti vana vadzidziswa izvi? Dzimba dzedu dziri kuratidza here kuti vana vedu vari kuenda kuchikoro? Vana vese kuECDA, ECDB, gwaro rekutanga nerechipiri, vose vari kuita ivo mabasa vakanzi vachiita, ari kunziwo mapurojekiti, vari kumaita. Pavari kuenda kudzimba kana kuti munharaunda mavo, zviri kuratidzika here? Zvirimo here? Kana zvisimo, zviri kureva kuti tiri kuita dambudziko nepakutevedzera mutemo zvakanyanya. Vamwe vangati mabasa anozowanikwa haanei nechishona, asi tiri kuti munhu pakufunga kwake pokutanga anoshandisa mutauro upi? Tose tiri pano, patinotanga kufunga tinonzwa mutauro upi uchishanda musoro medu? Panotaurwa izwi, ndeuripi izwi kana kuti ndere upi mutauro unoita kuti unzwisise? Iwo mutauro watakakura nawo ndiwo unoita kuti nzwisise. Zvino mutemo uri kuti ngatiushandisei. Vana nekukura kwavanenge vachiita vanozokwanisa kuzonzwisisa mimwe mitauro. Patamboreva paya pekutanga tati mwana kuti anzwisise zvemandorokwati hunge akwanisa kupa chirevo kune zvataurwa. Mwananzi ivhu nemvura zvikasangana, chii chinoitika? Ivhu rinonyorowa. Asi tikaenda kuchirungu, zvikashandiswa nechirungu, mwana anomboita kunga asingatozivi. Maticha ndopatinozoti uyu mwana uyu idofo, asi ndinoti hakuna dofo. Nokuti mwana iyeye ukamudana, ukamubvunza zvakaitika kana kubhora, anokutsanangurira nemo, achidadanura, achinyatsotsanangura. Mwana iyeye zvinoreva kuti anonzwisisa, anoziva dambudziko rurimi rwashandiswa. Rurimi rwashandiswa ndirwo runenge rwava nedambudziko pakunzwisisa kwemwana. Uyezve twatati kusashandiswa kwemitemo, tati haisi kutevedzerwa, zvekare haisi kushandiswa. Zvino mwana wedu ndiye ava nedambudziko. ava kutya, ava kutadza kunzwisisa kuti zviri kurevei, ndopaanouya achifoira, nekuti pamwe pacho tinenge takutarira zviri kumufungwa memwana, hatisi kuona tugono twake, atadza zvake, asi ukamupa tunhu twekuti ashandise, mwana iyeye anenge achigona zvekuita chaizvo. Tovatati tinobatsira sei vadzidzisi vedu kuti vakwanise kunzwisisa zvavanodzidza? Tovatati ngatishandisei mutauro wemuno pamwe chete nechirungu. Sei ndadaro? Dzimweni dzenguva tine vamwe vana muzvikoro medu, kumba kwavo hongu vashona, hongu mandevere, asi vanotaura futi chirungu. Mwana iyeye hatikwanise kumusiya kunze. Tava kuti ngatichishandise mutauro wacho wemuno nechirungu zvacho pamwe chete zvifambirane. Kana wada kushandisa mutauro uyu, shandisa nemazvo. Izwi risinganzwisisike rechirungu unoritorawo woriita richishona. Tikatarisa motokari, izwi rakatorwa kubva kuchirungu. Tovatati zvekare ngatishandise nyaya nemitambo yemuno. Kune nyaya dzizhinji dzinotaurwa muno, asi vana mazuva ano vari kuiswa pazvivhitivhiti, panhandemutande, votorerwa nziyo, mitambo yedzimwe nyika ndo yakuiswa muno. Paunozoda kutaura navo nezvemuno munyika, havazozvinzwisisi, vanenge vakuona kunge zvinhu zvisina basa. Totorawo vemunharaunda vanotitsanangurira kuti izvi zvinorevei, izvi zvinorevei pakudzidzisa vana. Vana vegwaro rwekutanga vanodanidzirwa kuti vadzidziswe kunzi sei mvura iyi iriyo inoshanda, iyi isingashandi, sei miti iyi ichifanira kutemiwa, iyi isingafaniri kutemiwa. Nyaya dzemunzvimbo ndodzinoshanda. Vana vanenge vari kwaMutare voshandisirwawo dzekwaMutare, vana vari kuBhurawayo voshandiswawo zvekuBhurawayo, vari kuMasvingo voshandisirwa idzodzo. Zvinoita kuti mwana zviri munharaunda make ndo zvatiri kuti ngaatange kugadzirisa, kuitira kuti tigozogadzirisa zvizhinji munyika medu. Vana vedu tikavabata zvakanaka, ramangwana ravo rinojeka, nekuti anenge ane kunzwisisa kwakavandudzika, kunzwisisa kwepamusoro-soro. Vana ngatikurudzirei kukurukura. Ngatikurukurei nevana. Mwana ukakurukura naye unonyatsonzwa panenge paine pfungwa dzake kuti ari kufungei mwana. Nokuti vana vadiki, handidi kukunyeperai, mukavatarira vachitamba vanokuratidzai zvinhu zvakawanda zvatinoda kuita mukati mekurarama kwedu. Vane pfungwa dzakawanda, vane pfungwa zhinji, vane pfungwa dzakavandudzika, nekuti pavanotamba vanoratidza humwana hwese, huva munhu asina kana chipomerwa paari. Anokuudza zvinhu sezvazviri, haavanzi, anototaura nemo. Zvino vana ivavo mukavaona vachitamba, ndinokurudzira kuti twase tikaona vana vachitamba ngatimboendai pavari tingonoteerera. Kana uchitya kuti vanogona kurega kuita zvavanenge vachiita, uchiona, mira nechekure, vatarire kwemaminitsi 10. Ipapo handidi kukunyeperai, munoona kuti pane zvizhinji zvatinotodzidza kubva pavari, zvizhinji zvinokwanisa kutibatsira isu mukurarama kwedu. Toti zvekare ngatishandisei zvishandiso zvemuno. Mwana ada kudzidza pamusoro pemichero, handingatangi kumuratidza muchero uri kure, iye mwana munzvimbo yaari muine mazhanje, imo munzvimbo maari mwana kana ndichida kudzidzisa miriwo muine nyeve, muine bonongwe. Mwana ngaatange kudzidza zviri munzvimbo maari. Munzvimbo maari mune ivhu dzvuku, munzvimbo maari munotooneka kuti pane vachiri kushandisa zvirei kana kuti zvikei. Munzvimbo maari mwana ari kuona kuti aiwa apo panogadzirwa mishina. Ngatiendei munzvimbo idzodzo, mwana unoona kuti munzvimbo mandiri zvakati izvo zvinoita, zvakati izvo zvinoita. Munzvimbo mandiri ndinoda kugadzira zvinhu. Mwana anozvibata izvozvo. Mwana ngaadzidziswe achishandisirwa zvinhu zvirimo, anokwanisa kuona kukosha kwakaita nzvimbo yake. Tikatarira kumasvingo, masvingo eZimbabwe, iwayo anotiratidza unyanzvi hwakashanda ipapo. Vana veko ngavachiendeswa ikoko vanoona magadzirirwo azvakaitwa. Vadaro vochinzi imimi munovandudza sei magadzirirwo akaitwa izvi? Munoda kuti tigadzire sei? Tine nzvimbo yakaita pakamboita mafashamu emvura. Vana variko, zvii zvatingaite munzvimbo ino kuitira kuti nzvimbo yedu ive inonakira munhu wese. Tisava nematambudziko akadai. Vana vanotoziva kuti apa tinoda chakati, apa tinoda chakati, nekuti ndo vagari vemuno vanoziva zvirimo, uyezve vari munharaunda vanogona kuvabatsira zvekare kuita izvozvo. Apo pamufananidzo tiri kuona umweni wevadzidzisi ari kuratidza mutambo unonzi nhodo. Unogona kushandiswa pakudzidzisa vana kusanganisa, kubvisa kana kugadzira mapoka. Uye kuti titambe nhodo tinoda chinhu chakaita sei? Tinoda sekoro here kana kuti tinoda chii? Toenda zvekare, tinoda kushandura mifungo yevarayiridzi nevabereki. Vazhinji vanopa mutauro wechirungu simba guru. Ngatibvisei ikoko kuita mufungo wakadaro, tibuditse sezvatiri isusu kuitira kuti tinzwisise. Tochigadzira zvekare zvinoshandiswa nevana. Tapedza kudaro, tochiva tinovandudza mitemo kuitira kuti vana vese vanzwisise. Vana vedu vakakosha, ngativashandisirei zvinodiwa, nekuti tikadaro mwana wese anokona. Munzvimbo matiri tine vanhu vanogona kuruka. Munzvimbo dzatiri tine vanhu vatinoziva kuti iyo imhizha. Kare vaitoziva kuti mhizha iyi ikuumba hari. Iyo ihurudza. Ngavaende vanonzwisisa kuti kana zvinzi hurudza, iye anenge akaita sei? Paanodyara, anodyara nguva ipi? Zvinenge zvichirevei? Mwana akutonzwisisa kuti mwaka, akutonzwisisa midziyo inoshandiswa pakuvaka, midziyo inoshandiswa pakuumba hari, midziyo inoshandiswa pane zvose zvinenge zvichiitwa. Toenda zvekare tikatati munyika medu mashoko aya ndinoafarira zvekare, mashoko emukuru wedu anoti nyika inovakwa nevene vayo, ilizwe lakiwa ngavanyikazi valo. Hakuna anokwanisa kuigadzira kana iwe muridzi usina kuzvigadzirira. Hakuna anouya kumba kwenyu kuzovhara makomba ari pamba penyu ipapo kana iwe muridzi wepo usina kumavhara. Vana vanodzidziswa izvi vari kuchikoro. Asi chandinoona mukufamba nemukuteera varayiridzi vatinenge tichiteera muzvidzidzo zvavanenge vachiita muzvikoro, tinoona kuti ari kudzidzisa vana kuti zvakanaka kusarasa marara pose pose. Asi tikatarira mukurarama kwedu, tose tiri pano tinorasa marara pose pose. Mwana akuva nekusanzwisisa kuti saka ini ndiri kunzi hatirasiri marara pose pose, tinoisa panzvimbo dzakakodzera. Asi kana ndichifamba naamai, vanongokanda nepawindo nepafafitera, vanongokanda pasi. Zvino isu tisite takukanganisa kuitira kuti izvo zvekuti nyika inovakwa nevene vayo zvive zvinobudirira. Topaita sei? Ngatipagadzirisei ipapo, nekuti zvinotangira nesu vakuru, nekuti vana vadiki vanodzidza zvavanorarama. Vana vadiki vanodzidza zvavanoona. Zvatinotaura nemuromo, hongu vanozvinzwa. Asi zvatinoita nezvavanoita ndozvinobatika. Vakaona kumba muriwo wakuratidza kuti waomerwa nemvura, waane nyota yemvura, anosimuka ega otora mvura odiridza, nekuti anenge akadzidziswa nerurimi rwaamai kuti zvirimwa zvinoda mvura. Anenge akadzidziswa kuti ukaona chinhu chisiri panzvimbo, dzorera panzvimbo, nekuti pakudzidza kwemasvono pari kuwanikwa mapatani anenge aripo. Saka izvi ndizvo here zviri kuwanikwa muchikoro. Toti isusu vabereki, vadzidzisi nevamwe vose munharaunda ngatishandisei mutauro zvakaringana kuitira kuti vana vedu vanzwisise kutaura kuchiona kutaura nerurimi rwavo. Tandati pakupedzisira, zvinogoneka chose kudzidzisa sainzi, technology, engineering masvomo nemutauro wemunyika. Kana tichikwanisa kuzviita, kana masvingo eZimbabwe akakwanisa kuvakwa vanhu vachishandisa mutauro wavo, tikaitarira masvingo eZimbabwe, nanhasi unyanzvi huri ipapo ndio hwatiri kuti tiri kuyemura, uye tinoda kuti uve muvana vedu, uvewo matiri isusu, kuitira kuti tive tinobudirira munyika. Nyika zhinji dzeAfrica dzakuvara nekuda kwokubata chirungu tichisiya zvedu zvemunyika. Tikatora zvemunyika yedu tikafamba nazvo mune zvakarurama, ndinovimba kuti nyika yedu yeAfrica inobudirira. Tochibatanidza neKaya AI nemitambo yataurwa nevamwe vose vatauri vataura nhasi, nyika yedu inovandudzika zvakanaka, Africa inobudirira nekuti zvose zvekutaurwa zvinobva pamutauro. Mutauro une simba, mutauro unovaka nyika zvakanaka, mutauro unosimudzira, nekuti kana uchishandisirwa mutauro unonzwisisa, unonzwa kunyevenuka, unonzwa kuda kutaura nemunhu. Tiri pamitauro ipapo zvekare, toti unobatsira pakunzwisisa uye kuva nechivimbo. Haungatauri nemunhu usinganzwisisi zvaari kutaura ukava netariro naye kana kuti ukava nechivimbo naye. Unotoda kunzwisisa zvaari kutaura, wova unozvibatanidza, wozvironga zvakanaka munjere dzako, wobva waona kuti oho, izvi zvine zvazvinoreva. Uyezve zvinozoita kuti vanhu vade kuvandudzika mafungiro, maitiro uye magariro. Kana tichigara munzvimbo medu, tinogara sei? Tikushandisei? Tikashandisa mutauro wedu ndopatinoona kuti inini zvandiri kuita handisi kubuda mushe. Mwana ane makore matanhatu anotoziva kuti ichi chakanaka, ichi chakanaka. Unotomuona achivaka, tora matombo ake achivaka, ukamubvunza wobva ati ndiri kuvaka zvangu. Uri kuvakei? Chida kuda kuzochiitisei? Anotokudza, inini ndoda kuvaka imba yangu inosvika kudenga denga uko. Uchashandisei? Unotoona mwana wega wega ukamupa zvinhu zvokushandisa, unotoona kuti pfungwa dzavo vanavo dzakatosiyana. Uyu anogona kuzoenda mugwara remasvomo, uyu anogona kuenda kugwara reinjiniyaringi, uyu anoenda kugwara resayenzi, uyu anoenda kugwara retekinoloji, kubudikidza nezvavanenge vachiita, nekuti zvinenge zvavandudza mafungiro ake, maitiro nemagariro. Tikadaro temu ikashandiswa nemutauro, mabhuku anobuda akanyorwa nemutauro wemunyika, nhandemutande, masaisai anovako evanhu vachishandisa mutauro wavo. Tikatarira nyika zhinji tinotoona michovha ichishandiswa nerurimi rwamai. Totoona kuvandudzika kweAfrica, totoona kuvandudzika kwenyika. Munzvimbo dzimwe dzatinogara kune vana vanopfekedza, vabereki vanopfekedza vana mitambo iya inoita ichiraswa. Vana vakadzidziswa kuti moita sei kuti izvozvo zvive zvinoendeswa panzvimbo yakanaka, zvobva zvakaiwa kana kukanywa zvobuditsa chimwe chigadzirwa. Vana vanotozviziva kuti izvi zvinorevei. Zvakureva kuti nzvimbo dzavanogara kumba havachanzwe kunhuhwirwa, havachaone tsvina pese pese, nekuti tingati takabudirira here kana ndichirasa inini marara pandiri kuti kuseri kwemba yangu, kunova iko kumberi kweimwe imba. Asi vana kana vachidzidziswa izvozvo kuchikoro, vanotouya votokudza kuti zvamuri kuita izvi zvakashata. Muriwo wamuri kubika uyu musawanza mafuta, mafuta anokonzera zvakati, nekuti vari kudzidziswa nemutauro vanonzwisisa. Tinoti naizvozvo ngatenda zvangu. Ayo ndiwo pamunokwanisa kundiwana foni yangu inonzi nharembozha yangu, nepamunondiwana maita basa. Ndatenda. Ndatenda. Panel angaita mubvunzo. Panel angada tsanangudza.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much, President, for the presentation. Sylvester is currently not available, so I'll kindly step in and moderate for the session led. Is there any question for our speaker? In case you have any question, you can kindly drop it in the chat box. Okay, since there is no any other question, there's no question for our speaker. And Roslyn, thank you so much. And thank you all for staying with us throughout the section to this final section. We truly appreciate it. Yes, the session has come to an end and hope to see you tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Bye.
Atienda. Bye.